You. The great elder's face turned red as veins bulged from his face after being scolded by Guchanga. What is the great elder doing? Why is he unhappy? Oh, if you really have something bothering you. It's better not to use Sienner to threaten me. Because I don't play that game. Do you think I, an old man, am as despicable and shameless as you? Guchanga, shut up. 2 more figures flew into the main hall. Guchanga, what do you want to do? I was wondering who dared to shout at me like this. It turns out it's Sienner? After breaking through to a new realm, are you planning to take revenge on me? As expected, Yu Ming didn't go to find Sienner. Gu Sienner wants to say something. But the great elder stopped her. Boy, do you still remember the bet you made with me that day? Sienner might still have fighting power in front of you. Of course I remember. You bet that Sienner, as a descendant of the immortal palace, could defeat me. But now she has just broken through to the Fengho realm. Are you in such a hurry for me to take that successor position? Or are you unable to avoid doing this? The great elder fell silent for a while, and Guchanga continued. Is it that the great elder values this successor position too much? And it seems like I'm very eager for it. Are you trying to increase the price with greed? Did he predict this outcome long ago? Don't say it so harshly. This was my own choice, how could you say it's increasing the price? Haha, I'm willing, you're willing, that's a good phrase. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Today, you've broadened my horizons. Speak, what do you want in order to agree? I advise you, don't push it too far. It's simple, recognize my future position as the palace master and add a favor from the great elder. But don't worry, this favor won't make things too difficult for you. Whether it's the future position of palace master or the favor, both of these conditions are within my control, so there's no reason to refuse me. It seems that everything happening today was part of this guy's scheme. I really underestimated him. Great elder, what if I agree to your request? As expected, the great elder was quick to agree. But for this matter, I still hope the great elder swears an oath with his Tao heart. This time, not only did the veins on the great elder's forehead bulge, but black energy also appeared above his head. The things Master has already promised, of course, will be done. Do you doubt Master? Nonsense. If I didn't doubt, why would I make him swear? After listening to this, Sienner was momentarily stunned. Yu Mingkong could only shake his head while holding his forehead. I swear by my Tao heart, the things promised today, if violated, will be struck by chaotic heavenly thunder, my soul scattered, my true spirit vanishing, never to reincarnate. True Qi is killing me. True Qi is killing me. After the great elder left, only Yu Mingkong, Sienner, and Changgu were left to face off. At this moment, Changgu revealed his true nature. When Yu Mingkong was about to step forward to stop him, Sienner, however, stopped him. No need. Changgu, let the grudge between us end here today. End the grudge? Even the great elder couldn't do anything to me. Sienner, do you think you have a chance? Don't underestimate others. How do you know if you can beat him if you don't try? Changgu only had time to let out an "oh." Just as Sienner had already pounced and kicked out a leg. But this kick only struck his illusion. Changgu instantly disappeared without a trace. This move again. Sienner rushed out the door. 3 talents blue flame sword. This sword directly aimed at Changgu, who had just appeared outside the door. He looked at her and smiled faintly. A sword chi suddenly shot out. But it was easily pinched by Guchanga with 2 fingers. Sienner couldn't believe it, she had been subdued so easily. Foolish little sister. You just broke through to the Wind Marquis realm and you want to kill me? It seems you still haven't properly recognized yourself. You try to kill me every day, but I gave you a chance, and you didn't appreciate it. Now, how are you any different from a reckless child? You've disappointed me so much. Disappointed? I can't defeat him, he has subdued me. Logically, he should be happy about this. What exactly does this mean? Could it be that Guchanga has been encouraging my cultivation just to kill me? Today is just a small punishment for you. If there's a next time, I will throw you straight into a pit and suppress you for 3 to 5 years. If you have no ability, then go cultivate. I don't have time to play these childish revenge games with you. You. Stop tormenting me. Your current strength is simply not enough. Guchanga, if you're wasting your energy insulting me just to make me kill you, then I will fulfill your wish. What do you think? Wait until you have the ability to do so. Before the words were finished, a sword chi was released, and Guchanga had to turn around to look. At this moment, Sienner had already taken her stance, and a giant sword appeared above her head. What is this? The aura beyond the Saint Realm? The old monster's blade light. I never expected he actually passed this on to Sienner. I'm afraid today, Guchanga, won't be able to escape. Destructive severing slash. Sienner, no. Yu Mingkong shouted urgently. But by the time she came to her senses, it was already too late. The sword was about to strike Guchanga's head. As expected, she is indeed the daughter of destiny. She truly has hidden methods. This knife, I will return it to you. The knife struck down, splitting the Dao Heaven Immortal Realm in two. It took a long time before it stopped. The people below didn't understand what had happened, but such power could likely only be wielded by the elders of the sect. In the end, what do you really want to do? That's right. This is precisely the foundation of your great Dao. Sienner didn't expect that, even though this person could hold on for a while, and she had already withdrawn a large amount of spiritual energy, why didn't he escape? And what was he saying about returning the knife to you? If she hadn't retracted her hand earlier, wouldn't he have died right here? Have I been misunderstanding him all along? Are you seeking death? Even if it's a plot to gain sympathy, you're too confident. If Sienner hadn't retracted her hand in the end, that knife would have been your death sentence. I simply wanted to repay the slight I owe you for what you endured for me. The two young people widened their eyes, watching as Guchanga left. Do you think this will win everyone's sympathy and forgiveness? You're wrong, Guchanga. Even if you die, you should die in a way that's worthy of your death. Indeed, enough hatred. On the contrary, I underestimated you. The next day, did you hear? The young master of the Chongqinggu family, Guchanga, has been sealed as the successor palace master today. Chang'e really? But yesterday, it seemed like Guchanga was severely wounded by his sister, Gu Sienner. It said that the knife almost destroyed the heavens. The Gu family people are really perverted. Chang'e, as expected of the trump card of the daughter of fate, this knife actually contains destructive power. Chang'e, but it's fine, if the wound heals too quickly, then this act wouldn't seem as real. Chang'e, after all, to gain Gu Sienner's full trust, this knife must be endured. Once you dig out this bone with your own hands, the final harvest will flow as smoothly as a river. Chang'e, still being soft-hearted toward your enemies, you're really just a foolish girl. How could you escape my grasp? Yu Mingkong and Sienner arrived together. These two must have discussed something important. Yu Mingkong has the experience of a past life, so she definitely knows the outcome for Gu Sienner. At this point, aligning with allies to deal with me also fits her style. Guchanga. What's wrong? Are you concerned about me? Are you alright? This woman really is concerned about me. Oh, it hurts. What kind of look is that? Be more genuine. This is the medicine that helps you force out the destructive power. When combined with the operation of spiritual energy, it should show effects in a few days. When did Mingkong start caring about me? Probably from the past, but some people just never noticed. Why are you sighing? It's nothing. Anyway, I'm a person with a single focus, so not feeling anything is normal. Yeah, Gu Wuxin. Your heart must be made of stone. The day the immortal path opens is approaching. Now, quite a few young talents from various clans have quietly formed alliances. If you want to know some information, why not spend some time down below and take a look around? This resentment isn't that big, but I can only blame his innate demonic nature. It's too hard to explain. Looks like I need to create an opportunity for her to accidentally discover my true secret. Tianxian Palace is really smart. Now they've promoted the young Master Gu to the heir of the Immortal Palace. Now, among all the peers, who can compete with him for power? But it's not that simple. Recently, quite a few people have broken through to the Wind King realm. Guchanga has also suffered serious injuries, so I'm afraid many people still want to take advantage of the chaos. Have you heard? About Yi Ling, that expert who once fought against the reincarnation of Yi Ling Tian, the ancient emperor. I heard he plans to challenge Guchanga. I don't know when they became enemies. Recently, he's been showing up often. So? Do you think he can defeat Guchanga? Maybe not. But in any case, Guchanga is not someone easy to deal with. Brother Gu, I didn't expect this matter to drag you into it. It's just a small insect. Brother Yi, why bother caring so much? I initially thought the same. But because I underestimated him, I ended up suffering a loss. Until now, I still don't know why the news about him challenging you spread. If I remember correctly, Yi Ling is only from the collateral branch of the Yi family. If you say it's lucky to tie with him, then today, his challenge to me makes this matter even more valuable. After all, someone like him isn't a fool. What Brother Gu said, I have considered. Yi Ling must have someone powerful guiding him from behind. Maybe he inherited something. After all, when I fought him back then, I felt his moves were extremely strange and could neutralize many of my divine powers. It seems that my guess is similar to Brother Ye's. Yi Ling is so arrogant, so he must have someone supporting him behind the scenes. Do you think so too? What do you plan to do? Is he planning to expose that Yi Ling possesses the reincarnation ancient rune? I've heard that recently many elite disciples from sects and families have mysteriously disappeared or had their essence stolen. Does Brother Yi know about this? He wanted to throw stones to cover his ears. Just like in his previous life when he framed the inheritor of the demonic art for someone else. Seeing Yu Mingkong's unease, he guessed that she might have realized something. What's wrong with Yu Mingkong? Is she unwell? Gu Xian and Princess Yu Mingkong's relationship is indeed enviable. Yi Xian, don't make fun of it. I'm sure Yu Mingkong has just been thinking about those missing sect disciples recently and feels a little dissatisfied. The recent turmoil is unsettling. Those missing people didn't have high cultivation, and no one paid attention at first. Now, suddenly it has erupted, and we've discovered that there were several people. It really is the fate of humanity. That's right. Those missing disciples are a part of it. But what's even stranger is that some sect tombs have also been robbed. Even the ancient corpses are missing. Didn't you notice? The time gap between this incident and the disappearances is quite long. Could it be related to the forbidden inheritance of a certain sect? Yi Xian means, it's the kind of cultivation taboo people often talk about. I heard that most people who cultivate this kind of inheritance consume their original bloodlines. And even the residual souls from corpses to quickly enhance their cultivation. Considering everything that has happened recently, maybe this rumor is true. I heard from Gu Xian that Yi Ling has recently risen. Could this be related to the matter? I was just waiting for you to say that. I've already investigated Yi Ling. He was originally a side member of the Yi family, with mediocre talent, no background, and no resources. But in a short period of time, his cultivation rapidly increased, catching up to us. This is indeed very strange. I need to report this situation back to the family quickly. Let's meet again when the immortal path opens. Yi Xian, I'll send you off. Alright, I'll see you again. Yimu bids farewell. Guchanga, your methods are really frightening. What's so frightening about it? Sooner or later, Yi Ling will die, but this way of dying is just easier. Besides, Wei Fu is helping her. It's settled then. Today, old Yu and I will find a residence to rest. Yes, young master. How about you, aren't you going back? Of course, I'm going to break through my cultivation and also watch a play tonight. Brother Bai Lai, thanks to your resource support, my cultivation has been steadily increasing. Yi Ling is very grateful. Haha, Brother Zhai Lang, you're too polite. There's no need for thanks between us. I heard that a few days ago, my sister-in-law offended Gu Chang'e, the young master of the Gu family. As a disciple of the heavenly immortal palace, it's truly admirable that she was able to go this far. Of course, we all know about Lady Yan Meishan's temperament. How many women in the world can be as clever and smooth as her? Just this alone, she's probably kicked out countless people. Brother Bai is really lucky, ha ha ha. The women I like, how could they not be good? Yan Mei sent a message, saying that today, she has free time to leave the heavenly immortal palace. If I ask her to come here, none of you will object, right? Sister-in-law is coming? I heard that sister-in-law is graceful and beautiful, who could refuse such a thing? Older brother, you don't need to worry too much about Guchanga. He's only half a step ahead of you in cultivation. Once you break through to the middle stage of the king realm, who among your peers will be able to compare with you? Haha. Brother Jai is right, Guchanga. I think he's just an empty vessel, all talk. You're right. The destructive power of my Baihu tribe is indeed invincible. What's Guchanga worth? That day, I just held back for the greater good. A hero doesn't care about small gains in front of him. But when it comes to Guchanga, how could I not take the opportunity to challenge him? An enemy of my older brother is naturally our enemy too. Besides, that woman is his fiancée. The fourth princess of the Wushuang Heavenly Dynasty, Yu Mingkong. Are you planning to take an interest in her? A beauty like her, who wouldn't pay attention? I'm actually considering pursuing her. But she schemed against me for no reason. I won't let her off easily. And Guchanga is her fiancé. It's the perfect chance to strike at him. At this moment, Yanmei arrived. Everyone's eyes brightened as they saw the figure of a woman. Sister-in-law, you've arrived just in time. Older brother mentioned you today. It must be brother Jai, right? That's right. Sister-in-law, come in and sit down. Let's have a drink together. Please sit. Everyone here is a distinguished talent, and there is a strong sense of hostility toward Guchanga. Seeing Lady Yan today, it's clear she's extraordinary. Sorry to keep you waiting. Due to the matters in the palace, Guchanga has already been appointed as the heir, and the ceremony of his rewards will take place in a few days. If he hadn't just left today, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet with Brother Lai. Guchanga deserves to die. Brother Lai, I'm fine. Sister-in-law, you must have already heard about me challenging Guchanga. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you. Recently, I've indeed heard a lot about Brother Jai. He challenged the ancient Emperor Jai Langtian, and now he's challenging Guchanga. Your courage really deserves admiration. Sister-in-law, although Guchanga is strong, I'm not afraid of him. I'm different from others. As expected, Brother Jai is trustworthy. It's rare to be able to drink with sister-in-law. Shall we have a drink? No wonder older brother thinks about you day and night. Sister-in-law, you truly are a rare beauty. Brother Jai, you flatter me. Sister-in-law, you're truly generous. I filled my sister-in-law's cup with wine. Let's have another drink. At this moment, Wanmi looked at Bai Lai, who now appeared quite uncomfortable. The people around began to notice something was wrong. It's getting late. I've had a bit too much to drink, so I won't disturb big brother and big sister. Bai Lai, we'll take our leave. Everyone, please take care. Guchanga, sooner or later, I will make you taste my power. But it was just a few words. Big brother is too petty. As the door just closed, Bai Lai was about to say something, but Wanmi immediately stopped him. That Yi Ling has a bad personality and will definitely be wary of others. Brother Lai, it's best if you don't trust him too much in the future. Wanmi, why are you saying this? Brother Lai, I'm not trying to sow discord between you. But since meeting him, he has been eyeing me, and he was looking around recklessly during the toast just now. If he doesn't even respect me, what position do you think he'll place you in? I know, it must have been a mistake in choosing friends on your part, Brother Lai. There were too many people just now, and if I had warned you then, others might have thought I was trying to create rifts between you two brothers. But Wanmi also understood that Brother Lai needed help now. It didn't matter if she was wronged. She knew Yi Ling's true nature very well. But I didn't expect him to dare stare at you like that. He's becoming more and more disrespectful of me as your older brother. Don't worry, I will never let him get away with what happened tonight. It's getting late, so Wanmi decided to leave first. Wanmi, it's so late, do you still want to return to the mountain gate? I'm not going back today. There's a small courtyard in the city where I can rest. Wanmi's small courtyard is to the east, 300 miles away from here. 300 miles to the east, was Wanmi hinting at something? As soon as Wanmi left the door, Bai Lai sent someone to bring Yi Ling back. Bai Lao, you should go as well. Yi Ling has many tricks up his sleeve. The fish has already taken the bait. Random task, relationship line execution for the offspring has been completed. Calculating the perfect evaluation result, luck points reward, 1,000, destiny, 5,000. Additionally, the reward has been further increased by 40%. The so-called deep brotherly bond cannot resist the temptation of such beauty. I'll go out for a bit. If nothing happens, she can stay here and wait for me. Planning to handle Yi Ling by yourself? No, Yi Ling, as the heir of the ancient reincarnation talisman, surely has many cards to save his life. If Guchanga doesn't intend to expose his secrets, he certainly can't kill him. Could he be planning to use Bai Lai? Playing with people's hearts in his hands, truly worthy of being Guchanga. Bro, don't you think my older brother is a bit petty? I only talked to Ruanmi for a few moments, and his face turned so ugly, like he ate shit. The matter of competing for the main position. I can't believe you can speak so casually about it. If you're not more careful, you'll eventually suffer a huge loss, because of a woman. Don't you remember what happened the last time we met? I will never let that matter go. Just then. Yi Ling. We'll meet again. You just arrived and are already in a hurry to leave. Who exactly are you? This person clearly doesn't have strong external cultivation, but that strange aura makes it hard to breathe. Ming Lao suddenly appeared from behind. He struck Yi Ling. Fortunately, Yi Ling dodged in time, otherwise, it would have been over. Seeing that the opponent was at the God King level. Without saying a word, he immediately turned and fled. What does the young master mean by doing this? I should have known I couldn't kill this kid. Should we make him press him a little? Ruanmi must be getting impatient by now. When Bai Lai walked in, he saw Ruanmi sitting and waiting, and the wine was already prepared. It seems that the master was right, you really came. Master? What master? Duan Mei, weren't you waiting for me? Brother Bai, you didn't hear wrong. Of course Duan Mei was waiting for you. Not bad, the wine at noon is still cold. Dwainer. I've met the master. You. Brother Bai, why are you standing there? Don't you want to have a drink with your fiancé? Duan Mei, what are you doing? Brother Bai is your fiancé. Yet you're making him stand. Quickly pour him a full glass. Guchanga actually dares to use Duan Mei to scheme against me. The master has granted the wine. Aren't you going to thank the master? Duan Mei, I ask you, I haven't been unfair to you, so why are you treating me like this? Can't you tell? Apart from your rough appearance, you're still a lovesick fool. I heard you want to kill me? Now Duan Mei is giving you a chance to meet me alone. And logically, you should be grateful, so why are you so unhappy? Guchanga, everything was arranged by you, right? You forced Duan Mei, destroyed my relationship with Yi Ling, forced me to drop all my guards, and come here alone? No matter what your purpose is, I won't let you succeed. You're smart, but when have I, Guchanga, ever needed to use such low-level tactics to force others? Stop dreaming. You're not even worth a single toenail of the master, how could he possibly have feelings for you? Duan Mei, she. Bai Lai hadn't finished speaking when a barrier suddenly appeared, trapping him inside. Brother Bai. Now that the guards aren't around, let me send you to the Yellow Springs, with this cup of wine. Guchanga, you want to kill me? Behind me is the ancient White Tiger Vajra clan. If I don't kill you, are you asking me to chat with you all night? As for your family, I haven't decided yet who I'll hold accountable for this. Do you think I'm an ant, and anyone can just kill me? Talk too much. Guchanga shouted angrily and threw the wine cup. The wine cup shattered, scattering everywhere. It formed countless shards, flying toward Bai Lai. His defensive layer was immediately broken. How much more are you hiding? Using the attack power of the top 3 diamond ores in Bai Hun's hands is truly a waste of talent. You dare to look down on me? Bai Lai shouted. Transforming into a white tiger, he charged desperately towards Guchanga. Above Guchanga's head, a magic thorn suddenly appeared. A violent storm erupted, and space tore open, filled with destructive energy. Bai Lai was hit. The clothes on Bai Lai were torn apart. Guchanga grabbed his neck. Are you so impatient to die? Why still resist? I didn't expect you to be at the celestial realm. Guchanga, you can't kill me. No matter how much Bai Lai screamed, countless vines emerged from that flower and entangled him. One of the vines extended and formed into a small bottle. This bottle sucked away Bai Lai's source of the Vajra, making him feel the power within his body, gradually being drained. Bai Lai turned into a corpse and fell down. Guchanga remained suspended in the air, absorbing the power of the White Tiger Vajra. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Source Vajra. Master, how should we deal with Bai Lai's corpse? This corpse cannot be casually destroyed, after all, it still has great use. Just clean up this area. Then, Bai Mi continued sitting in the courtyard. Bai Lai's 3 bodyguards flew over. They inquired about Bai Lai's whereabouts. Indeed, Brother Lai had come to find me, but he told me to first go deal with Yi Ling, asking me to wait for him. What happened? So that's how it is. I didn't expect the young master to actively go look for Yi Ling. What happened? To be honest, the young master had sent me to capture Yi Ling before, but I only found some battle marks. Perhaps the young master had already found him, but now Yi Ling is missing. And there's no news from the young master either. Has Brother Lai also disappeared? But Brother Lai, as the young master of the White Tiger clan, has many magical treasures on him, so there shouldn't be any danger, right? That Yi Ling is cunning, so the young master may have suffered at his hands. If something really happened, it should have been noticed by now. Yi Ling is no good. If something happens to the young master, we will make him pay. The safety of the young master is still unknown, so we won't disturb you. If you find Brother Lai, please tell him to contact me immediately. I am very worried about him. Rest assured, Heavenly Maiden, I will pass on the message to the young master when the time comes. As expected, the master's calculations are like divine predictions. Everyone's actions have already been planned. When they meet Bai Lai, I'm afraid there will only be a corpse left. Yu Ming did not wait for Gu Chang'e to return. Mingbu, are you still waiting for my husband? The smell of a fox spirit is all over you. Where have you been? Fox spirit? It seems Mingbu doesn't fully understand the scent on me. Although I didn't do anything to make her jealous tonight, she's already reminded me, and my relationship with that woman indeed cannot be exposed. You don't need to test me, I won't leak it. As expected, Mingbu doesn't understand me. Gu Chang'e, even if this woman is just your pawn, I will not allow you to have other women. Until the hatred from the previous life is resolved. By Hu clan, who dares to kill my son? I will tear him into pieces. According to the blood trail of young Master Bai Lai, he should be in this cave. Quickly break the restriction and let us in. Is this a dungeon? Why are there so many corpses here? So many people from the upper realm have gone missing. Could it be true that news about Yi Ling has spread? Bai Lao, is it the young master's body? His vital energy and origins have been completely devoured. Young master, this matter is beyond our control. We must report to the clan as soon as possible, the situation is very serious. The heir of the demon palace, Yi Ling, devoured my origin. This grudge must be avenged with blood. Old Turtle, do you find the recent events strange? Why do I feel that someone is clearly manipulating everything behind the scenes? And what about that man from last night? Who assassinated my people? What is his connection to this? I don't remember offending him. Could it be Gu Chang'e? If he wanted to kill me, why would he go to such great lengths? Regardless, I must tell Brother Bai Lai and make sure he is well prepared. At that moment, a voice came from the sky. From now on, my Baihu King Kong clan will use all its power to hunt down the murderer who killed young Master Bai Lai, Yi Ling. This person is extremely cruel, cunning, and narrow-minded, violating both the laws of heaven and human morals. If anyone captures him or provides any clues, our clan will treat them as a guest of 1,000 years, and we will be deeply grateful. Brother Lai is dead, but why is it being said that I killed him? Someone must have framed me. Old Turtle, I'm wronged, do you know? But saying this now is useless. Even if I prove to you. Even if you can prove to me that Bai Lai wasn't killed by me, whether they believe it or not is another matter. If I, as the heir of the ancient heavenly sovereign, am discovered to have had a reincarnation, they won't let me go. I absolutely cannot be captured by the Baihu clan right now. This is indeed a vicious plan. Just one step, and I'm trapped in a difficult situation. It must have been that person from last night who was plotting against me. Now, he is in the dark, and I am in the light. The most important thing right now is to escape, using the power of reincarnation to hide my origin. Ordinary people will never detect it. This is the only thing you can do now. A few days later. Today, the Dao Tian Immortal Palace will hold the title ceremony for the heir of our sect at the Chongqing Tianjian, formally naming Gu Chang'e as the heir of our generation. Disciple Gu Chang'e, bowing in thanks to all the elders and the palace master. Now, Chang'e is officially the heir of our Dao Tian Immortal Palace. He must lead by example and guide his fellow junior brothers and sisters. The immortal path here has now opened. And we can relax much more. Rest assured, Palace Master, as long as Chang'e is here, we will certainly not let anyone bully the disciples of our immortal palace. Well said. As the heir, we present a pair of Fingxi Tianjin staves. These are divine weapons once used by one of our Dao Tian Immortal Palace ancestors, and their divine power speaks for itself. Once activated with spiritual energy, their power is such that ordinary Saint Realm experts cannot approach them. But until you reach the divine realm, you cannot use them for now. I didn't expect it to be the Fingxi Tianjin staves. I wonder if any of the brothers and heroic figures below are willing to ask for some advice? So handsome, Master Gu, truly worthy of the legendary immortal talent. This person looks like he's completely recovered from the wound he had from the previous blade. It seems that no one intends to make a move. If that's the case, then I will respectfully accept the position of heir today. Is this how it ends? Shouldn't I be given a chance to challenge him? I should take the opportunity to mock him later. What are you saying? Senior brother Gu is an extraordinary talent. This position of heir isn't something that only he can hold. We all fully accept it. Why is he ignoring me? I haven't properly defeated him yet, so why is he acting like he doesn't know me and just pushing me aside? Did I put in so much effort, endure so many years of hard training and hatred, just to have it all undone by that one blow from him? Why does he have to act so high and mighty? Treating me like a stranger, a passerby, even worse than an enemy? Oh, what's wrong, Xianer? Just as I was about to speak, someone nearby congratulated me. Brother Gu truly deserves to be the role model for all of our peers. After meeting you today, I am indeed greatly surprised. This Taoist brother is too polite. I wonder what Brother Gu thinks about the recent turmoil surrounding the inheritance of the Demon Palace. The Zhuke clan, Qi Ling. Everyone knows about the Demon Palace heir. Why did Qi Ling Tiannu ask this? Doesn't Brother Gu think that this time, the whole Demon Palace inheritance affair revealed many flaws? From ancient times to the present, every time a Demon Palace heir appears, it shakes the three realms, causing all the major sects to unite and hunt them down. The power is so strong that ordinary people can hardly understand it. What's with that gaze? This time, the Demon Palace heir is Yi Ling. I heard that his strength hasn't yet reached the Wind King realm. How could he kill someone like Bai Lai, who had many means? Yes, if Yi Ling hasn't reached the Wind King realm, how could he kill brother Bai Lai? There are indeed too many doubts here. I've fought Yi Ling before and even broke his spiritual energy. It was truly strange, and despite not having many resources, his cultivation grew rapidly. More importantly, recently, many talented disciples have gone missing, and Bai Lai's body appeared in the Demon Palace heir's dungeon. These events inevitably lead people to suspect Yi Ling. As someone from the Yi family, if these things were indeed done by him, the Yi family would also bear responsibility and cannot shirk it. But these are only speculations. And we cannot wrong an innocent person based on these alone. Innocent? Does young Master Bai Lai of the Baihu clan deserve to be considered innocent? Do the young people who died in the major forces deserve to be considered innocent? I heard that Yi Ling was once cultivating in a certain secret realm, and Qi Ling Tiannu was also there. Did you know him, and is that why you're always making excuses for him? Letting him expose himself in front of everyone? Qi Ling couldn't speak anymore. I see. It seems that Qi Ling Tiannu has known Yi Ling for a long time. I didn't know this before. It seems that I must add another piece to my game. So Qi Ling Tiannu and Yi Ling know each other? A bit nervous, afraid to answer. I suppose Qi Ling Tiannu is also driven by a love for fairness. I think we should temporarily not discuss this issue. If we have wronged a good person, then if all the cultivators go after Yi Ling and release the true Demon Palace heir, that would be troublesome. But Brother Gu, the chaos caused by the Demon Palace heir must be handled with caution. We cannot act arbitrarily. Brother Gu's view is also reasonable. If that's the case, we should go back and gather more evidence to discuss it fairly. Indeed, Brother Gu, you are a blessing to the righteous path. Brother Gu, then we will take our leave. We haven't been a bother, so farewell. Anyway, Yi Ling has already been burdened with the crime of being the Demon Palace heir. After getting through this time, it's the best opportunity for me to gather resources and improve my cultivation. The immortal path is about to open, and the ancient corpses inside, even the immortal corpses from ancient times, are my perfect opportunities, along with the heavenly spirit that is about to emerge. Just now, thanks to Brother Chang'e for helping me out. I've just arrived here, and I wonder if Brother Chang'e can take me on a tour of the Dao Tian Immortal Palace. Since Qiling Tiannu has spoken, I would naturally be very honored. Come, let's walk and talk. Today I heard Brother Chang'e mention, could it be about the inheritance of the Demon Palace? Well, I do understand it, but it's only through the remnants left from ancient times. After all, everyone knows who the Demon Palace heir is. Let me briefly explain, it's my duty to do so. Really? It seems Brother Chang'e truly is a warm-hearted person. Warm-hearted might be too much to say. I just can't stand seeing the creatures of the world in constant conflict. Brother Bai Lai, although we had some grudges, he was a bold and generous man. Now that he has ended up like this, I do feel a bit regretful. Brother Chang'e, your sense of justice truly earns my admiration, Qiling. Let me not make you laugh, Qiling Tiannu. Actually, I began to suspect that Yi Ling was the heir of the Demon Palace, but after thinking carefully, if Yi Ling were really so full of ambition, wanting to challenge me, he should be someone with a fighting spirit. If he were truly the Demon Palace heir, how could he be so brazen? I really can't hide it anymore. Yi Ling's way of doing things is very similar to what Brother Chang'e described. That's why I believe he is not the Demon Palace heir. But with Brother Chang'e's help, clearing Yi Ling's suspicion, the issue of the Demon Palace heir should be easy to resolve. Perhaps we could even become friends in the future. Oh, is that so? Exactly, Brother Chang'e, you are so warm-hearted, anyone could become your friend. What a clever girl, trying to connect me and Yi Ling with just a few words. If you need someone to clear Yi Ling's name, then I am indeed the right person for the job. Who said I am warm-hearted, full of justice, always helping others? Brother Chang'e. By the way, since Qiling Tiannu believes in Yi Ling so much, you must also know Yi Ling's whereabouts. I am not sure, but I can try to contact him. That's good. Actually, I'm wondering, if Yi Ling isn't the Demon Palace heir, could he be Deep Lang Thien, Yi Lang Tian, the young master of the Yi family? Oh. I didn't expect it to be Brother Yi. Then why doesn't Qiling Tiannu suspect that I might be the Demon Palace heir? Brother Chang'e, with your status, your future is limitless. How could you be involved with the Demon Palace? But Yi Lang Tian is a different case. After all, he was once considered an ancient emperor. Now the gap between you and I keeps growing. If he were infected by the Demon Palace out of jealousy, it wouldn't be impossible. It's a long story, I need to be careful. The heir of the Zhuke clan. Ming Kong, Brother Chang'e. Is this Ming Kong, the emperor's son? She's been angry with me lately, so she's been showing that expression. Please don't mind. Then I'll come back another day and not trouble you further. If your fiancé has any misunderstandings, that wouldn't be good. Then, goodbye. Yi Ling, I've done all I can for you. Recently, you must be careful and not get caught. This little girl is scheming, still shifting the blame. She's really quite naive. What, Ming Kong still isn't angry yet? If you don't tell me who that fox is, don't even think about touching me. What needs to be known, I will naturally tell her. What she shouldn't know, she should stop asking about. But speaking of which, after all these days, hasn't Ming Kong suspected me yet? Suspect you of what? Someone as smart as you should understand. On the surface, I'm pretending to be foolish, knowing nothing, but in reality, you've already realized I know too much. Are you planning to take action against me? Ming Kong, I really like you more and more. Beautiful, sensible, truly, the perfect ideal wife. Truly the perfect ideal wife, Chang'e. What exactly are you trying to say? So, you knew too. Yi Ling was never the heir of the Demon Palace. His true identity is the heir of the reincarnation ancient seal. That's right, I know. Actually, you are the true heir of the Demon Palace. So now you plan to kill me to silence me? The day has finally come. Ha ha ha. See, if you had just said it earlier, wouldn't it have been better? Why pretend so hard? The matter of the Demon Palace is extremely important. If it leaks, I will never be able to recover. Killing you will definitely eliminate the threat. Then why haven't you made a move? What are you waiting for? Does Ming Kong think that talisman can protect you? Before he could fully understand Chang'e's words, he lunged forward and grabbed her hand. Looking at his current appearance, Ming Kong was reminded of the scene from her past life when he had killed her. A lifetime reborn. In the end, nothing had changed. When she was ready to let everything go, Chang'e suddenly hugged her, apologizing for not telling her the truth sooner. He said he was afraid that revealing it would implicate her. Now that she knows, the burden in his heart could finally be put down. What Ming Kong is thinking in her mind, no one knows. Only a prompt appeared. The mood of the girl of destiny has changed, the luck of the luck master increased by 800 points, and the fate increased by 400. These sweet words are indeed what girls like to hear the most. Ming Kong pushed him away. If you don't kill me now, aren't you afraid I'll expose your secret? I am afraid, but I can't bring myself to kill her. If she keeps doing this, I'll have to accept my fate and marry a guilty wife. Who is your wife? We haven't even married yet. I was decisive in my past life, so why can't I bring myself to do it in this life? But now I've found a scapegoat. And he can take action. As long as he kills me, his plan won't have any loopholes. Anyway, it'll be the same sooner or later. Everything you have is mine. She didn't come to today's conferment ceremony either. I had originally planned to have her pick a few things, and give those old men some Phoenix Envoy's immortal golden candy. This is for her. If she wants to kill me, at least she'll need a treasure like this. Chang'e, why are you getting more and more unable to see through me? Do you see that person? Old Turtle, there are White Tiger Clan cultivators outside every day now. Will I really not be discovered like this? Should I dye my hair again? Don't worry. The reincarnation technique isn't something they can easily see through. It's just a pity that for now, I can't use my handsome appearance to tease little fairies anymore. Now's the time. Do you remember that woman? The heir of the Demon Palace has appeared. Coincidentally, I suspect that the heir of the Demon Palace might be cultivating near the Dao Tian Immortal Palace. Or even be a disciple of the Dao Tian Immortal Palace. Considering the previous ambush by Ming Kong, she must have mastered my reincarnation method, and that's why she would want to act and fight for it. Ming Kong is still Chang'e's fiancé, maybe they have a tacit understanding. In the past, I missed Chang'e, but now that I think about it, the biggest suspect is him. If you're right, then this truth is terrifying. In the eyes of the Dao Tian Immortal Palace, their heir is actually the heir of the Demon Palace. If this leaks, it will definitely shake the upper realms. Thinking of the disasters I've gone through, behind every event lurks Chang'e's figure, but I was so foolish I only realized the importance of this matter now. It's really terrifying. Chang'e, if you insist on harming me, this time I will confront you head-on. Immortal talent, heir of the Demon Palace, Yi Ling, how could I be afraid of you? Let's not make this bigger for now. Forget it, no one outside will believe it. Chang'e not taking direct action probably means he needs someone to take the fall for him. Of course, it's best if we're wrong. There must be a terrifying enemy watching in the shadows. It really sends chills down my spine. Is anyone there? It's Qi Ling. Come in quickly. I wouldn't even recognize you walking down the street looking like this. It can't be helped, this is the only way. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I'm going to die. Don't worry, Yi Ling. I will find a way to help you. And recently, I've met a big shot, and he also thinks you've been wronged. A big shot? I should really thank him. I can't tell you right now, but he's young and his family background is stronger than mine. Yi Ling once vowed to defeat Chang'e. It's better not to say anything more. That's great. Qi Ling, I really don't know how to thank you. If you can clear my name, I'll definitely repay you with my life. Alright, don't get too excited, you're making me hurt. Achoo, does anyone miss me? Recently, after devouring so many resources collected by Ruanmi, my cultivation has only slightly improved. It seems that breaking through to the angel realm is truly not easy. For now, switching to some talismans on the Tiangu continent should be enough. The divine ability called Transcendence can finally be used. The supreme talent of Transcendence specifically manifests as transcendent behavior, disregarding destiny. affecting bloodlines, and consuming 30,000 points of destiny to transcend a bone and become a Dao bone. As long as the destiny points are enough, can't I transcend all the bones in my body? This system is still as useful as before. After absorbing the divine ability, I never expected to be able to glimpse the laws of this world. I've finally mastered the method to enter the saint realm. Could it be that my strength is now enough to annihilate saints? This should be about finished. Just then, from afar, it seems that soon, the entrance to the Tiangu continent will be completely opened. This time, the young disciples from all the major factions will come. I wonder whether it's a blessing or a curse. The so-called blessings and curses depend on each other. For the original inhabitants of the Tiangu continent, this is also an experience. After all, there have been many opportunities recently, and it's precisely because of offending outside disciples that they have a chance to gain them. As for the outside disciples, we'll just have to rely on our own abilities. Inform the young disciples from all major factions to gather here in 3 days to prepare for entering the Tiangu continent. Finally, the entrance to the Tiangu continent has opened. It's a pity that us old guys are excluded. Haha, anyway, the old guys inside can't take action either. The opportunities inside can only be contested by the younger generation. The appearance of the Jia immortal spirit in the present world, if one is lucky, they can replace their body and rush into the mortal realm. As for which family they'll end up in, that depends on their ability. This time, it's a mix of various types, and with the recent emergence of the Demon Palace heir, we still need to remind the younger generation to be cautious, to avoid being assassinated. Regarding the various paths of cultivation between the Tiangu continent and the outside world, the seniors from the major factions can't participate this time. And those powerful beings who are already in the Tiangu continent or the forebears of the pioneers cannot participate either. When you enter, there will be countless opportunities, and you will need to rely on your own abilities. Life or death is not guaranteed. Dao Tian Immortal Palace is indeed a dominant force. This is just the tip of the iceberg, there are definitely things I cannot see through. Senior brother Chang'e of Dao Tian Immortal Palace has arrived. Why is he looking at me? Has he discovered something? Don't worry, don't overthink it. The disguise of the reincarnation ancient mansion is not easy to see through. That's good. Senior brother Chang'e, I hope you take good care of me this time on the Tiangu continent. Qi Ling, you're too polite. I need to remind Qi Ling not to be deceived by senior brother Chang'e's apparent kindness. He is the most likely to be the heir of the Demon Palace. It seems that Bai Lai's death has indeed been a huge blow to Wan Yu's sister-in-law. Are you sure? Could it be that everything was done by senior brother Chang'e? Do I still need to remind you? I announce that the cultivation journey to the Tiangu continent begins now. Everyone charge forward, the first one to arrive gets ahead. Yu Mingkong glanced at Chang'e, then left on her own. Still angry? Forget it, I knew she wouldn't come with me. It's fine, she has her own opportunities. Xianer walked over and glared at him, then left. This girl, forget it, I won't bother with her. Conquering Yilan is the most important thing. After entering, we'll act separately. We have communication jade slips, so if there's any difficulty, remember to contact me first. Inside the Tiangu continent. As soon as I entered here, I encountered an immortal spring. It seems that the Tiangu continent really does contain many opportunities, just as recorded. This experience is my only chance to take revenge on Chang'e. Hey, girl, which faction are you from? Why come here alone? Why not come with us? Let us brothers take good care of you. Eureka, stay away from me. I won't do it even if you beg. Attack. Strip her of all her clothes, and throw them in the water, let's soak together. Xianer drew her sword and killed those two with a single strike, then immediately charged toward the remaining one. Her movements were so fast, the guy didn't even have time to draw his weapon. He had already been kicked away by her. Then she did a flip in the air. When she landed, the remaining person was already dead. I don't have time to waste with scum like you. She stored away 3 rings, then left. A few more people ran over. Seeing this, they were furious. Although they were useless, after all, they were her brothers, descendants of the Sea King Palace. You don't need to say it, I know what to do. The Sea King Palace is not far from here, many people travel back and forth through the starry region, they definitely won't come here to embarrass themselves. As expected, they are useless, they couldn't even deal with a little girl. When I catch you, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Interesting, the one lacking a woman in ready-made clothes is Chang's sister, who holds the supreme nirvana status. The Sea King Palace is not easy to provoke. As for whether Changgu will intervene to help the woman called his sister, it's still uncertain. Sir, we are willing to guide you, please forgive us. The master just received news that Miss Yenner seems to have offended someone from the Sea King Palace. Should we go and help? No need, she won't die, and after all, she was taught by that old man. Master, we'll split up. Don't forget the task I gave you, make sure to get close to Xiaoling. Rest assured, Master, with your plan, dealing with a small person like Xiaoling is a piece of cake. You all stand up as well. Among you, who can be responsible for guiding? Master, he will be in charge of the guidance. Yes, he can guide. Oh, then the two of them are not needed. What's going on here? Shortly after, a long halberd fell from the sky, breaking the defense formation. And by the way, killed a monster. Who dares to provoke in front of the ancestral land? The owner of the demonic halberd is none other than Changgu. If it's not too troublesome, you may just go ahead. Is this the primordial essence accumulated over generations by the Holy Spirit? Perhaps I've overestimated it. The immortal spirit is about to be born. At that time, the entire continent will shake. By then, I must possess a higher divine soul. But just this alone still requires the child of destiny to accomplish. At this moment, Xiaoling and Qi Ling are battling a divine realm beast. A minor divine realm. Let me handle it. Has this guy gone crazy? There's a limit to showing off. That's right, trying to please the saintess doesn't require going this far. A group of ignorant fools. Open your eyes and see clearly. But before she had a chance to show off, the fierce beast was struck in the head with a single blow, dying instantly. It was Yu Mingkong who made the move. When she appeared here, everyone was greatly surprised. Although the fierce beasts on this continent haven't awakened their intelligence, to strike a fatal blow, one would likely need at least the strength of the Wind King realm. Seeing Yu Mingkong made Yi Ling's blood start to boil again. According to the memories from his past life, some of the residents' tombs on the immortal ancient continent had been quickly destroyed. Looking back now, it was surely that immoral Guchangda who did it. He carries the sky-reaching demon art with him, and this world was indeed made for him. If the immortal spirit were to appear, then when he leaves, his cultivation would certainly improve greatly. I just hope that before he deals with Yi Chen, he doesn't focus too much on others. Phoenix Clan, thank you, Ming Kong, for assisting with your imperial strength. It was just a coincidence. Now, the Red Spirit Celestial Maiden should not allow Yi Ling or anyone like him to hide in her team, right? No, our clan would never make such a low-level mistake. Then let's go. Are you alright? That's the aura of Yanmi. Before Qi Ling could stop him, Yi Ling had already run away. This person has been following us from the start, and now he runs off without even saying a word. Vague and strange techniques. Could he be the hidden inheritor of the demon art? Shut up. To be thrown off by such a small matter, based on Yi Ling's temperament, it seems he's still far from being comparable to Dao brother Changgu. At this moment, Yi was being killed and robbed of treasures by another person. If you're unwilling to hand over the spirit herb, then I'll search for it myself. She slapped out a palm, forcing the person to retreat and dodge. I didn't expect you to lay hands on a vile woman. Dao brother, I have no words for you. Step back. So, there's another helper. If that's the case, I'll let you have this small spirit herb. After saying this, she quickly ran off to avoid being killed. Yanmi, thank you, Dao brother, for your help. Yanni, it's me, Yi Ling. Acting all cool, you're truly useless. Yi Ling, how did you end up here? This is not the time. Don't worry, my concealment techniques are superb, no one will notice me. Do you know that many cultivators are hunting you down right now? You're so bold to reveal your identity in front of me, aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Sister-in-law cares about me so much, I'm very happy, but compared to your life, other things don't matter. Sister-in-law should know that I was wronged, and this time I entered the immortal ancient continent to clear the injustice I've suffered. I know that with your character, you would never harm us. Yanni, sister-in-law, you truly understand me. By the way, I want to remind you, sister-in-law, to be cautious of Guchanga. I suspect he is the one who has been scheming against me. How could it be senior brother Gu? In time, you will see it clearly. Come, let's go. For now, it's better for us to meet up with the Phoenix clan. After all, having one more helper in our actions is more advantageous. Yiling, every step you take is indeed part of the master's plan. Now, not only are you bringing disaster to the master, but you're also bringing opportunities to the master. Truly, you're making it difficult for yourself. Somewhere else. To kill me, I didn't expect so many people to be mobilized, even using the formation at home. Truly, you're making it hard for yourselves. Stop talking, kill for a life. Obey and die. I'll crush your bones. Under the siege of the three and the suppression of the formation, Gu Xianer gradually began to fall into a disadvantage. They planned to exhaust her stamina through 3 rounds of combat. It's all Guchanga's fault. If it weren't for wanting to disturb his mind, I would have already killed that guy with difficulty, stabbing him hard. No, if I die, it might cause less trouble, maybe that's what he hopes the most. Damn it, I will never let him succeed. Get away from me. Gu Xianer activated her Dao Bone power. She threw a punch, shattering the void, causing them some injuries. But her stamina was clearly starting to decline. Keep up the siege, I want to see how much longer you can hold out. After 3 continuous rounds of battle, the spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Master, the card we have left must be used to strike with certainty. The woman over there and that fat pig. You two should go together. Kid, not only are your methods brilliant, but your mouth is quite sharp as well. I love teasing that moonflower the most. As soon as this person finished speaking, the other 2 rushed forward and knocked Xianer flying. Let me crush your bones and offer a toast to the 7th princess. That fish, one hammer strike almost turned the sky into dried squid. Seeing her fly out. They didn't plan to give up and continued to chase her. But she was waiting for this opportunity. Before they even realized what happened, Xianer had completed her spell. Come, taste my 4th master sword. She struck out with a palm. Like an ancient divine sword, it split everything in half. Even the formation couldn't withstand this strike. The barrier shattered, and they thought they would have a chance. But the one watching from the side rushed forward, daring to kill our Sea King Palace's people. Damn it! She cursed while fighting. Still so young, yet her mind is so cunning. Her methods are cruel, she must not be left alive. Oh, should I offer my head to you then? After the fight, Xianer fell to the ground. She intended to use the trident to end her life. But fortunately, Xianer still had the strength to dodge. The peak of the Wind King realm, damn it. Spiritual energy has been exhausted, I can only delay for time. You guys are too much. It's just relying on power to bully people, purely bullying. Ha ha ha. That's right, my cultivation is higher than yours. I'll use my power to bully you. You must have heard, offending someone from our Sea King Palace never ends well for anyone. What is Sea King Palace? Do you know who I am? You dare to kill me? Humph. I know you are the disciple of the Grand Elder of Tianxian Palace, but so what? In this immortal ancient continent. If I want to kill you, he can't save you. But my brother is Guchanga, and he's here on the immortal ancient continent. If you dare touch me, my brother will crush you into pieces and burn your ashes to dust. Gu Xianer, I never expected you would have to use Guchanga's name. The immortal ancient continent is so vast, maybe he's currently fighting with someone for opportunities. Does he have time to care about you? Guchanga never expected you would mention him. Don't think I don't know you have a deep grudge with him, would he care about your life or death? Ha ha ha, you're just an outsider, how dare you speak so arrogantly about my relationship with my brother? Saying only he can bully me. What Wind King realm? In front of him, you're just a trivial thing, not even as good as an ant. What am I even saying? Ant? Fine. Let me stab you with my trident. Were you panicking just now? Your spiritual energy hasn't even recovered much. Are you planning to use other trump cards? She flew up and dodged the attack. But was kicked in the chest. So what if it's Guchanga? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Come, I'll kill you first. Next time, I'll try that guy called the True Immortal. I want to see what he can do. Before she could finish laughing, Guchanga appeared behind her like a ghost. What can I do to you? A slap across the face. Her green hair flipped several times in the air. Gu Xianer didn't expect Gu Chang'e to come. Seriously, do I need to offer some incense for him afterward? Is this a coincidence, or has he been paying attention to me all along? Gu Chang'e looked at her, his gaze full of understanding. Did he hear everything she just said? Those two idiots, just now, thought they were as good as dead. It turns out you can still escape even after losing a hand. Gu Chang'e, I admit you're strong, but don't think you can insult me at will. If it were a fight to the death, I might not lose to you. But Gu Chang'e didn't care at all. He asked if Gu Xianer was alright. Actually, there was nothing wrong. But when Gu Chang'e asked, I'm severely injured, many of my bones are broken, and my internal organs are all in disarray. Now I have no strength left, I can't even move. If no one comes, I'm probably going to die here today. Alone, with no one to even collect the bodies, woo-woo. I didn't expect the act to be so convincing. Wait, I got hurt so badly. Looks like the Sea King Palace people are really bullying me. Hey, this damn thing, she's the one who kept trying to kill me, and yet she's here saying such things. Gu Chang'e, don't think you can bully me just because you're powerful. That's right, strange, isn't it? Because my cultivation is higher than yours. Speak, how do you want to die? Gu Chang'e, don't go too far. If you want to back up that little girl. The Sea King Palace hurt my sister, and now you're blaming me for helping her. What kind of logic is that? In the past, when the 7th princess hunted me down, her attitude was just as arrogant and overbearing. How laughable. I didn't expect the roles to be reversed now. Standing here like this, I actually feel particularly at ease. I was clearly planning to take revenge just now, shift the blame onto him, and spread it around. Gu Xianer's mood changed. Gu Chang'e, if you're going to settle accounts, what about the fact that that little girl killed my brother? She also killed many warriors of the Sea King Palace, what about that? That fat guy really has a lot of nerve. Didn't he say before that he would break my bones and offer them as a toast to your master? Why was he lecturing me just now? Facing Gu Chang'e's gaze. The fat guy was sweating profusely, unsure how to respond. Gu Chang'e emitted a faint smoke. The Water Palace princess only knew to cover her face with her hands. But when she turned around to look, she saw one of her attendants had turned into a wooden post. It was like a monster. Before she could even react, the fat guy was already scared and started running away. But Gu Chang'e just smiled slightly. The fat guy still hadn't figured out what happened. When he heard the princess shout at him to be careful, Gu Chang'e was already standing right in front of him. He pressed him down with one hand, making him sink like a balloon. The Water Palace princess could only stare blankly, unable to believe what she was seeing. Gu Chang'e reminded her, it's your turn now. Gu Chang'e, you've used the power of the laws, you must have consumed a lot, right? You're also well aware of the Sea King Palace's strength. There's no need for us to discuss this. Say whatever you want in the Yellow Springs. 7th princess, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. That shrimp, who appeared out of nowhere, shouted, Princess, don't be afraid. He thought he had come at just the right time. And Gu Chang'e's state was surely not at its peak. If he could take care of him, save the princess' life, and even gain the attention of the Sea King Palace's master. Gu Chang'e, die. Gu Chang'e stretched out his hand. With a slap, he sent that useless shrimp flying. The princess took out a cauldron. It was clearly a fake, imitating one from Qiang. Though it was a replica, it was still a treasure of the Sea King Palace. If it could trap Gu Chang'e, it would be considered a success. But Gu Chang'e only smiled, and a flying sword flew out from his forehead. The flying sword turned into countless other swords. Each one contained the power of the laws. Is this Gu Chang'e's true strength? Then, thousands upon thousands of flying swords pierced through a mountain. The Water Palace princess was also sent flying. Xianer asked him, why throw it to her? At least she's the embodiment of a different beast. Though her life was lost, her blood vitality could still strengthen the bones, don't you want that? Then why are you here? Gu Chang'e felt that this should be a coincidence. Do you think he'll thank you for doing this? Even if not, I'm still fine. If you have a problem, go find your brother, it has nothing to do with Gu Chang'e. Do you want to be beaten? Let's go. If we don't, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. I want to throw you into the sealing pit for 500 years, don't get too proud. One day, I will step on you. And let you taste that feeling. If you want revenge, prove it to me. Like I said before, you're probably not even qualified to be the bug flying behind me. In the past, every time Gu Xianer was bullied, she would run to hug Gu Chang's leg. Although she would say she didn't care, she would still take Xianer and beat those people until they looked like pig heads. This made Xianer very happy. But now, she was no longer the same as before. Even if everything he did was out of guilt or unease, he should no longer think he could hide the truth of the past from her. Because in the end, she would certainly uncover the truth. By then, she would defeat him honorably. Gu Xianer, the daughter of fate, has changed her attitude, gaining 100 points of luck and 5,000 points of destiny. You must work hard. This little girl, Xianer, though she always says she wants to defeat me, perhaps deep down she has already quietly changed. After absorbing the essence of Yuan, the remaining part, her thoughts are simple, even a little favor is enough to make her head spin. If this were in someone else's hands, they might not believe it and instead find it unclear. I don't understand, as her older brother, if I hadn't protected her, how many dangers would she have had to face? Looks like I am really a good older brother. After some time of accumulation, her cultivation smoothly reached the Void God realm. These people in front of her, even without magic skills, could easily suppress those so-called elites. Only, I wonder how that kid, Yi Lang, is doing with his treasure hunt. The young taboo, is the power he is using now considered a young taboo? A young taboo? Brother Gus' growth speed is truly terrifying. Among young people, aside from those disciples or monstrous geniuses like Chen Feng, there's probably no one who can rival him. Why do I feel like you're very happy? No, that's not it. At this moment, Yu Mingkong was fighting with a red-haired woman who had goat horns. Let's see how long you can dodge. I never expected to encounter such a tricky character here. Based on my memories from my previous life, that woman should be the one who calls herself the subordinate of the true dragon, Lord Long. What are you looking at, outsider? Do you think you can defeat me easily? I didn't expect that the fiancé of Gu Chang'e, the young master of the Gu family, would have such strength. The young woman fighting her, could she be from the ancient tribes of the immortal world? I didn't expect her to possess the strength of the Void God realm. Have the ancient tribes of the immortal world already disappeared? Even if the immortal ancient continent is so vast, isn't it just a piece of land that was once completely cleared? Could there still be ancient tribes of the immortal world here? The ancient tribes of the immortal world are merely our subjects or slaves. These tribes have always been mysterious. Especially considering the aura here is much more intense than that of the land we came from. Although this young man's strength may not surpass the disciples from the outside world, the woman in front of us is the perfect example. It seems we need to be more cautious in our future actions. You coward. Your strength is not bad. If I were to stand on the same level as you, perhaps I wouldn't be your match. I'll give you a chance, surrender to me, the heir of the blood demon true dragon, Lord Long. I believe he will be very pleased with a woman like you. As expected, it's him. In the past life, he broke the boundaries of the immortal ancient continent and swept through the Sky Palace, but in the end, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Many speculated that it was because he offended a powerful force or accidentally entered a forbidden area and died. Now, it seems it should have been my fiancé's doing. After all, with the sky-eating demon art he possesses, how could he have let go of the true origin of our dragon tribe? Since that's the case, let them experience the name of Gu Chang'e. I believe he won't mind. After all, before such a figure, it's not worth me using any special means. That expression of yours must mean you've heard of Lord Long's name. But don't worry, if you're willing, with your beauty and talent, he will definitely be happy to cultivate with you. Haha, you'd better pray that my fiancé doesn't hear these words. Anyway, you can't do anything. I suggest you warn your Lord Long as soon as possible. You're quite something. Gu Chang'e's fiancé, you're prepared to clean up his corpse, right? As for you, no woman chosen by Lord Long has ever escaped. Just pray for Gu Chang'e. I hope you'll still be able to laugh after meeting him. Gu Xianer was saved by Gu Chang'e. How could this person do such a selfless thing? Has his motive towards Xianer changed this time, or is he secretly scheming something? Never mind, Guchanga has changed so much from the past life to this one. He'll figure it out sooner or later. As for his attitude towards Sienner, I need to find a chance to inquire with Uncle Gu. Elsewhere, Yi Lang was also engaged in a fierce battle with a huge snake demon. Reincarnation fist. A punch struck the snake's head and sent it flying. Truly strong. Brother Yi Ning, in such a short time, you've raised your cultivation to near the Wind King realm. That's right, facing a vicious beast of the Void God realm. You were able to kill it on your own. This strength has likely surpassed many young supremes. In the past, I never expected I would mock Brother Yi, truly blind. But that's a small matter, not worth mentioning. Brother Yi's strength is extraordinary and magnanimous, he is truly our role model. Kid, before obtaining the relic left by the Heavenly Sovereign, don't get too complacent. Let me tell you, the item left by the Reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign for me, how could it be retrieved from the original owner's area with your current strength? That would be a dead end. What else? Should we leave it in a place where others might fight for it? The Medicine Heavenly Sovereign was once a powerful figure. The things he wanted to give you in the Heavenly Ancient Era were, of course, well thought out. No matter what, you're still a descendant of the Heavenly Ancestor. If you don't even have this little bit of courage, then you might as well go home and get married. Who says I don't have courage? It's just that the danger of this ruin is still unclear. It seems I'll have to bring them along. What's wrong with you? You've been leading me here all the way, so why have you stopped now? The Chilean ruins ahead is where I'm going. There are important opportunities inside. If you trust me, I can take you in. I trust you. I'll go with you too. Great, with both of you. What I mean is, there are many opportunities inside this ruin. If you follow me, you'll definitely have a chance. Yi Lang's opportunity has finally come. Brothers, follow me. As long as we can enter, we're not far from where we need to go. But it doesn't seem very safe here. Don't worry, I can help you cover your presence. Let's go, we can't delay any longer. When Princess Chilean was about to enter, one of her companions stopped her and said, "This is too dangerous." Although Yi Ning's strength is not weak, the strength of the people inside this ruin is still unknown. There might be strong individuals we cannot resist. If you're scared, you can stay here for now. If anything goes wrong, just run out quickly. I feel like Yi Ning is definitely hiding something from us. He's brought us here all this way with a very clear purpose. I'm afraid. What are you all still dragging your feet for? Hurry up and follow. Don't worry, I trust Yi Ning. He's definitely not what you think he is. Annoying Yi Ning, I want to see what you're up to. Since I couldn't stop them, we had to follow along. So, the original master of the first guardian Heavenly Sovereign, Reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign, is here too? He should be here, but it's not the same now. If you comply, it will be fine. If you have second thoughts, this might not go smoothly. If they betray me first, then don't blame me for being merciless. Somewhere, the descendant of the Reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign has appeared. Could the announcement be true? This person is here to take the things left by the Reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign. I thought our clan's sealed memories were just passed down as rumors, but I didn't expect them to come true now. This is also the reason I called you here. The endless Tao stones of the Reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign have been controlled by the major families in turn. If we have to give them up now, I fear no one will be willing. Why have we been delaying? Why can't we open the Heavenly Sovereign's cave? Inside, there are many classics and good things. It seems that the key to opening the cave lies in that descendant. A descendant, huh? Aren't they just here to steal the things we've guarded for years? Only a fool would agree. Calm down, don't rush. From ancient times to the present, the strength of the young people from the outside world has only been at the Void God realm. If everyone intends to protect the Heavenly Sovereign's relics, then there should be a plan. What's the plan? Just kill him directly. If that's the case, then follow the person who came from the outside world closely. If anything unusual happens, it's better to wrongly kill one person than let one go. Yi Lang's people are still quietly infiltrating here. Suddenly, they noticed that many demonic beasts had appeared here. The old turtle guessed that they might be targeting him. Yi Lang didn't expect that, not long after, his whereabouts had already been discovered. But the old turtle still comforted him, telling him not to be too pessimistic, as the situation was still unclear. Maybe this was just a test from the heavenly sovereign. Yilang angrily slammed a fist into the wall. What test? Whether it's the heavenly sovereign or not, as long as the opportunities are left, why step on others? Seeing his expression, the fox guessed that those people must have already set their sights on him. What's the rush? If it's a test, there must be a way to solve it. Right now, your situation is more urgent. The heavenly sovereign's legacy is to find the cave he left behind. And there must be a way to subdue the Tao comprehension inside. Now that you have the Tomb Tao platform, although that group of demonic beasts has a purpose, they could still fail. But even though I trust you, I must obtain the legacy to dig out Guchanga. You are the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Signing, could it be they came to capture us? Don't talk nonsense, what if they're just here looking for something? But it's just a coincidence. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will protect you well. I trust you, Yiling, you must be trustworthy. Rubbing your chest like that, your eyes will go blind. Locking the spirit, seeing the two of them like this, could only suppress the anger in their hearts. While both sides were busy dealing with each other, Guchanga sneaked in and stole all the origins from the ancient tombs. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of the God-King realm, even surpassing his expectations. He didn't plan to break through any further. Now, someone like him, a cultivator of both immortality and demonic arts, his cultivation also reflected the consumption. The value of destiny steadily increased, which was good enough. If not, it was hard to imagine how many ancient monsters from eras past would take notice, and that would be troublesome. Yilang had only been here for less than half a day, and the entire ruin had already been stirred up. Could it be that he was discovered? No, it's not. The search progress of the creatures here is slow, and there is no clear target. They probably haven't figured out Yilang's whereabouts yet. Let's catch a demonic beast first and ask about the situation. Thinking this, a slender woman appeared in front of him. Guchanga didn't believe he was this lucky. He smiled faintly. He walked forward and patted the shoulder of the newcomer. Don't make a sound, or you'll die. Before she could say anything, she was sucked into the space of the Uchiha clan. The demonic woman was extremely shocked. In the blink of an eye, she had already flown to a high altitude. She was still falling freely. Fortunately, Guchanga grabbed her clothes in time. Guchanga introduced to her that this was his world. He then let go of her hand. But she no longer fell, instead, she floated in midair. What exactly is this human in front of me? I just want to know one thing. Sir, I will tell you what I know, as long as you don't kill me. But Guchanga placed his hand on her head and said there was no need for that. He was used to doing things himself. They could only scream. All her memories appeared in Guchanga's mind. After releasing his hand, They became a soulless corpse. Yilang found the heavenly sovereign's cave. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the Tao comprehension platform was being hacked, and Tianning had taken control. It seems he would have to make his move from this side and prepare to seize control. By the way, let's see what kind of divine abilities or secret techniques will evolve into immortal techniques in the immortal demon power villages. In a room, the four brothers were discussing a major matter. Xiongming was the only one among the four with true bloodline. When the 5 major families mobilized large forces, even strong beings at the heavenly realm level would take notice. Could it be that cultivators from the outside world will join in too? Xiongming wasn't worried at all. He said those people were just small fry. If the major families didn't abide by the agreement from back then and invaded the outside world, then why should he follow the rules? But Huangyi said that his grandfather's heavenly realm level attendant had also been transferred. This time could be very serious, perhaps concerning the family's fate. But Lu Fa didn't take it seriously. If there was alcohol, he would drink first. If the sky collapsed, Xiongming still had his sister supporting him, and anyway, they wouldn't cause trouble for Xiongming. Xiongming had a grandfather who was a clan elder and a sister with extraordinary talent. How could he compare to someone like Lu Fa, who came from a humble background? Originally twins, but Xiongming hid under his sister's halo. In the family, he had no say, and it would not be an exaggeration to consider him transparent. Lu Fei asked him, wasn't he content? But Xiongming said they were real sisters, and his sister had achievements. Of course, he was also happy for her. It was unclear what he meant when he said this. You and I have been friends for many years. Don't I understand your ambition? In fact, you've always been waiting for an opportunity to become the one who makes the entire family proud and the object of admiration from all. After speaking, Lu Fei left. For someone with such low cultivation like him, it was best to avoid this matter. If he were to be killed like a chicken, it would be too unfortunate. Then, everyone left, leaving Xiongming alone. Suddenly, a voice sounded, Young master, do you want to be above all others? Who? Who is speaking? Young master, do you want to become stronger? Do you not want to be above all others? Do you want to cultivate divine arts and reach the peak in one step? At this moment, Xiongming suddenly thought, could the opportunity he had been waiting for so long finally have come? Senior, I want it, I want it. Suddenly, a purple vortex appeared. It attracted him into another space. This is the realm of immortals and mortals, where the yellow springs and eternal cycles are cut off, making it impossible to escape. A dazzling halo appeared. Then, a figure stepped out from the large door. Xiongming, the blood of the Tianying family flows in your veins. Although you've endured many calamities, under the influence of your bloodline, your mindset has already reached perfection. I understand everything about you. Xiongming quickly knelt down. Senior, indeed, you speak with divine wisdom. What should I do to become stronger? The person in the long robe thought to himself, last time, I gained his consciousness. It seems this person has a deep obsession. As long as I throw out the bait, he'll take the hook. Please, Senior, guide me. I am the Heavenly Fate Emperor. As long as you become my follower and chant my name, you will attain immortality. From then on, no matter if heaven and earth are destroyed or time passes, your true spirit will remain intact. If I chant your name, will I really gain immortality? I am willing to become your follower. I beg Senior to protect me. Afterward, he transmitted his spiritual power into Xiongming's body. Relax your mind and embrace this halo. Thank you, Supreme Deity. I will dedicate everything to you. The celestial technique of offerings. This is indeed an invisible divine skill. As long as I cultivate this skill, I will possess that person's talent. Even the cultivation results can be shared. It seems that Senior, seeing my extraordinary talent, specially bestowed this divine skill upon me. The seed has been sown. Xiongming should have already realized the power of this divine skill. Once his ambition is aroused, it will be difficult to retract. Sure enough, with just a little guidance, Xiongming excitedly shouted, the divine skill is achieved. From now on, who dares call me a waste? The rise of the waste is also my way of creating good fortune for the Tianying family. With him, the annexation of the 5 great ancient families will become much easier. After that, he was swept back into the original room. Luckily, my divine skill is still intact. Now, I need to find a few opponents to test my strength. If this is truly a divine skill, I should teach it to the people in my family. Once I teach the family, uniting the 5 great families will be only a matter of time. With my strength and cultivation level, isn't the position of clan leader bound to be mine? On the other hand, a huge sound erupted. Lord Longting has arrived. How have you been handling the matter I entrusted to you? Lord, as per your instructions, we've indeed captured quite a few women from the outside world, among them one with extraordinary talent and stunning beauty. Haha, let me see. Her name is Ming Kong. Could she be the successor of the peerless emperor of the outside world? She is indeed as beautiful as a fairy. This time advancing in rank, such a peerless woman, she must truly be my sister. You've never disappointed me. But she has a fiancé from the outside world, from the Chongqing ancient family, and also a descendant of the Dao Tian Immortal Gate. That's a bit troublesome. A group of outsiders dares to compete with me for the position of Celestial Immortal? If he dares to stop me, I will tear him apart in front of his fiancé. Have you heard? One of the top 10 talents from Tiangu continent, Long Ting, has just appeared. Don't worry, he will suppress that young master. Haha, it's crazy, does he even know what young taboo means? I've heard through the grapevine that the young master has already captured many of Long Ting's subordinates. It seems like the two of them are definitely going to have a big battle this time. Long Ting isn't weak either, there might be a good show to watch. Brother, do you think Long Ting will really take action against Guchanggu? When we first arrived at Tiangu continent, we did hear of this figure. In fact, he could even force Brother Gu to use some of his strength. That's not an easy opponent to deal with. If the two of them really start fighting, it would be a good chance to go watch. If we can truly witness Brother Gu's real strength, then this trip won't have been in vain. At this moment, Mingyu was holding a celestial spirit fruit. She thought to herself, the celestial spirit fruit contains the aura of the celestial spirit. With it, I might quickly reach the void god realm. Do you know the recent movements of Guchanggu? Reporting to His Majesty, we have not yet found any recent news about young Master Gu. That's true. During this period, he must have been hiding his tracks, probably looting and plundering. His cultivation has likely increased significantly. In the previous life, Guchanggu definitely had a bigger plan. That's why he couldn't deal with Long Ting on Tiangu continent, but in this life, facing Long Ting, he is actively seeking trouble by provoking him. Avoiding battle is probably not his style. Moreover, the other party arrogantly wanted to occupy his fiancée. Now that things have reached this point, although he might have guessed that it was me who plotted against him, I cannot avoid showing myself. Also, somewhere else, that bird flew over and told Gu Linger some things. I never expected that the great villain Guchanggu would end up like this. Xiaolan, you said the 8 saints are almost fully matured, is this true? The bird chirped once, indicating agreement. Actually, I'm quite looking forward to Guchanggu succeeding, but I've heard that Long Ting has just entered the divine realm, so it seems unlikely that he'll be able to cause much trouble for him. If you want revenge, it looks like you'll have to wait a long time. But still, let's go and see, what if Long Ting really defeats Guchanggu? The bird said something else. Let's go see anyway. At that moment, somewhere else. Ha ha ha, just putting on the armor, and the benefits it brought to the 3 people were so many. Even my cultivation talent has been greatly enhanced. This cultivation method has already covered the heavens, and I believe I will soon surpass everyone, becoming the one who stands above all. A door opened. Hey Ming, what trouble have you caused this time? Sister, come quickly, there's something important I need to tell you. You've been sneaking around lately, what's going on? The reason I'm looking for you is to show you something good. What good thing? Causing trouble has already been a consolation. Sister, look at this, is it a spell? Wait a minute, this is an extremely mysterious cultivation method. Where did you get it from? This was obtained by accident. Sister, don't think too much about it. This cultivation method, if it can truly be useful. Later, sister can also pass it on to father and the elders. Alright, hey Ming, alright. With this ancient method, I didn't expect my first reaction would be to pass it on to the family. Sister also knows that my usual cultivation talent is not outstanding. If I use this cultivation method, it would just be a waste. It's better to give it to the family, so the family's strength can improve a bit. Later, I can live as a young master, with an easy and carefree life. Isn't that better? These years, I've wronged you. But don't worry, I'll go and talk to father and grandfather about this. The family will remember your contribution and will never give you less. I believe in you, sister. It worked. As long as this ancient method is passed on to the family, the entire family will become my stepping stone. Everything must be thanks to that person who stands above all. Good acting, it seems even a waste can be somewhat useful. When the higher-ups of the He Tianning clan become my stepping stones, that will be when I show myself. Thinking about it, the rewards will definitely be much better than searching for graveyards everywhere. Fortunately, Mingyu and Tian Er have already shifted the conflict. If I were with them on the Tiangu continent, I'm afraid I would have become the one dealing with all the trouble. Forget it, considering that Ming Kong has done well recently, I won't make things difficult for her. Master, we've already captured the person. I just received the news, Long Ting is in the east, surrounded by 7 subordinates in the Void God realm, and there are also a few people in the Wind King realm nearby. This guy Long Ting really has a problem with his brain, sending himself right to my door to warm up. He must be worried that Quan Long Ao Tian Mo hasn't been tamed yet. If he wants to die and I don't satisfy him, then I'd really be unreasonable. Kneel down quickly. It seems this is your ability. You are Guchanggu. Don't get cocky. Long Ting is my twin brother, he will come looking for you. If I lose a single hair, none of you will survive. And your fiancé. As soon as the words left his mouth, the red-haired person received a slap, falling to the ground. You should be thankful that when I fought with Ming Kong earlier, I didn't hurt her. Otherwise, you would already be in reincarnation by now. You dare to insult me. Gu Changge said softly, shut up. Words followed by the law? How could he? The red-haired person couldn't help but be shocked. Send the message out, Long Ting's twin sister is in my hands. If you don't want her to die, tell him to come and see me. Have you heard? The battle between young Master Gu and Long Ting is about to happen. It's rare to have such an exciting event, go check it out. As cultivators, all the various forces heard the news and rushed to the scene. Ha ha ha. I thought you outsiders were so powerful, but it turns out none of you know how to fight. Where's your immortal young Master Gu? His reputation is just the wind passing through your ears, right? Stop being a coward, hand over your fiancé, and bow down to become a god. Ha ha ha. Due to the advantage of being in the same realm as the demon, the other cultivators could only grit their teeth in anger. Brother, should we step in and teach them a lesson? No rush. Just then, a red pillar of light descended from the sky, landing in the arena. As the smoke and dust cleared, the huge figure of Long Ting appeared. He dropped the two human cultivators from his hands and asked, which one is Gu Changge? This is Long Ting. His aura is so strong. Don't get excited. Long Ting's strength has probably reached the peak of the Void God realm. Where is Gu Changge? Could it be that he just let Long Ting take advantage of him like this? But, it's also possible that he really did do something like this. Lord Long Ting has arrived. Gu Changge, come out and die. Gu Changge, if you don't appear now, I'll have to avenge you all. The man dies, and the woman becomes a slave. Insolent. A loud shout descended from the sky, and it was none other than Ming Kong, the word emperor. At this moment, Long Ting saw Ming Kong, and his eyes nearly bulged twice as big, his mouth almost drooling. She really is a beauty. After I kill Gu Changge, you'll follow me. Imperial technique, breath of heaven sword. Ming Kong didn't say any more, instead using her divine power. A giant sword struck towards Long Ting. You actually dare to strike at me? Quite strong. I like it. Long Ting sneered and waved his hand. The giant sword was destroyed before it could even touch him. This is an imperial technique. It was shattered so easily? So strong. It seems that Brother Gu may not be a match. No matter how strong Princess Ming Kong is, she may not be Long Ting's opponent. This is the difference in cultivation, hard to bridge. Long Ting didn't show weakness either, his fist clenched. A dragon appeared from his hand, charging straight at Ming Kong. He fought while saying, however, in front of me, you have no chance of winning. The dragon exploded at that moment. The smoke and dust cleared. In front of her were countless white flowers. She sneered, with this little skill, where do you get the courage to challenge Gu Changge? A group of cultivators didn't expect that Ming Kong would easily block the previous attack. Truly worthy of the word emperor of the unparalleled heavenly dynasty. Didn't Long Mei say that Ming Kong's strength was only about the same as hers? Could it be that in such a short time, she's already broken through? Long Ting thought to himself as he looked at Ming Kong in the sky. At this moment, the flowers in the sky slowly parted. She controlled them and shot them toward Long Ting. Long Ting didn't expect that these small petals could actually hurt him. Before he could react, other petals had already pierced into the ground. And then they exploded. But Ming Kong's face was still extremely tense. The cultivators watching the scene didn't know the outcome yet. Long Ting angrily rushed out of the explosion. A powerful punch came at her. Fortunately, Ming Kong quickly deployed a shield to block it, or she would have definitely been injured. But she was still knocked back a distance. He didn't stop, continuing to charge forward, striking and shouting, if you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ming Kong gradually felt the terrifying power of Long Ting. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. I'm going to chop off your limbs, and see how you can resist. The surrounding cultivators silently shouted. This is bad. Ming Kong's defensive spells are useless against Long Tang's fists. Linger quietly took out a magic tool, preparing for the worst-case scenario. Her eyes suddenly widened. During the battle, when Long Tang had the upper hand, he suddenly stopped, feeling surprised. Then, a foot appeared from the void. Gu Changge appeared between the two of them without anyone noticing. He kicked Long Tang flying, causing countless demon clan members to suffer as a result. When everyone calmed down, they could no longer see where Long Tang had flown to. I told you to clean your neck before coming to see me. I didn't expect you to really show up. Should I praise you for being obedient, or should I say you're foolish? Should I praise you for being obedient, or should I say you're dumb? The cultivators were very happy to see Gu Changge appear, cheering for him. Finally, senior brother Gu has arrived. Yu Mingkong wasn't surprised, and blurted out his name, Gu Changge. He smiled slightly, walked up, took Yu Mingkong's hand, and asked with concern, "Are you alright?" Yu Mingkong's mind was full of question marks, thinking, is he trying to act close in front of all these people? She didn't want to expose him, so she held his hand, signaling that she was fine. Sorry for worrying you. It's fine, I'm relieved now. You two are really great actors, almost like movie kings. The others didn't know what was going on, and they were all very envious of the young couple, praising them. One is the future master of the heavenly immortal palace. The other is the future empress of the unparalleled heavenly dynasty, truly a match made in heaven. Long Tang flew back from a distance, interrupting the couple's display of affection. Long Tang roared angrily, "Gu Changge." He looked at the luck point above Long Tang's head, thinking to himself, this guy really is the child of luck, with a great plan of destiny. At this moment, Long Tang's two subordinates finally spoke up, begging him. Gu Changge, now if you let them go, I'll consider leaving you with a complete corpse. The child of luck, Long Tang, appears, triggering a task. Task 1, kill Long Tang. Task 2, conquer Long Tang. The tasks have been delivered right to his doorstep, and Gu Changge no longer has any concerns. After all, he's not the type of person who likes to kill indiscriminately, so he quickly made a choice. Task 1, kill Long Tang, gain 3,000 points of fate, 15,000 points of destiny. External rewards will be calculated separately. To think that I encountered this useless brain, Long Out Yen, on you, it's really surprising. What exactly are you babbling about? Gu Changge casually spoke a few modern words that neither Yu Mingkong nor Long Tang could understand. Seeing that they didn't understand, he didn't explain. Instead, he provocatively said, "Nothing, just saying your limbs are big, but you act like a fool." Long Tang gritted his teeth, so angry that he couldn't say a word. Don't worry, if it's our first meeting, I should give you a great gift. I heard that Lord Long Tang likes blood sacrifices. What are you waiting for? Changge Lord. Save us. Long Tang saw them daring to put a sword to his neck and roared angrily. Changge Gu Changge, you dare. He was ready to rush up to save his subordinates. But Gu Changge suddenly blocked him. Do I need you to make a move? Long Tang only saw Gu Changge's hand. Then, he felt the space around him start to rotate. Then, he appeared back at his original spot. The onlookers recognized that this was the famous divine ability of the Changxinggu family, gathering the laws of the universe. They guessed that Gu Changge's cultivation had likely reached the mid-stage of the void god realm. While everyone was still focusing on Gu Changge's cultivation, his subordinates had already killed Long Tang's subordinates. After all, they were subordinates of one of the top 10 geniuses of the Tiangu continent. No one expected Gu Changge to kill them just like that. He really gave them no face at all. Long Tang, having endured such humiliation, could no longer hold back, and the fire of anger blazed up. As he flew into the air, he shouted, "Gu Changge, I will definitely kill you." Changge, kill me? You are not worthy. Let a few old men from your family make a move. Changge, perhaps then you'll have a chance. Arrogant? Take a look at my fist. But before Long Tang could land a blow on Gu Changge, he was sent flying by a massive punch. Gu Linger recognized that it was her Dao Bone avatar. While Long Tang was still being sent flying, he was struck by another punch. The land and stones within a 100-meter radius were shattered to pieces. Lord Long Tang never expected that he didn't even have the strength to counterattack. This guy's cultivation has indeed improved significantly recently. A mere small avatar dares to arrogantly suppress a true dragon? As the smoke cleared, the small figure of Long Tang was revealed, and he raised his fist. You're just a mixed-blood insect. Guchanga spoke while launching his fist technique, forcing Long Ting to break into a cold sweat. To be able to suppress Long Ting with mid-stage Void God Realm strength, it seems Guchanga's power has already touched the Forbidden Realm for young people. With a young master like Guchanga, even if the magic technique inheritance were to appear, it probably wouldn't cause much of a stir. It's been a long time since we've heard any news about the magic technique inheritor. Could it be that he hasn't appeared? No matter what the crowd discussed, Guchanga remained focused, staring at Long Ting. Do you have any last words to say? Changa Guchanga, do you think you can kill me? Changa, you still don't understand? I want to kill you. It's as simple as killing an insignificant insect. Long Ting, that brain-damaged Long Outyin, is truly finished. You can only blame it on being born in the wrong era. As Guchanga prepared to end Long Ting's life, he suddenly realized that Long Ting was about to break through. This is a common move for a child of fate. This phenomenon signifies that Lord Long Ting is about to break through. The wounds on Long Ting's body began to slowly heal. He laughed loudly, surprised. Guchanga? Today, fate is in my hands. But Guchanga still paid no mind, continuing to control the giant arm to strike at him. This time, two arms struck at once. This is the true dragon's aura of Lord Long Ting. I knew it, Lord Long Ting is naturally invincible. How could he lose to an outsider? Long Ting flew out from the smoke, his figure growing massive. He grabbed Guchanga's two giant hands with both hands and pushed them away. Guchanga smiled, softly saying, a frog at the bottom of the well. More arms appeared, striking Long Ting so hard that his mouth began to bleed. Long Ting couldn't withstand it and had no choice but to retreat several hundred meters. Looking at Guchanga's giant avatar, Long Ting still wasn't afraid. Your avatar, though powerful, is still not enough to defeat me. That's why I said, you still haven't seen the distance between us. After speaking, he raised his hand to cover his lips, whispering the incantation, Wuzhong Immortal Formula. Avatar Protection, Shunling Order. Long Dang's face turned pale, trembling so much that no blood came to his face, stuttering, no. Impossible. Before him, countless long swords appeared from the space, all pointing directly at him. The power of the laws, impossible. How could you? He turned and ran, trembling as he said, this person in front of me is the true monster. Changa upward punishes the true king, downward strikes the rebellious immortal. The fate dispute card decreased by 1. As soon as the words were spoken, thousands of long swords flew toward Long Dang. Long Dang's fate value was reduced to 0. He only managed to shout one word. The earth seemed to be pierced. A huge explosion followed. Amid the swirling dust and smoke, Long Dang's subordinates could no longer feel his presence. They held in agony, our master lost just like that. The human cultivators also couldn't believe their eyes. This was the sealing divine ability of the 7th princess of the Sea King's palace, but its power this time was multiplied by who knows how many times. The information board showed, task, killed a child of fate, Long Dang, completed. Rewards being calculated. Fate value of the child of fate, 0, subtraction rule activated. Obtained Yang treasure of the heavenly Tao. Task calculation complete, rewards 3,000 fate points, 15,000 destiny points. A subordinate ran over to ask Guchanga, Master, what should we do with those people? He remained expressionless, turning around and simply saying one word, kill. Upon hearing Guchanga's command, the young cultivators standing nearby immediately rushed forward to attack the demon race. Due to the huge power disparity, those demons could only desperately flee. Changa quickly spread the word. Guchanga, the young master of the Chongqinggu family, using his mid-stage Void God Realm strength, easily suppressed the peak Void God Realm of the genius Long Dang, directly causing his death. The Chongqinggu family cannot be offended. Gu Linger seemed somewhat regretful, though she didn't know what she was regretting. Senior brother Gu is truly a genius. His talent and qualifications are awe-inspiring. I've long known I cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with him, but I will also let the world know. The reincarnation of the ancient emperor is no empty title. Changa, let's disperse. Next, everyone should focus on improving your strength. After all, the inheritor of the demon palace is still hiding in the dark corners. When that day comes, I hope you all won't drag me down. An elder from the Long Dang clan sighed, Master, are we just going to let outsiders kill Long Dang like this? Long Dang has been proud and arrogant since birth, looking down on everyone. Fate encountered this hurdle, it can only be said he brought it upon himself. I just didn't expect that he would have to pay with his life this time. Chang'e, but after all, he is the legitimate successor of our clan, so we can't act recklessly. There's a slave seal here, and if we truly act, we'll suffer a great loss. Chang'e, it seems those hidden in the shadows have concealed themselves well. They didn't even care about Long Dang's life, and didn't even plan to clean up the body. But that's fine, if they know to be wary, then in the future, on this continent, I may be able to act even more unrestrained. System announcement, the Heavenly Dao's Baoyang is now open. Chang'e, congratulations to the host for obtaining the original martial Taishan dragon. Chang'e immediately merged. This drop of 5-colored true dragon blood actually made my physique, vitality, and defense all increase so much. This system is indeed impressive, it can actually help me develop in an all-round direction. Why hasn't Mingkong left yet? Do you have something to say to me? Seeing her slightly nervous. Are you afraid I'll come after you for this? Feeling guilty? Who's guilty? It's written all over your face, and you still want to argue? Actually, you don't need to feel too guilty, being born beautiful isn't your fault. Long Dang dared to fall for you, and of course, he deserved to die. But speaking of which, even though I didn't make a move, Mingkong won't let him off, right? What do you mean? Hurry up and speak. What's your plot against Long Dang? If your reason is valid enough, I don't mind handing his corpse over to you. Once you've said everything, I'll hand him over to you. Truly unbelievable. Mingkong still refused to believe him. Seeing Chang'e so thick-skinned, she didn't know what to say. I heard that Long Dang has a drop of blood from the true dragon within him, that ancient and mysterious dragon blood. That thing is useful to me. Chang'e was slightly stunned. That seems to be the 5-colored true dragon blood I just swallowed. You gave yourself away just by mentioning something good? In this regard, you really haven't changed at all. She turned to leave, not expecting much. Wait. The 5-colored true dragon blood I got was from killing Long Dang. It was a reward from the system. So, the drop of blood Mingkong mentioned should not be the one I just refined. First, you set your sights on Yiling's inheritance, now you're eyeing the true dragon blood. You clearly took it from me, but now you're accusing me of being selfish. Mingkong, when did you become so venomous? Mingkong turned around, clasped her hands into a blade, and coldly slashed at Chang'e. He skillfully dodged. Feeling extremely ashamed, right? I guessed it, didn't I? Chang'e, you. Is it just Long Dang's corpse? This isn't something I can't give her. But, you have to call me husband first. Mingkong was unable to contain her anger and shouted a single word, you. This drop of 5-colored true dragon blood isn't easy to find. Don't you want to consider it? But she needs to be quick. True dragon blood is so precious, I might change my mind later. Not wanting to lose the true dragon blood. Mingkong gritted her teeth and called Chang'e husband. Chang'e pressed further and said, I didn't hear clearly. Mingkong fell into his trap and angrily shouted, husband. She then pushed Chang'e aside, this body is mine. Long Dang's massive body, without a single wound, made Mingkong secretly think. Did Chang'e use some secret technique to preserve the body intact? Or was it from the start that he planned to give Long Dang to me? You bear demonic powers, and you don't plan to swallow this true dragon corpse? If he's important to you, you can keep him. If Mingkong likes it, the husband will naturally give it to you. But I didn't expect Mingkong to think of me first. It really moved me. If you can see it now, it's not too late. The thing is already in front of me, yet I was still thinking about it. What a foolish woman. But, this actually makes me believe more. Even though I did nothing, I just kept growing, thanks to Mingkong, and even my cultivation might surpass mine. In the end, I might only be able to act in a soft way. When someone willingly gives up face, how could they take revenge? Looks like my behavior over this period should stop. It would really have a significant impact. It seems I'm still the same as before, an infatuated fool. I remember when I refined Long Dang's corpse, I chose a rather secluded place. Mingkong watched Chang'e leave, filled with thoughts. The Guchanga from the previous life would have never given such a good thing to me. Could it be, because of his inner demon? Now, Long Dang's corpse is in Mingkong's hands, and that ancient clan will probably come and take it. These unnecessary troubles should be resolved sooner rather than later. On a mountain top in the distance, a girl with an angelic appearance suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Guchanga muttered to himself, I am truly a good husband. Under a grove, one woman said, Guchanga defeated Long Dang and suppressed the immortal ancient, he's really our role model. Another woman added, that's right. Not only is Guchanga powerful, but he's also incredibly gentle to his fiancée, and he's so handsome. A man stood in the middle, Don't be fooled by his appearance. What if he's just pretending? He doesn't seem like a good person to me. This made the two women laugh uncontrollably. TSK, senior brother, you're so sour. Exactly. This made the person called senior brother angry, and he shouted loudly, you too. They began to argue and didn't notice a beam of light escaping from the sky. A woman wearing a pink dress with white wings flew toward her territory and landed in front of a large palace, thinking to herself, after circling around like this for several days, I should have shaken him off, right? However, she still felt very uneasy and looked around, but I really didn't expect that Guchanga would give Long Dang's corpse to his fiancé. She continued to mutter to herself, maybe I can take advantage of this news to win over the dragon clan. I'll stop here and notify my clan to come to assist. In a corridor, Guchanga and his two subordinates stood there. Guchanga said, after chasing me for so many days, you finally stopped. Long Dang's corpse is a precious thing. How could I let you take away the news? Guchanga also thought to himself, of course, this can't be done for nothing. I need to find a way to make sure Yu Mingkong doesn't find out. In Guchanga's imagination, Yu Mingkong blushed and softly said, thank you, husband. Guchanga ordered his two subordinates, lock down the city. Kill anyone from outside. The two subordinates clasped their fists, yes, master. In the palace, 3 emperors, what are you doing here? The one called the 3 emperors hurried over and said, Schwer, wooer, what are you two doing here? The child with gray-black wings replied. 3 emperors, I heard that you went to watch that battle, and Long Dang has already lost? The child in a yellow dress with white wings said, that Guchanga is just a small human. What despicable methods did he use? Also, why have so many people gathered? Someone in the crowd shouted, we're discussing how to avenge Long Dang, and how to kill that Guchanga. Another person said, a small human like Guchanga, whose strength is far weaker than Long Dang's, must be a despicable person full of schemes and tricks. A woman with 2 horns added, I heard that Guchanga succeeded only by sneak attacking. If it had been a fair fight, he would have been the one to die. The 3 emperors only shook their head and sighed, saying, stop arguing. Guchanga's strength is very strong, and discussing it here won't solve anything. But people in the crowd still shouted, with so many of us, every one of us is an elite, are we still afraid of him? We must kill him and avenge Long Dang. That's right. Kill Guchanga. Kill Guchanga. Kill Guchanga. Kill Guchanga. This surprised the 3 emperors. She frowned and said, you're right. I was also there at the time. That despicable human used all kinds of dirty tricks. Long Dang didn't even get a chance to strike before he died in resentment. Applause sounded from behind. A voice came, good. This frightened the 3 emperors. When she realized that it was Guchanga speaking, her face darkened. Guchanga stood behind her, sneering. The story is quite interesting, and vividly told. Can I listen to it too? A woman in the crowd shouted, who are you, daring to trespass into our clan's territory? Who allowed you to come in? Guchanga signaled for them to be quiet and said, so many friends are here, can't I just visit the door for a while? The 3 emperors turned around, forced a smile, and said, young master, are you joking? Guchanga walked in and asked, what's wrong? Don't you invite me to sit down for a drink? A young woman asked the 3 emperors, who is this person? The 3 emperors, sweating on her forehead, anxiously said, Schwer, don't ask. Guchanga adjusted his body while walking, smiling, I already smell the wine. He then walked up to the table, poured himself a cup, drank a sip, and said, this wine is indeed good, it has a lot of immortal fruits inside. A monster said, "This is a wine unique to our immortal ancient continent. Outsider humans are not worthy to drink it." Another person shouted, "That arrogant human. You're just as despicable as Guchanga. Wait for us to unleash our anger upon you." Guchanga leisurely sat down and said, "You're right. Guchanga is indeed a despicable person. From what I know, he particularly enjoys slaughtering the innocent. Especially those who speak ill of him behind his back. Right?" Soon, Guchanga's gaze turned bloodshot, forcing the three emperors to kneel down. The three emperors trembled and said, "Young master, what are you talking about? Those are malicious rumors, young master, please don't take them seriously." Compared to Guchanga, Long Dang is like the faint light of a firefly a month ago. As soon as she finished speaking, it provoked the anger of the crowd. They split into two sides and shouted loudly. "Three emperors! What are you saying? What nonsense are you spouting? Why is the three emperors defaming Long Dang? Long Dang is the young leader of all the clans in the immortal ancient continent. He could never lose to a human." Guchanga said, "That's right, what are you talking about? How dare Guchanga compare himself to Long Dang?" This shocked the crowd. "What? He says he is Guchanga?" Guchanga extended his hand and sneered, "I heard you were looking for me? I wonder what instructions you have." Then, the monsters charged forward, shouting loudly, "We were still worried about not being able to find you. Who would have thought you'd come to us willingly? Let's rush up and take his life." The three emperors hurriedly tried to stop them. "Be careful. Don't act recklessly." Seeing that the outcome couldn't be changed, the three emperors shouted at Guchanga, "Guchanga, if you have the guts, come at me. Please spare the younger generation of my clan." Guchanga coldly asked, "Spare you? They wanted to kill me. So if I spare them, then who will spare me?" Guchanga displayed his power and decided to just let them all die. The palace was destroyed, and one by one, everyone was sent flying and died on the spot. The palace collapsed. Amid the ruins, Guchanga grabbed the three emperors by the neck. She pleaded, "Please, don't kill me." Guchanga said, "You saw things you shouldn't have seen. Tell me, how can you blame me for this? Right?" The three emperors trembled and answered, "I swear on my heart's path that I will never speak of this. Please spare my life." Guchanga coldly said, "Rather than a hard oath, I trust the words of the dead more." Then, the three emperors and everyone in the palace died. Outside, people were discussing, "What happened? Why does it smell so strongly of blood? It seems to be from a human cultivator. Catch him." Guchanga prepared to enter the tunnel. Two people appeared and blocked his path. "Stop, stand still, you bastard." Guchanga turned around and sneered, "Oh no, I've been spotted." One of the people in the group shouted, "Who is he, daring to enter our territory, killing and forcing people to this extent?" Boom. A loud noise. Yu Mingkong appeared. She landed on the ground, and all the subordinates around her bowed their heads. "Welcome, Empress, from your retreat." Yu Mingkong thought to herself, this retreat was really smooth, and it was Guchanga who solved my troubles. From the looks of it, his attitude toward me doesn't seem as harsh as before. Could it really be because of the influence of his demonic nature? She furrowed her brows and continued to think, but in this life, how can he control his demonic nature? Perhaps his attitude toward me now is just to deceive me. If that's the case, it would be terrifying. As Yu Mingkong walked out of the cliff, she thought, although this behavior might not be unnecessary for someone as clever as him, to avoid a repeat of the tragedy, I still need to become stronger. She gazed at the horizon. According to the timeline, the immortal spirit's birth is not far off. Now, only I know where it will appear. This time, I must seize it first. She shouted to her subordinates, "Head east, to the 100-Ring Mountains." In a grand hall of the Tianyin clan, an orange light flashed. The energy directly entered Haiming's body. Haiming widened his eyes and roared, "In less than a month, I actually broke through to the Saint Lord realm. I must thank that supreme existence for all of this." He stood up and said excitedly, "Now, in the clan, almost all the elders and exceptionally talented disciples are cultivating this immortal technique. Even the two recently awakened ancestors are extremely interested in it. If this continues, within half a year at most, I will break through to the Wind King realm and become the most famous genius in the entire Tianyin clan. Thinking of Guchanga, Haiming muttered to himself, I really want to see that supreme existence again. Without him, I might still be a useless waste waiting for death. Just as Haiming was feeling proud of himself, a voice shouted from outside, Haiming. Are you in there? His sister walked over. Because you gave them the supreme immortal technique, the two ancestors have already emerged from their retreat and want to meet you. Haiming opened the door, feeling uneasy. The two ancestors want to see me? That's right. This is an opportunity that every disciple dreams of. But he silently thought, they've just come into contact with the immortal technique, and they are already eager to meet me. Could it be that they've discovered the things I've been hiding? If the ancestors find out about that supreme existence, then... But then, Haiming's head buzzed. In front of him, Guchanga's Dharma body suddenly appeared, causing him to shout in shock, Is this the senior? Is it really you? Haiming trembled as he said. If you are here, surely you can help me, right? Just as Haiming fell into an illusion, his sister shook him and shouted loudly, Haiming! Haiming! What's wrong with you? Haiming snapped back to his senses and replied, and no, it's nothing. I was just thinking about meeting the ancestor soon, and I got a bit too excited. His sister frowned and said, Look at you, really? Just stay calm when the time comes, the ancestors are very nice. Haiming rubbed his head and forced a smile, yes. I was just too nervous. In Guchanga's world, he silently thought, the ancestors of the Tianyin clan. Had they discovered the methods in the Jiayi Immortal Sutra? But he smiled slightly. To understand the Jiayi Immortal Sutra, one must at least reach the Emperor realm. This should be impossible. Once the two ancestors are under my control, the entire Tianyin clan will be in my hands. It seems this is much easier than I expected. In front of Guchanga, various data appeared, with the most prominent being, fate value, 35,000 points, fate consumption value, 12,000 points. The mall had already opened. And in just a moment, he had accumulated this many points. Guchanga smugly said, System, exchange for 4 transcendent skeletons. The fate value began to decrease. In a remote mountain village, a subordinate of the Red Spirit Heavenly Lady said, Brother Kong, what do you think the Black Tianyin clan and the Gudon Snake clan have been up to lately? I always feel like they're searching for something. Could it have something to do with Yining? Miss Hong Ling has already been in this ruin for over a month without any news. Clearly he knows what is hidden here, but only allowed Hong Ling and Yanmi to enter. I think he wants to take advantage of the situation. Another subordinate added, looking at it now, Yining's behavior is indeed strange. It's possible that the person who inherited the demonic arts has something to do with him. The subordinate across from them immediately covered his mouth, signaling for silence, and said, Brother Kong Yang Dao, don't speak recklessly. After all, he has been traveling with us on this continent. This matter, Empress Ming Kong must surely know. Kong Yang retorted, Who's speaking recklessly? I have evidence. Think about it, Yi Ling and Yining, don't these two names sound alike? What if he's disguised? The subordinate across from them nodded in agreement, you do make a point. Then, the two of them suddenly realized something. Miss Hong Ling and Yanmi Heavenly Lady are in danger. Someone said, Quick, spread the news, Yi Ling is here. Have them follow Yining a little further, and make sure they won't be in danger. That's right, everyone knows about the person who inherited the demonic arts. They won't just stand by and watch. In the deep forest, Hong Ling Heavenly Lady and Yanmi were lying under the tree shade, resting. Yi Ling said, Old turtle, I can already feel this aura. The Heavenly Sovereign's cave should be in the ancient town up ahead. His face was covered in scars, as if recounting recent events. It's so strange, no matter where I hide, why is it that I always leave traces that living beings can find? Brother Turtle said, Do you think that one of these two might have tampered with things? Yi Ling looked at Yanmi and Hong Ling Heavenly Lady. Yi Ling replied, This is something I've been suspicious about too. I'd like to hear your opinion. Brother Turtle said, I don't think Yanmi is likely. She didn't have a reason to take action. Or, kid, are you playing some hero rescuing damsel trick again? No, she couldn't have appeared here, and she's being pursued by countless ancient clans, almost even having her nine-tail spiritual energy broken. Yiling thought to himself, what about Hongling Heavenly Lady then? Brother Turtle said, if it's Hongling, the suspicion is greater. She trusted me back then and actively helped me clear the suspicion of inheriting the demonic arts. From the perspective of our past relationship, there's nothing wrong with her doing so. Chang'e, but now, someone's tracks have been leaked. She must already know your identity. She's been following you all the way. The intention is too obvious. Chang'e, this mission concerns our future, so you must make a clear judgment in advance. Yiling said, I understand. He sighed deeply and then turned around to speak to the two women behind him. Chang'e, Hongling, Yanmi, the next phase of the mission is very dangerous. Our target is too large. We should split up. Yanmi's injuries are more severe, so she can travel with me. We'll meet up in the ancient town ahead. Hongling Heavenly Lady shouted angrily, what are you saying, Yiling? You want to split up now? Isn't that too dangerous? And you're saying you'll go with Yanmi, then what about me? Yiling smiled bitterly, looking helpless. Hongling, I didn't mean that. Hongling Heavenly Lady stood up, her tone full of anger. I should have known that you two have such a close relationship. You've been waiting here for me all along. Now that the opportunity has come, you're preparing to ditch me, right? She shouted at Yiling, I thought my path was always to help you, and I even gave up a lot of opportunities for you. She shouted angrily, you bastard. Yiling said, Hongling, listen to me. I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Suddenly, everyone below felt a powerful aura coming from the sky. 5 beasts appeared in front of them, with the leader saying, we found you. The leader suddenly shouted, kill them all, leave no one alive. Yanmi, covered in wounds, thought to herself, Master, the task you gave me is finally completed. Yiling turned around and saw that the enemy had cultivation at the celestial god realm. He immediately turned and ran, leaving the two women behind. There's no time for discussion now. Let's escape first. We'll meet up at the agreed place. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and escape. Hongling urged, Yanmi, you go. I'm too badly injured to move. Take care of yourself. Hongling also turned and ran. Chang'e, you guys split up and chase them. Ha ha, that blonde one, I like her. Ha ha, that woman isn't running, even though she's so injured. Does she plan to accept her fate? Her looks would make a good slave. Outsider, if you're willing to submit to us, I'll spare your life. After that, you'll know how to serve us, understand? Don't dream. You're not worthy. Yanmi said this while thinking about Guchanga. You ungrateful fool. Cut her into pieces for me. The leader gritted his teeth and said. A subordinate drew a huge axe and quickly swung it towards Yanmi. Yanmi, I will only follow one master in this life. Even if I have to self-destruct, I will never let you insult me. At that moment, something fell from the sky. As the dust settled, a long spear emitting a very sinister aura appeared. Who did you say you were going to cut? Guchanga had already stood behind Yanmi without anyone noticing. Yanmi happily shouted, Master, I thought you didn't need me anymore. Silly girl, this is just a task. How could I let you go to your death? Yanmi hugged Guchanga and cried loudly, asking him to comfort her. Why do you act like such a little girl? This is not like you at all. The leader saw the other side throwing dog food in his face. And was so enraged, he nearly went mad. A mere void god realm dares to look down on me? Guchanga gently lifted Yanmi, you've suffered during this time. Chang'e, for the master's mission, none of this matters. Let's go, I will take you to heal. Seeing that the other party completely ignored him, the leader grew even angrier and prepared to rush up to attack Guchanga. But suddenly, the long spear in front of him emitted an unusual aura. And countless terrifying monster presences appeared before him. Before he had time to understand what was happening, he heard his own scream. During this time, it is likely that the Red Spirit Heavenly Maiden, who had just clashed with Yiling, was disturbed. A few hours later, if I'm not mistaken, after the conflict between the Red Spirit Heavenly Maiden and Yiling, she will definitely relay what happened here to her companions. By leaking Yiling's whereabouts, those outside cultivators will certainly unite immediately, preparing to siege that so-called heir of the demonic arts. Considering Yiling's pursuit by the ancient clan, it's likely that the news from this ancestral tomb has already spread. Everything happened so coincidentally together. And even though Yi Ling has a lot to say, it cannot be explained. Master is well, and has woken up so soon? Thanks to the master's care, Yanmi is fine now. That's good. Eat something. According to the master's commission, the Red Spirit Heavenly Maiden and Yi Ling. I know all of this. But Yi Ling cannot die yet. Yanmi knows that Yi Ling is of great help to the master right now. But master, rest assured, as long as you need me, Yanmi will definitely help you with all my strength. The upcoming time will indeed be a bit of a hardship for you. You won't think I'm being too harsh on you, right? A peach suddenly fell. Yanmi hugged Guchanga again. It's nothing. For the master, Yanmi doesn't feel aggrieved at all. After hearing your words, I can rest assured. In a certain place. This is how things are. Hong Ling also ran there. Miss, are you alright? Finally, she had escaped. The Red Spirit Heavenly Maiden, where is Yanmi? She should have left with Yi Ling, but maybe not. Hong Ling didn't know how to answer the two subordinates of Yanmi and could only lower her head and respond. Chang'e what? Yi Ling? Are you saying that Yi Ning is Yi Ling? Chang'e what? Hong Ling, are you sure? I can't believe Yi Ling actually dared to appear here and even helped Yanmi Heavenly Maiden. This is really a dangerous move. I heard from Kong Yang that you have been chased by the 5 ancient clans. Do you know why? Recently, there has been news that many ancient tombs of the ancient clans have been uncovered. And some of the corpses' essences have been refined. Also, a young disciple, who wasn't lacking in talent, suddenly went missing. Ancient tombs? Yanmi fell into thought after listening. Damn. Could he really be using those things to practice demonic arts? His actions have already threatened the safety of our continent. I told you, he doesn't look like a good person. We must capture him before the 5 clans. If we really provoke those old fellows, how can we younger generations survive? Hong Ling, do you know Yi Ling's purpose? If we can find out his whereabouts, it will be a good opportunity. At that time, the situation was urgent, and he only told us to gather in a small town and then immediately left. Now, I don't know what he's doing. Given the bizarre nature of the demonic arts, Yi Ling most likely hid his essence. Yi Ling is really too cunning. If Brother Chang'e were here, it would be great. He's so powerful, he would definitely find a way. Just like something obvious. Everyone, thank you for waiting. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It's young Master Chang'e. Brother Gu has come, that's great. I heard the news about the heir of the demonic arts is already out. Is there anything you need my help with? Brother Gu, do you have any plans regarding the punishment of Yi Ling? Gu Chang'e thoughtfully said, as the heir of the immortal palace, of course, I won't stand by. If Brother Gu has already come, then let him preside over this punishment gathering. What do you think? Brother Wang, that won't do. Everyone here is a hero, surely more suitable than me. Brother Gu has exceptional cultivation, and his righteousness is unyielding. This choice is the most appropriate. Exactly. Brother Gu is the dragon and phoenix in everyone's eyes. The leader of the righteous path. Brother Gu, please don't decline. Let me go punish that heir of the demonic arts. This crazy task, I certainly have the responsibility to do it. Everyone trusts me so much, it really makes me feel both flattered and a bit afraid. But now that things have come to this, I will do my best to help everyone capture Yi Ling and restore peace to the cultivation world. What my brother is doing is not abnormal, he will bear all the hostility of the enemy. Indeed, I, Yi, feel deeply ashamed. Truly, Brother Chang'e, you are impressive. This timely rescue in such a critical moment indeed makes the great Xiao more formidable. Young Master Chang'e is indeed a righteous hero. Yanmi Heavenly Maiden has been saved. Brother Chang'e's character is just as I had seen before. Even if Yanmi and Yi Ling destroyed everything together, it wouldn't tarnish his reputation. He is truly a trustworthy person. Actually, regarding Yi Ling being chased by the immortal ancient clan, I don't have a clear guess. Oh, Brother Yi, please speak. We all think that as the heir to the demonic arts, Yi Ling must have a hidden purpose that no one knows about. The bait was set well. I don't regret calling you Brother Yi. Yi Ling might be using the ancient clan's tombs, with young geniuses entering to cultivate there. On this path, Yiling hasn't strayed too far from me. Humph. Red Spirit Heavenly Maiden, at this point, are you still worried about protecting him? This may be his next plan. Based on the nature of the demonic arts, I speculate that his cultivation might have already surpassed ours. Then let's proceed. We will now search for Yiling's trail. No ancient town should be overlooked. If we encounter the immortal ancient alien races, we should still try to reason with them. After all, this matter must be explained to them. I'll listen to Brother Chang'e, and we'll prepare to depart. In any case, the title of demonic arts heir is one that Yiling cannot bear this time. Even if you and I believe in him, it's useless. I understand. Right now, the suspicion towards Yiling is the greatest. Maybe I really trusted him wrongly. But during this time, Brother Chang'e has indeed been very busy. The pressure from the immortal ancient beings has been overwhelming, and unexpectedly, he managed to seize opportunities from his peers. With their abilities, how could they protect these opportunities under the eyes of the immortal ancient alien races, possibly even at the risk of their lives? I did all these things just to divert the attention of the immortal ancient alien races who were eyeing the opportunities. Does Red Spirit Heavenly Maiden really think my Chongqing family lacks such things? I misunderstood Brother Chang'e. He killed my genius dragon Chang, and also killed the innocent younger generation of our clan. Lawless. Indeed, it's lawless. But no matter what, we have an agreement with the outside world and cannot take action. Use the true dragon order to summon talent from all sides, outstanding disciples, and together go to punish Gu Chang'e. I want him to understand that this continent is not a place where he can do whatever he wants. In the Baihuang Mountains, the Empress and her subordinates are doing something. Now, everyone should have been deceived by Gu Chang'e, right? This person truly plays the world like a toy in his hands. Now the immortal gate has been located, but on my own, I can't open it. Should I talk to him about this? In a certain place, Yiling angrily punched the pillar. Gu Chang'e deserves to die. He destroyed me, and that would have been enough, but now he's bringing so many people to punish me. It must have been Red Spirit who leaked the trail. I should have suspected these people from Gu Chang'e earlier. I really trusted her for nothing. Yanmi spoke up to comfort him. Don't say that, maybe there's a misunderstanding in this? At this moment, you're still defending her. If it weren't for your good luck. When we parted back then, you would have already been a corpse. It was because they saw I couldn't move, so they went after you and Qi Ling. Speaking of this, I really have to thank you too for leading them away. Men, at crucial moments, really have to step up. At that moment, the seal was broken. So fast? That's right, old turtle, but it's just breaking the entrance. There are still many array formations left by the heavenly sovereigns from back then inside. Even a Saint Realm expert would die without a burial spot if they entered. Be careful and choose the path based on the hints. I have my own plans. Yanmi, this place is full of dangers. You must stay close to me later. That's the only way I can protect you. Yanmi immediately smiled and replied, let's go. Of course, I will follow closely behind you. The two of them immediately jumped into the well. Only a single strand of hair fell to the ground. Gu Chang'e received the signal and immediately called someone over. Deliver the message, the heir of the demonic arts has appeared and is heading east, 4,000,000 miles away. Have everyone quickly gather and begin to punish the heir of the demonic arts. A pair of feet were moving quickly on the roof, and Qi Ling Tiannu's subordinate ran over shouting, Qi Ling miss, there's news from young Master Chang'e. We have already learned of Yiling's whereabouts. Qi Ling Tiannu said, everyone rest for a bit, then we'll head to Brother Chang'e's place. Kong Yang said, Qi Ling, if you meet Yiling again, I hope you won't be sentimental. After all, Qi Ling lowered her head and said, I will settle things with him. Countless multicolored lights appeared in the sky, and a rainbow gathered in one direction. The Black Sky Eagle clan watched curiously and discussed, what's going on recently? Those outsiders seem to be gathering in one place. Could it be that an immortal treasure has appeared? Hei Ming's sister said, ignore them. The immortal ancient dragon clan just issued an order, and all the young true dragons of every clan must join the army to hunt down Gu Chang'e. This is the urgent matter right now. The dragon lineage is dead, and there's no one among the younger generation of the immortal ancient clans who can compete. This is my opportunity, Hei Ming thought to himself. Now, the two elders of the family are both cultivating a special technique, so the decisions are more advantageous. He looked at his sister and thought to himself, once my sister leaves, it will be my time to revive the family, and I'll have control over everything. In the secret method, Yi Ling and Yanmi cautiously walked, and Yanmi asked, is this another world? Yi Ling said proudly, that's right, this is the opportunity left to me by my master, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. Yanmi asked, next, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign, could it be the one who is close to the immortal realm, the reincarnation ancient immortal sovereign? That's right, the heir of the reincarnation ancient immortal sovereign is me, Yi Ling. He threw off all his disguises, and said with self-satisfaction, the rumors outside say that I am the heir of the demonic arts, but they are just despicable villains. All caused by Guchanga. Yanmi remained silent, and Yi Ling, angered, continued, sooner or later, I will tear off his false mask and let the world know who the real villain is. Yi Ling continued forward, saying, I know you have a good relationship with him, so you have to be careful. This person is ruthless and extremely dangerous, but once I get my opportunity, I won't be afraid of him. Yanmi coldly said, you don't need to say all this. I've always believed in you. Brother Turtle said, be careful ahead, it might be the last test left for you by the Heavenly Sovereign. In an instant, the two arrived at a place filled with lava. Brother Turtle said, there are fire element creatures in the lava, be careful, there could be huge venomous snakes appearing there. Guchanga picked up a pink-purple feather and said, another world is hidden here. It seems Yi Ling has already led Yanmi in. Changa do as I instructed. From when the disciples from the outside world discovered the ancient tomb until now, it will take some time for them to arrive. Guchanga crushed the feather. This period of time is enough for me to kill Yi Ling and take his fruits. As for how to explain to others, with Yanmi here as a witness, I can just make up an intriguing story. Guchanga looked toward the bottomless well and watched as the two people were giving their all to get through the difficulties. Damn it! Does the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign want to kill me? If I were even a little weaker, I'd probably lose my life here. Brother Turtle said, stop mumbling. If you don't have this much strength, how can you be worthy of the inheritance left by the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign? Yanmi exclaimed, that's. Yi Ling looked in the direction Yanmi pointed, stunned. That was another world. Brother Turtle said, that's the reincarnation lake left by the heavenly sovereign, it can condense the power of reincarnation within your body. The space was filled with many lotuses full of spiritual energy. Brother Turtle said, the wondrous root of reincarnation, immortals can refine the source of reincarnation in the reincarnation lake. It can even be used as a weapon to purify all things. Yi Ling laughed excitedly, haha, all these cultivation methods have not been in vain, now the destiny is on me. Guchanga, what gives you the right to compete with me? Changa Yanmi, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Yanmi asked, why, now that we're here, you won't let me go in and take a look? Brother Turtle said, she's acting strange. Yi Ling asked, Yanmi, what do you mean? Yanmi said, don't you want to? You don't even want to share this bit of opportunity with me, how do you feel about me? She smiled wickedly, then, was I really sincere? This left Yi Ling stunned, Yanmi, what's wrong with you? Was it her who was scheming from the start? Changa, it's her. Yi Ling said, how is that possible? Chi Ling, Yanmi laughed. Changa ha ha ha, of course, you were wrongfully accusing her. Luckily, you favored me, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to shake her off. Yanmi turned around and sneered. Yi Ling angrily shouted, Yanmi. Why, just because of this little opportunity, did you set a trap to harm me? Yi Ling suddenly realized something and said, no, the conflict between me and Brother Bai Lai before, even when I went to save you, was actually all your deliberate scheming, right? Yanmi smiled and said, if you weren't so suspicious, greedy, and lustful, how could you have given me the chance to take advantage of it? Yi Ling angrily said, this bitch. Do you think that by explaining everything now, it will make any difference? You will never be my match. Yanmi smiled and said, you think too highly of yourself. Yi Ling began to act, with dark red power surging from his arm. Changa, if you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he charged toward Yanmi like flying, shouting, go down and accompany Brother Bai Lai. Yanmi smiled and said, I forgot to tell you, the real opponent is not me. Just as Yi Ling realized this, a golden hand appeared in front of him. Brother Turtle nervously said, not good. Guchanga has appeared and struck with a palm. The giant golden hand pressed down toward Yi Ling. Yi Ling thought to himself, who is it? The huge golden hand slapped heavily against the cave wall. Changa master. Guchanga, with a fierce expression, said, well done, Yan Mi. Yi Ling stepped out of the smoke and said, it's you. Changa, no wonder you're the heir of the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. I didn't expect that even after receiving my palm, you didn't die. Yi Ling, severely injured, his left hand turned black, his right hand lost its clothing, and he angrily said, Yan Mi. Guchanga. You. Yi Ling thought angrily. Yan Mi sneered and thought, maybe he had schemed against everyone from the beginning. Bai Lai might have been killed by him, and the blame was placed on me. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself. Changa, from now on, let me get close to him, sow discord between me and Qi Ling, and let him manipulate everyone like pawns. His methods are truly terrifying. Brother Turtle spoke from the treasure. Now, with his palm, you are severely wounded, and it's likely that you won't escape death today. Yi Ling said to Brother Turtle. Old man, what should I do now? Brother Turtle said, try to delay as much as you can. We can only pray for the heavens to protect you. Guchanga won't easily play his hand. Maybe the heavenly sovereign will act. Yi Ling said, Guchanga, what exactly is your goal? Why don't you say it? Perhaps we could cooperate. If you kill me, who will bear the reputation of the demonic arts? Guchanga thought to himself, playing the dying act and babbling in front of me? Changa, don't worry about me. Even if you die, you are just a scapegoat. A prompt appeared on the toolbar, kill the son of fortune, Yi Ling will gain 3,000 points of fortune, 10,500 points of destiny, and other rewards. Yi Ling's luck is 5,050. Yi Ling said, looks like we can't negotiate anymore. Changa Guchanga, you're going too far. I'll fight you. Yi Ling's hands each revealed a dragon and a fire phoenix. Guchanga said, going too far, huh? As Guchanga was about to display his treasure, he said, Yi Ling, if you're strong, you'll live, if you're weak, you'll die. This is due to your own strength, and you cannot resist your ambition. Also, are you pretending to be weak? Following that, many sword energies flew towards Yi Ling, turning those powers into nothingness. Yi Ling was shocked and stunned. Brother Turtle said, how could this person's rule power and cultivation level be possible? A knee appeared in front of Yi Ling, followed by a powerful kick to Yi Ling's face. Guchanga said, can't I bully you? A kick sent Yi Ling crashing into the wall again. Yi Ling began activating his magic weapon and shouted, we have no relationship, no enmity. Why are you doing this? Yi Ling flew towards Guchanga, his speed miraculous. Having been in the cultivation world for so long. Changa, don't you understand the principle that those who hold jade are guilty? In front of Guchanga appeared a deadly weapon, and he continued, didn't you say you wanted to turn my fiancé into a slave? Have you forgotten so quickly? After speaking, Guchanga tightly gripped the deadly weapon in his hand. Brother Turtle said, this aura isn't right, stop hesitating, quickly use that item, or you'll die here today. Guchanga drew a path of attack towards Yi Ling, and immediately, a loud explosion sounded. Amidst the thick smoke, Guchanga laughed and said, such a childish mindset, truly undeserved fame. The son of fortune is indeed not as great as his reputation. A golden white magic weapon appeared in front of Yi Ling, blocking the attack, but cracks started to appear. He anxiously shouted, how is this possible? Changa, this divine armor can actually block a blow from a saint-level expert? Brother Turtle said, I didn't expect the forbidden demonic arts to be so terrifying. Guchanga said, so this is your trump card. Let me see how long you can hold on. When the divine artifact completely shattered, Yi Ling couldn't help but shout, old man. Heavenly Sovereign. Quickly come save me. Heavenly Sovereign, I'm your heir. Come save me. Heavenly Sovereign. Brother Turtle kept calling out from the magic tool, Master. Guchanga quickly rushed over. Yi Ling was terrified, his face covered with tears and snot, and he shouted, Heavenly Sovereign. Two red eyes flashed. Changa trash. Then, a force counterattacked Guchanga. Changa, let him retreat, Yenmi said. Reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. Yi Ling excitedly shouted, Master, great. Finally safe. The Heavenly Sovereign stood before them with a serious expression and said, "Kid, you really disappoint me." The Heavenly Sovereign had hair that was half white and half black, with hands of different colors and a golden belt with a bagua pattern at his waist. Brother Turtle said in the magic tool, "Master." Yenmi thought behind him, "Is this the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign?" Guchanga laughed and said, "Heavenly Sovereign, unfortunately, this is just an illusionary soul." The Heavenly Sovereign was full of fury and scolded, "Humph, Junior, you dare underestimate me?" In an instant, he released an overwhelming pressure. The pressure caused Yenmi to collapse helplessly to the ground. The power is too strong. Guchanga does not know the height of the heavens and the earth, daring to provoke my master. Today, here's where you will meet your demise. Yenmi cried out in pain, "Master! Master!" Guchanga said with a serious expression, "You're about to die, stop talking nonsense." He tightly gripped the 8 desolate demon halberd and said, "I will send you on your way in front of your master." Afterwards, Guchanga activated the talisman to seize fortune. The 8 desolate demon halberd began to show its power. The Heavenly Sovereign stood in the formation and said, "A few tricks, but I didn't expect many purple chains to coil around the Heavenly Sovereign." The Heavenly Sovereign thought, "I didn't expect that they temporarily sealed me?" A demonic energy light wrapped around Yi Ling, causing him to shout, "Master! Master, save me! Changa, I don't want to die. I won't accept it. I haven't reached my peak." He screamed in pain. Afterwards, nothing was left, only a piece of armor and a magic weapon. The Heavenly Sovereign angrily said, "How dare you kill my disciple in front of me? You're asking for death." He broke through the purple chains and appeared behind Guchanga. Yenmi quickly blocked behind, shouting, "Master, be careful." Just as the fatal blow was about to land on Yenmi's face, Guchanga quickly turned and retreated, blocking the attack. The 8 desolate demon halberd clashed head-on with the Heavenly Sovereign's attack. A huge explosion erupted. Guchanga and Yenmi were blasted back, escaping from the thick smoke. Do you understand now? In the face of absolute power, any scheming and tricks are useless. Guchanga laughed, "Absolute power?" A treasure bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle emitted purple smoke, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Guchanga maliciously said, "Bad luck, scheming, and trickery have always been my specialty." This made the Heavenly Sovereign exclaim in shock, "This is the devouring heaven demon art." Guchanga pointed at the Heavenly Sovereign and said, "What about that absolute power?" He maliciously smiled and said, "Why don't you try and see?" Red light flashed on the Heavenly Sovereign's black arm. Within the light, a giant dragon appeared. The Heavenly Sovereign laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. What an ignorant little brat." He swiftly charged forward and shouted, "You're just an immature heir of demonic arts, I don't take you seriously at all." He swung the red giant dragon, full of sharp teeth, towards Guchanga. A shadow figure still should not struggle meaninglessly. Guchanga's law body appeared and punched out, directly turning the giant dragon into nothingness. At the same time, he also pushed the Heavenly Sovereign far away. The Heavenly Sovereign was pushed into the distance and said, "Demonic statue law body. This method is indeed impressive, but don't get too happy too soon." A cry came from the purple light, "Little turtle, old turtle." Inside the magical treasure, it cried out, "Master is calling me." Immediately, the magical treasure shot quickly towards the purple light. Yenmi reached out to grab it but was too late. The treasure flew directly into the purple light. Yenmi anxiously shouted, "Master, be careful. Changa Master, I'll help you." But before the treasure reached the Heavenly Sovereign's hands, it was already tightly grasped by Guchanga. Turtle Brother said, "Indeed, it's the power of the void. Master, Master, save me." Guchanga laughed, "Do you think a mere turtle can change the situation?" The Heavenly Sovereign angrily shouted, "Brat, give it back to me." He said expressionlessly, "Nonsense." The 8 desolate demon halberd appeared, with demonic energy spreading, bringing countless bones as it charged toward the Heavenly Sovereign's power. In an instant, countless flashes of lightning appeared within the purple light, along with blue beams and countless fragments. This caused Yenmi to be blasted away. Yenmi gasped outside and said, "It's just a remnant soul. Without the support of the demonic arts, this place would collapse." In an instant, countless purple chains flew out, tightly binding the Heavenly Sovereign in one place, lifting him up and presenting him to Guchanga. The Heavenly Sovereign said. I didn't expect your demonic arts to succeed, not giving me a chance to gather my strength. Those chains also began to remove the armor from the Heavenly Sovereign, making him question, what are you doing? Guchanga maliciously said, what were you planning to do to Little Turtle just now? I'll let you experience it as well. The Heavenly Sovereign laughed, devour me? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect this day to come for me as well. He closed his eyes. Forget it. In an instant, not only was the 8 Desolations demon spear, the remnants of the Heavenly Lord's soul, and all the demonic energy sucked into the bottle held by Guchanga. Don't worry, you won't be the last one. A notification appeared on the toolbar. The Fate Struggle card was successfully used, gaining 5,000 Fate points and 25,000 Destiny points. The system continued to notify. Killing the Son of Fate, Yi Lan, completed, gaining 3,000 Fate points and 15,000 Destiny points. Starting. The luck points of the Son of Fate have not been obtained, and the Heavenly Tao Treasure Yang cannot be obtained. The Heavenly Tao is calculating the reward. Guchanga clicked on the Heavenly Tao Treasure Yang and said, 40,000 Destiny points, plus 8,000 Fate points. Yi Lan did not disappoint me after all. A notification appeared on the toolbar, Reincarnation Immortal Light X1, including Shan Guang, meaning reincarnation. Belonging to the Time Attribute Force, stepping into the origin of time, the Tao of Time. Fusion. In an instant, 2 black-red pills fused into one. It flew into Guchanga's forehead. Indeed, this is a good thing, Reincarnation Immortal Light, a force of the same level as Void Water. With such power supporting me. Even facing the sage, it would be easier. Yanmi approached and smiled, congratulations, Master. Guchanga replied, you've worked hard. He handed Yanmi a pill and said, this is the antidote to the demon ancient poison. After today, you will no longer suffer from its backlash. Yanmi said, even without the demon ancient poison. In Yanmi's heart, I will always belong to the Master. Guchanga fed the pill to Yanmi, making her blush. She said, I trust you. Thank you, Master. Come with me into the cave abode. In an instant, 2 beams of light flew into the great hall. Inside the hall, there were countless magical treasures. What are you looking at? Take it yourself. This made Yanmi's eyes shine. Guchanga looked at the planet rotating around a pillar and thought, is this the core used to control the reincarnation mansion? As long as I refine this item, I can control the cave abode. Meanwhile, Yanmi was occasionally looking around, glancing here and there, scanning the surroundings. Guchanga reached out to grab the magical treasure. Yanmi was also observing the surroundings, shocked by everything before her, seeing all things begin to flicker. Guchanga thought, the abilities of the reincarnation Heavenly Lord are indeed impressive. There are weapons, magical arrays, spiritual pills, ancient medicines. And even mats for unsealing the Tao. I didn't expect there would be 5 puppets. They were originally meant for Yi Lan, but now I will take them. This inheritance indeed recorded the imprint implanted by the ancient Heavenly Lord for the immortal ancient clan. It's a pity that it was taken by Yi Lan, but I have the valuable immortal formula, which is of a similar nature. This reincarnation cave abode, I will take it into this world. Guchanga shouted, Yanmi, are you ready? Yanmi, in the distance, was holding a mirror with rainbow light shining within it. Saying, yes. Everything transformed into one place and entered Guchanga's world. Now, the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord has fallen into my hands. Indeed, I can use this identity. If Yi Lan's death is discovered in the future, others will have to bear the blame. As the heir of the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord, it can be used to cover the site. After returning to the outside world, it was said that Yi Lan was severely injured and escaped. Yanmi, holding a bronze mirror, said, I understand, Master. Yi Lan didn't die. At the critical moment, he used a powerful trump card to escape. Guchanga covered his face and said, no. At the critical moment, Yi Lan used demonic powers to severely injure me. He himself was also severely injured and took the opportunity to escape. Yanmi excitedly said, I understand now, it really is as Master planned. Guchanga revealed a look of being seriously injured and said, now let's start revealing the truth to everyone. In a spring courtyard, many people gathered. Someone said, what a pity, we arrived too late, the ancient corpse has already been refined. By the way, why haven't we seen Brother Gu? Many people had come to kill Yilan. It seems that he definitely escaped. The Scarlet Spirit Celestial Maiden said, Brother Chang'e must have wanted us to act together to force Yilan to appear. It seems we were still deceived by Brother Gu. Scarlet Spirit continued, it's all for the sake of countless lives. Brother Chang'e might have gone alone to chase after him. Perhaps he has already encountered Yilan. Yilan laughed and said, I didn't expect that Miss Scarlet Spirit would understand Brother Gu so well. Could it be that you? Scarlet Spirit hurriedly waved her hand to interrupt him and said, Brother Yi, please be careful with your words. Scarlet Spirit thought to herself, if it were true that there's a close relationship with Gu Chang'e, then Yu Mingbu would have grown powerful enough to want to devour me. The image of Gu Chang'e, standing beside Yu Mingbu, marking his dominance, appeared in her mind. A subordinate ran over to report, it's bad, young Master Chang'e fought with the inheritor of the demonic powers and got injured. Everyone shouted together, what? Scarlet Spirit asked, is this true? Is Brother Chang'e alright? The subordinate replied, although young Master Chang'e was seriously injured, there's no need to worry. Also, the nine-tailed celestial fox, Yan Mi, has already stepped in to save young Master Chang'e. Scarlet Spirit said with concern, as long as he's fine, that's good, but Yi Lan's methods are truly astonishing. Even Brother Chang'e got injured. Yi Lan said, then what about Yi Lan? The subordinate continued reporting, Yi Lan was severely injured by the young master and escaped. His whereabouts are currently unknown. The Dark King said, I didn't expect Brother Gu couldn't even kill him, it's truly troublesome. Everyone began to discuss, I think the nine-tailed celestial fox, Yan Mi, had a conflict with young Master Chang'e over Bai Lai, but in the end, it was young Master Chang'e who saved her. A woman said, speaking of Yan Mi, she's also young Master's junior sister. How could she let someone die without saving them? Speaking of young Master Chang'e, he's really admirable. Another woman said, I always thought young Master Chang'e was a domineering person, but I didn't expect he had such a gentle side. Yan Mi must be very moved. The numbers 71 and 50 appeared above their heads. One said, being saved by the young master, truly enviable. The other replied, yes, I wonder if I were captured. Would young Master Chang'e come to save me? Yi Lan raised his hand and said to the crowd, first, go and ask Brother Chang'e about Yi Lan's situation, and then when you encounter Yi Lan, you'll be better prepared. Everyone shouted in unison, we'll go. The Black Sky Eagle clan observed from a distance. One person said, these people want to deal with the inheritor of the demonic powers. This gives us a chance to deal with Gu Chang'e. But he still hasn't shown up. The cultivators of the outside world and Gu Chang'e were enemies. A seductive woman with angel wings walked over, killing one side is the same, right? A member of the Dragon Clan said, it's different. Killing the outside world's cultivators will definitely anger those powers. And if we're just dealing with Gu Chang'e, there's no need to worry. The woman angrily snorted, such cowards. Since Gu Chang'e hasn't shown up, I'll go find him. She licked the blood from the sharp claws and said, moreover, didn't he get injured? He doesn't know how to cherish such an opportunity. Hei Ming's sister said, go ahead. If you want revenge, then go. She thought to herself, what a fool, this will be a good chance for you to experience the truth of Gu Chang'e today. The winged woman raised her hand and said, let's go. In an instant, everyone from the dance clan flew away. The scene shifts to another place, where the crowd is surrounding Gu Chang'e. Scarlet Spirit asks, Brother Chang'e, and Yan Mi also asks, how is Brother Gu? Gu Chang'e coughs while saying, thank you all for your concern. This small injury is nothing, I should recover quickly. Scarlet Spirit's subordinate says, Brother Gu Chang'e's injury has affected his foundation. It may be difficult for him to recover fully for a while. Another person says, Yi Ling's strength is indeed not to be underestimated, even Brother Chang'e has suffered a great loss. King Brother says, I originally wanted to ask about the details of the battle, but I didn't expect Brother Gu to be so seriously injured. Brother Chang'e should focus on recovering. Gu Chang'e coughs and says, I trouble all of you, brothers, to care for me, but this small injury does not affect me. Cough cough. Yan Mi cries and says, it's all my fault. If I hadn't easily trusted Yi Ling and been threatened by him with my life, Brother Gu wouldn't have been injured. Gu Chunga looks confused, his lips pale as he speaks. Yan's sister, don't feel guilty. Although we had some conflict, anyone would have done the same when facing the inheritor of the demonic powers. As he says this, he shows everyone the blood-stained handkerchief. Another person says, even with such a severe injury to his foundation, he still thinks of caring for his junior sister. It's truly admirable. A person with golden wings says, Brother Chunga, please rest and recover. If the various clans of Tiangu give you trouble, we won't back down, and we won't let them succeed. Scarlet Spirit raises her hand and says, everyone, let's not disturb Brother Gu Chunga's recovery any longer. Everyone agrees in unison, Scarlet Spirit Celestial Maiden is right. And they all leave. Yanmi looks at the departing crowd and says, Master, you really toyed with everyone's emotions. Gu Chunga burns the blood-stained handkerchief and says, they're just a bunch of fools. What can they see? Next, I truly need to take action against the Tiangu clans. In another place, Yuming's subordinate is reporting, and Yuming calmly shouts, what? Injured? Yuming dismisses it, Gu Chunga injured? This is nonsense. He must be playing the hero, to save the beauty. Who is he fooling? I think it's just a show, and everyone is just going along with it. Yuming slightly frowns, thinking to himself, Yanmi before, the scent on Gu Chunga, is it the scent of the fox demon Yanmi? On a majestic mountain peak, a white crane flies by. Gu Xianer sits down dejectedly and says, De Qing, do you think Gu Chunga's matter is true? Should I go check on him? With his personality and strength, if he could kill the inheritor of the demonic powers, how could he let him escape? He must have lost his fighting ability. If that's the case, then I've heard that it's true, he was injured to the foundation. She unwillingly says, I'm not worried about him, but if he dies, who will I get to take revenge on? The bird named De Qing looks at her with a disdainful expression and says nothing in reply. Just a few days ago, I got the divine medicine to heal Gu Chunga's injuries, as a way to thank him for saving me. Then she jumps onto several beasts with swollen mouths from being beaten and says, Look, how magnanimous I am. The bulletin board displays, congratulations on obtaining hand bones, foot bones, left hand finger bones, and 3 transcendent bones. Congratulations on obtaining 2 supreme sword bones. Possessing rule-bound gold and attacking swords, as well as dual extreme rule flowers. While recovering from his injury, Gu Chunga sees on the bulletin board, congratulations, the Celestial Dao Immortal Classic has upgraded. Then, the Black Sky Eagle clan appears in his palm, with 5 of the strongest members of the Heavenly Eagle clan manifesting. Gu Chunga clenches his fist and says, it's time to close the net. Gu Chunga teased a magic treasure, among which was a turtle, and said, by the way, what about you? Tell me about your origins. The elder brother in the magic treasure said. Gu Chunga, don't even think about it. Gu Chunga said, this matter is not for you to decide. The elder brother said, in such a short period of time, you actually managed to control the power of reincarnation and surpass Xi Ling? How is that possible? A bright red flower appeared in the magic treasure. Gu Chunga said, oh, it's the pearl immortal medicine, but it has been divided into 3 pieces. This is just one of them. The elder brother stammered, oh. Gu Chunga, what do you want to do? Gu Chunga smiled. A column of red power shot into the sky after being successfully refined. A beautiful purple power surrounded him, dancing around. Gu Chunga said, I didn't expect to have broken through to the peak of the Divine King realm. I'm just 1 step away from the Saint realm. A subordinate said, Master, Miss Xianni is here to see you in the ruins area. Gu Chunga asked, Gu Xianni? How did she come here? The subordinate said, Miss Xianni, please come this way. These people with powerful auras were all followers of Gu Chunga. She thought to herself, with this level of combat power, it's enough to easily destroy second-tier forces even in the outside world. Although he had suppressed me with various means in the past, if he truly wanted to kill me, he probably wouldn't have to do it himself. She walked step by step up the stairs. Thinking, Gu Chunga, it seems you still have things hidden from me, right? Gu Chunga said in the cave, Xianni is here. I heard she came to check on me, because I was injured? Gu Xianni entered and, seeing Gu Chunga's condition, she couldn't help but blurt out, you. Gu Chunga looked haggard and exhausted as he said, I have to say, if you want to take revenge, the timing is quite good. She snorted coldly and said, "It seems like you've been seriously injured this time." Gu Changge coughed a few times and said, "What's so surprising about it? Even if I'm injured, it's still easy to suppress someone like you, who's rebellious." Gu Xian'an said coldly, "You're so full of yourself. With such an injury, I won't try to take advantage of your vulnerable moment. Don't worry, I'm just here to see if you're about to die." Gu Changge lazily opened his pitch-black eyes and said, "Are you feeling sorry for me?" Then he shouted, and the oppressive force surged towards Xian'an. "Gu Xian'an, I won't fall to the point where you pity me. Well, I haven't changed my mind yet. Get out." Gu Xian'an firmly stood her ground and said, "Gu Changge, stop pretending to be powerful. You've already been injured to your origin. Continuing to use your cultivation will only worsen the injury." Then she conjured a flower, saying, "I have a holy herb here that can heal injuries, and is very effective in restoring your origin." She shot the flower towards Gu Changge, but he swatted it away, sending it to the side. "Changge, I don't need any goodwill, especially not from you. Remember, don't have any feelings for me. All you need to do is train well and take revenge for me in the future." Gu Xian'an angrily said, Who has feelings for you?" She seemed a little guilty, stammering, I'm just afraid that if you're dealt with, I won't be able to take revenge." "Changge, stop being so self-important." This left Gu Changge speechless. He raised his finger and said, "In that case, I'll accept this medicine as an exchange. You can pick whatever you like." Gu Xian'an felt joy in her heart but pretended to be indifferent, saying, "Gu Changge, stop insulting others. Do I lack these things?" The Qing bird beside her kept nodding. She continued, "Even if I gain nothing this time and end up completely penniless, I won't take these things." She looked toward the light and saw many magic treasures. This made her eyes widen, and saliva began to flow. Even the Qing bird beside her stared wide-eyed. Gu Changge, feeling exhausted, said, "Oh, if that's the case, then forget it." But when he turned around, he saw that Gu Xian'an had already piled all the magic treasures into a heap, leaving Gu Changge speechless. Closing his eyes, he thought, little money grubber. I believe she already planted a seed in her heart, and after being nurtured by time, it has now taken root and sprouted. Gu Xian'an and the Qing bird were busy among the pile of magic treasures. She said, "What's this? This one's good. This one's also a good item." The Qing bird kept calling, "Quack! Quack!" Outside, a subordinate reported, "Report. Master, 300 miles away, the Wuliang Xingling tribe's martial artist Xiangu army has appeared. It seems they are preparing to attack." Gu Changge asked, "The martial artist tribe?" He thought to himself, "It looks like it's time to deepen the relationship." Gu Changge looked at Gu Xian'an, seeing that she was gathering a pile of sparkling magic treasures. She piled the treasures on her shoulder and said lightly, "What are you looking at? Do you think I'm going to help you?" Gu Changge thought to himself, "Of course, I believe you will." Outside, many members of the martial artist tribe charged forward, slaughtering Gu Change's subordinates. One person shouted, "That's." Another person said, "Gu Changge. Finally showing up?" Gu Changge appeared in the crowd. A subordinate said, "Master, there are too many enemies. You're injured, why don't we?" Gu Changge appeared, conjured a bottle, and said, "It's fine. Let me help you kill the enemies with these sword ring fragments." One of the leaders said, "You're Gu Changge? When you killed our disciples back then, you never expected this day, did you?" She thought, "He looks exhausted, his breath unstable, and even the sword ring has to be used by his subordinates. It seems Gu Changge is truly badly injured." She proudly raised her sharp claws and said, "Go. Whoever can take Gu Change's head will be heavily rewarded." A pearl floated to the long swords of the other people, cast by a female subordinate. The leader said, "It has the master sword ring, but that's not terrifying." Everyone rushed forward, shouting, "Activate the sword formation." The members of the martial artist tribe also shouted loudly, "Kill." In the sky, a giant longsword shot straight toward the martial artist tribe's formation. The leader of the martial artist tribe prepared to unleash her power, gathering strength in her hands. She thought, "This sword ring must be extremely precious, he can't have many of them." A bronze shield appeared in her hands, with a chain bead embedded in the center. She thought, with Gu Changge seriously wounded, if he blocks this strike, he'll be exhausted. I can do whatever I want after that. When the sword tip touched the shield, a huge sound erupted, scattering the grass and trees, and breaking everything apart. Gu Chang's subordinates also had to use their hands to shield their faces. When the smoke cleared, a gigantic shield appeared. Gu Chang'e said, "Oh, this is..." One person from the martial artist tribe said, "It's the aura of a martial saint. It's a holy artifact." The leader of the martial artist tribe raised her hand and said, "Today is the best opportunity to increase my prestige and establish authority within the tribe." Gu Chang'e and his subordinates stood to the side, observing. Gu Chang'e thought, "I didn't expect they would actively use magical artifacts. It seems that the casualties in the Xiangu tribes recently have been severe. The ancestral tombs are continuously being excavated, and the suppressed anger has reached its limit, even starting to touch the ultimate taboo set by the outside world. Reckless actions like this will surely become the spark of conflict between the outside world and the Xiangu remnants." The leader of the martial artist tribe shouted, "Quick, block that little rat." Gu Chang'e thought, "Perfect, this gives me a perfect excuse to counterattack. I really should thank these foolish martial artist tribe members." Gu Xianer, holding a long sword, smiled and said to two subordinates of the martial artist tribe, "You've got the wrong person. What does it have to do with me if you want to deal with Gu Chang'e?" "I'm just passing by," she said, facing the two subordinates of the martial artist tribe. Gu Chang'e is truly detestable. He must have planned this all along. I shouldn't have worried about his injuries. Gu Chang'e said, "Xianer, this matter has nothing to do with you. I don't need your help, leave now." This stunned Gu Xianer. She angrily said, "Gu Chang'e, what nonsense are you spouting? I wouldn't help you even if I were dead." The leader of the martial artist tribe said, "Looks like Gu Chang'e cares about this little girl a lot." Then, she shouted loudly, "Catch her." The subordinates of the martial artist tribe rushed towards Gu Xianer, forcing her into a desperate situation. Just then, a powerful force of light blocked their path. Gu Chang'e, holding a long sword, coughed and said, "You won't even spare my sister? Martial artist tribe, do you want to be enemies with the immortal Changshingu family?" The leader of the martial artist tribe thought, "I didn't expect he would use the power of his backing to threaten me. Is he really cornered?" She said, "Gu Chang'e, you killed our disciples and ambushed Lord Longtang. Did you think this would not have consequences? This is all your own doing." Gu Chang'e said, "If you want revenge, I have nothing to say. However, aren't you afraid of touching the taboo by using a holy artifact?" The leader of the martial artist tribe laughed loudly and said, "Taboo? Gu Chang'e, it seems you really are desperate now." She continued, "Rather than waste time here, you should consider how to handle the aftermath." Then, she shouted loudly, "Go! Go! Everyone, charge with me!" Gu Xianer, standing to the side, was still fighting with a subordinate of the martial artist tribe. She thought to herself, could he really be? Many beams of green, red, purple, and yellow light flew over. The newly arrived people shouted loudly, "Don't even think about hurting Brother Chang'e." A powerful blue arm struck fiercely at the chest of one subordinate and another enemy. The captured individuals were frozen and fell to the ground. Yi Langtian said, "The various clans of the immortal ancient realm have crossed the line." He continued, "Even the insignificant martial clan dares to provoke us at this moment? Brother Chang'e, we'll help you drive back the enemies." Gu Chang'e smiled, thinking to himself, "Perfect, they're right on time." Gu Chang'e said, "Thank you all. With the help of you, Brother Dao, the martial clan's conspiracy today will likely not succeed." The leader of the martial clan said, Gu Chang'e, no matter how many of you come today, what difference will it make?" One of Yi Langshan's people said, "Damn it. We must report today's events to the sect, and let the elders know that the immortal ancient remnants have crossed the line." The leader of the martial clan interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense, attack." Immediately, all the martial clan members seemed to be infused with new strength, their muscles bulging and their bodies expanding. They rushed forward, shouting, "Do you think we're afraid of you?" A purple, law body appeared, and a yellow appeared on Yi Langshan's side. They said, "Perfect. Let's take this opportunity to wipe out these immortal ancient saints." Gu Chang'e, for the sake of the damage caused by the various clans from the outside world, today we'll take the burden for him. A bloody and intense battle erupted in the sky. The roar was unceasing, and lights were flashing everywhere. The purple was striking fiercely at the yellow. The golden light remained dazzling, striking heavily on the leader's shield. She said, in front of a holy weapon, you are nothing but a bunch of ants. The golden beams emitted a strong aura of magical artifacts. Yi Langshan's side shouted, sneak attack. The golden beams pierced through, causing many to die instantly. The leader shouted, Gu Chang'e, today you're dead for sure. Stop struggling. Gu Chang'e sneered, thinking to himself, of course, I will struggle to the end. He said, I didn't expect you to use a holy weapon to kill the heavens chosen from the outside world. Gu Chang'e will never allow such a thing to happen. A subordinate nearby supported him, saying, Master, no. Your injuries haven't recovered, you cannot make a move. Gu Chang'e replied, you want me to fight alongside the heroes up front while hiding behind? How can I maintain my face? He radiated intense light. He shouted. Even if my cultivation is nearly depleted, and my primordial spirit is about to dissipate, I will never allow her to have her way. A powerful force erupted from Gu Chang'e's body, charging straight toward the leader of the martial clan. People around shouted, young Master Chang'e. Your injuries aren't healed, but you're still releasing spiritual energy. The leader of the martial clan laughed mockingly, a dying struggle. How long can you hold out with this secret technique? Gu Chang'e coldly replied, killing you is enough. 1. Suddenly, he appeared behind the leader of the warrior tribe. The long sword in his hand pointed directly at the sacred artifact. Gu Chang'e shouted, the warrior tribe is a part of the immortal ancient. What you do today will come at a cost. The fierce thrust of the sword sent the leader of the warrior tribe flying. She sneered, as expected, you can push my sacred artifact away. Your full strength is indeed powerful. If you weren't injured, perhaps I wouldn't be your match in a one-on-one fight. But she continued, unfortunately, I have a sacred artifact. My strength is not limited to this. She raised the copper shield, from which a massive Dharma body emerged. The Dharma body's eyes flickered with light, emitting a dazzling golden glow. This light caused the bodies of the foreign races to scorch. Everyone shouted, not good. Retreat quickly. West Spirit shouted, damn. In the sky, a humanoid bird-shaped Dharma body appeared, accompanied by raging flames. Yi Langtian said in terror, this power is terrifying. Another person said. The power of the sacred artifact is truly shocking. If we had known, we wouldn't have come to join the commotion. The Dharma body of the sacred artifact stood imposingly, creating an overwhelming momentum. Gu Tianyi anxiously thought, where is Gu Chang'e? I think I saw him rush into that beam of golden light just now. Suddenly, from the dazzling light, Gu Chang'e's voice came, stop. Gu Tianyi saw this scene and felt some doubt in his heart. Someone said, I just saw Brother Gu rush into the battlefield to protect us. It's probably going to be bad for him. Another person also sighed, covering their face to avoid the intense fire. Damn. The fire is too big. I can't see what's happening. The leader of the warrior tribe laughed loudly, mockingly saying, I never expected that the name Gu Chang'e, which can make people change their expressions, is actually just a young fool. Ha ha ha. In the end, he's just like a grasshopper, trying to move a cart. She suddenly realized something, and a purple barrier surrounded her. She panicked and thought, this is a sealed space. I can't use the sacred artifact anymore. Gu Chang'e laughed, haha, actually, I should thank you. She shouted in surprise, Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e continued, I want to tell the elders, if they knew you used the sacred artifact to save your life against me, even if I don't make a move, they will still kill you. A fool like you could never let me complete my plan. She frantically thought, a plan? What plan? Could it be that later, you deliberately baited us into using the sacred artifact? You weren't injured at all? Gu Chang'e walked toward her and said, it seems you're not completely stupid. She shouted, that's wrong. Even if you weren't injured, you can still stand here. How could someone in the void divine realm, so weak, not be affected by the sacred artifact? Gu Chang'e began to release the pressure of demonic energy, saying, the void divine realm is so weak. Her eyes widened, and she shouted, you. At the same time, Gu Chang'e said with a fierce expression, why don't you take a good look at my realm? The leader of the group shouted in fear, you're a demon. Before she could finish speaking, Gu Chang'e placed his hand on her face and said, a sage? I could kill a holy artifact with a move. How could you possibly kill me? Gu Chang'e lowered his head and said, you really are naive. Her body started to show golden cracks. She could only scream in pain as Guchanga's malicious face appeared in her eyes, intertwined with tears and fear. With a loud boom, the leader of the martial artist tribe's body was blown apart. Guchanga said, "Sorry, I'm not used to hearing people beg for mercy." Outside, someone asked, "Quick. The incarnation's aura is dissipating, what happened?" Yilang Tian and his group said, "The flames are gradually disappearing." Someone shouted, "Brother Gu, the aura of the martial artist tribe member has disappeared. Brother Guchanga has won." Then, everyone saw Guchanga sitting leisurely. And someone said, as expected of the younger generation, even though his origin is injured, he can still suppress enemies with holy artifacts. The subordinates hurriedly ran over to ask, "Master, are you okay?" Yilang Tian also ran over to ask, "Brother Changa, how are your injuries?" Guchanga replied, "I'm fine, just burned some qi and blood. But for a short time I won't be able to use my cultivation." One person said, "It's all our fault, our cultivation is too low to help young Master Changa." Sigh, another woman said, "Yeah, we've been worried that we would drag Brother Gu down." Guchanga chuckled, "TCH, don't blame yourselves. I underestimated the strength of those who inherit demonic powers. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had today's events." Yi Liuli said, "Damn, I didn't expect them to use holy artifacts to insult us. Does this guy want to break the agreement?" Yilang Tian replied, "This is serious. If they dare to move against Brother Gu today, they'll calculate against all of us tomorrow." Shiling Tiannu said, "Everyone, send this message to the family and sect. We must make those Xiangu spirits pay the price." Brother Dark King said, "Exactly, this cannot just be let go." Guchanga's face was weary and pained, sweat soaking his entire body as he said, "Then I'll have to trouble everyone." The remaining members of the martial artist tribe were fleeing, shouting, "Miss Wu Jing is also dead. Run, spread the word." One of Guchanga's subordinates glanced at them and said, "Master, those are the remnants of the martial artist tribe." Guchanga said, "Kill them." All the subordinates reported, "Yes," and then immediately left. Guqiani sheathed her sword, thinking, "I knew he would be fine. How could those simple-minded martial artist tribe members defeat him?" She thought, "Well, not only did they trap me, but they also staged a play for him and earned back some peace." At this moment, she gritted her teeth and thought, Guqiani, when you get close to Guchanga, you have to be prepared for things to go wrong." In another place, someone said, "Wu Jing lost. Hei Ming's sister stands above all the tribes," and the clansman asked, "Miss, should we go up? Now that Guchanga is in a state of exhaustion, it's the best time for us to act." A snake man said, "Forget it, Wu Jing's actions have already angered everyone. Those foreign cultivators, it seems, our purpose now is to kill Guchanga. Continuing will only escalate the conflict with the outside world." Hei Ming's sister said, "That's right, Guchanga not only has extraordinary strength, but also deep schemes. We can't know if he has other means to protect himself." Then, she turned and said, "The most urgent thing now is to think about how to withstand the retaliation from the outside world." She said seriously, "In any case, under the leadership of Guchanga, the cultivators from the outside world and us have already become two factions that cannot coexist." She thought to herself, "I must be very careful when dealing with this person, not letting him discover any flaws, and always be ready to jump in." Switching to the martial artist clan's camp, in a grand hall, the elders were discussing strategies. One person clapped their hands and said, "Why is Wu Jing so stupid? He actually dared to use a holy weapon against Guchanga. This is completely his trap." Another person said, "If the conflict escalates, won't our martial artist clan become the sinners of the entire immortal ancient continent? Discussing this now is useless. Guchanga may have already planned us, the immortal ancient clan. That's right, other races will definitely not stand by and watch." Wu Jing's grandfather said, "Guchanga is young, but his mind is ruthless, truly incapable of mercy. We must act decisively." An elderly woman said, "No. Have you all forgotten that Guchanga has another identity, the heir of the heavenly immortal palace? You should know what that means." This statement caused all the clan members to feel a headache. "Changa, if we can't kill him and can't keep him, are we, the martial artist clan, just going to let ourselves be slaughtered and become the fish meat in others' eyes? I am not willing to suffer this kind of humiliation." A bald old man was pondering above. Chang'e, go find the dragon clan, to discuss it. After all, the true dragon order is related to them, let them handle this matter. Chang'e, I'm afraid that from now on, the immortal ancient continent will no longer be peaceful. More and more people from opposing camps are emerging. On one side is the Black Heaven Ancient Eagle clan, and on the other side is Yilang Tian and the cultivators from the outside world. In the territory of the Sky Eagle clan, a spatial passage appeared. Gu Chang'e walked out, thinking, the seeds I planted have finally reached the time to harvest. Gu Chang'e said, He Ming really hasn't let me down. A subordinate standing at the entrance of the Black Heaven Eagle clan said, Hey, I heard that a few days ago, you also participated in the punishment action against Gu Chang'e. How come it was cancelled? The person replied, Don't mention it. Miss MANHWA and the others were worried that Gu Chang'e had hidden cards, and unfortunately, we didn't have the good opportunity to catch him. Gu Chang'e walked up to them, and the bald man asked, Who are you? Gu Chang'e answered calmly, I am Gu Chang'e. The green-haired man exclaimed, Gu Chang'e. He began to sweat profusely. The bald man angrily shouted, What are you doing in our clan? Gu Chang'e said while walking, Of course, I am here to take back what belongs to me. He pushed the two aside and said, What belongs to me? He Ming's sister suddenly realized something and asked, What? Has someone intruded into our clan's territory? She stood up and shouted, Who is so bold? She thought to herself, Could it be the heir of the ancient reincarnation heavenly venerable? If I am right, the venerable's heir should be Yilang Tian, who is also the successor of the devil arts. She said, This person has deep schemes, this time, it's really a combination of luck and risk. In He Ming's room, several purple evil lights floated in the air. He said, This feeling. He opened his eyes and excitedly said, That's right. This is the aura of that supreme being. Many members of the Black Heaven Eagle clan stood in front of Gu Chang'e, blocking him. Behind Gu Chang'e, several corpses lay on the ground. Someone shouted. No respect for anyone. Gu Chang'e, have you gone mad? He Ming's sister arrived with him in the end. She looked at Qi Chang'e, and thought to herself, Qi Chang'e. How could it be him? How is his injury healed? Could it be that he wasn't injured at all? Two people, a man and a woman, stood in front of Qi Chang'e and shouted, Don't think about moving forward. This is not the back garden of the Chongqing Qi family. If you disturb the ancestor, you will regret it. Qi Chang'e's eyes flickered with purple light as he said, You really don't know how to cherish your own life. Suddenly, an old man appeared in the air and shouted, Stop. Then he said, You all step back immediately, make way for this old man. This caused everyone to shout in surprise, Elder. He stood in the air and asked, Qi Chang'e. What exactly are you trying to do? Qi Chang'e smiled and said, I am just here to take back what belongs to me. The elder asked again, What belongs to you? Qi Chang'e put his hands behind his back and calmly said, Of course, the reincarnation Dao platform, and your Black Heaven Eagle clan. Then, he pointed at the members of the Black Heaven Eagle clan. The clan elder shouted, Damn. What did you say? He thought to himself, Not good. How does he know about the reincarnation Dao platform? That is something our ancient immortal clan has inherited and controls. Qi Chang'e said, Stop jabbering. You are not qualified to speak with me. Tell your ancestor to come out and see me. Someone in the crowd shouted, Elder, if you let him behave so arrogantly, how can our Black Heaven Eagle clan still have any face? Others also shouted, We don't accept this elder. If he wants to die, we will kill him, and the outside world can't do anything to us. The elder descended in front of the Black Heaven Eagle clan and said, This kid sure has a big mouth. Where do you get the courage to say such things? Qi Chang'e's eyes flickered with purple light as he said, Don't you realize? With just one thought, you will all die. Qi Chang'e's power spread out in all directions. He said, This is my momentum. This left everyone stunned and dumbfounded. Someone shouted, This. The people who shouted in the crowd all felt intense pain. Everyone thought, this feeling is like being strangled, with the heart beating but tightly gripped by a hand. The elder said, What kind of method is this? Everyone fell down one by one, letting out painful screams, Ah. It hurts so much. The old man thought, I didn't expect this to be even more terrifying. Then the slave seal. Qi Chang'e walked up to the elder and said, Does this matter to you? Trembling, the elder extended his hand and asked, "Why can you control our lives and deaths?" However, Chichanga stepped back, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. "I hope you all remember one thing. From now on, I am your master." Hei Ming's sister thought to herself, this method must be related to the slave seal. Unless he is the heir of the reincarnation heavenly venerable lineage, no one would know the existence of the reincarnation. Dao platform. The one named Yi Ling, heir of reincarnation, must have already died. Now Chichanga is finally able to take action on the slave seal. She looked at Chichanga and thought, perhaps, in reality, he is the true successor of the devil arts. With this thought, Chichanga looked at Hei Ming's sister and showed a sly smile. Purple veins began to appear on her body. Following that, streams of white light fluttered through the air. This puzzled Guchanga. Suddenly, a voice sounded, "Brat." A massive figure with wings appeared in the sky. The old man said, "You have some guts. How dare you behave so recklessly? Don't you look down on us old folks?" Everyone shouted in unison, "Ancestor. It's the ancestor." One of the clan members said, "The ancestor is a quasi-supreme expert here to save us." When the smoke cleared, an elderly face full of wrinkles appeared. Guchanga coldly responded, "Finally showing yourself, the ancestor of the Black Heaven Eagle clan? You're just a slightly bigger ant." The ancestor roared angrily, "What a presumptuous kid, do you think that defeating the younger generation's Wu Jinglong Mang means you can act without restraint?" But then the ancestor's gaze turned into a deep purple, and she said, "Today, I'll teach you a lesson." At the same time, Guchanga's gaze became sharp, and he said, "Kneel down." His power instantly enveloped the ancestor's figure, causing her to scream in pain. Purple chains struck her to the ground, forcing her to lie down, making all the young people exclaim, "Ancestor." Hei Ming thought to himself, I didn't expect even the ancestor of the clan would be suppressed by him. Another person said, "How is this possible? The ancestor is a quasi-supreme existence." Hei Ming thought to himself, where exactly did this person come from? Why does he possess such a supreme aura? Suddenly, a deep green light rushed toward them, shouting, "Yan Qing, please show mercy." The Grand Elder of the Black Heaven Eagle clan flew over and said, "Young Master Gu, please do not be angry. I am an elder of the clan and invite you to come over and discuss matters." The crowd shouted loudly, "He dares to invade our Black Heaven Eagle clan's territory and kill our clan's disciples. Ancestor, kill him." The Grand Elder shouted angrily, "Shut up. You worthless people. If young Master Gu truly wanted to kill you, you would already be dead." The Grand Elder thought to himself. Guchanga is pretending to be weak, but he is actually unfathomable. I even feel fearful in that distant main hall. Guchanga closed his eyes and coldly said, I prefer to have smart people lead the way." The Grand Elder then gestured with his hand and said, "Please, young Master Gu, come over here." The clan members thought to themselves, even the ancestor has been suppressed. The scene shifted to the Sky Eagle Hall. The Grand Elder said, "Young Master Gu, please take a seat." Guchanga walked over and sat in the main seat. The ancestor thought to herself, after all, I am also a quasi-supreme expert, yet I was instantly suppressed by him. She said, "Yan Yu, quickly serve tea to young Master Gu." A beautiful woman responded, "Yes, ancestor." After the tea was served by Yan Yu, she said, "Master, please enjoy the tea." Guchanga asked her, "What is your name?" Yan Yu replied, reporting to the master, "I am Yan Yu of the Black Heaven Eagle clan." Guchanga sipped the tea and said, "Not bad, you're also a smart person, walking a wide path." The subordinates below thought, a foreign brat actually made our clan members bow down. I really don't understand why the ancestor would humble herself so much. Then, everyone shouted together, "We, the humble ones, pay our respects to the master." A young man in golden armor thought, "Damn, Yan Yu is a warrior of our Black Heaven Eagle clan. How can she be here serving tea?" Guchanga set down his teacup and said, "I know that some of you hate me and just want to kill me." He pointed at the young man in golden armor. He then pointed to a red-haired woman. "And you, the middle-aged man with blood streaming from all 7 facial orifices." Then, all 3 of these people were violently tossed away and died on the spot. Guchanga said, "I hope you remember, anyone with rebellious intentions will only meet one end, death." Immediately, everyone knelt down and cried out, "Master, please calm your anger." We beg you to spare us, we are willing to submit to you, we are willing to surrender. Guchanga said, but rest assured, I, Gu, am inherently gentle and don't actually enjoy killing. He stood up and continued, as long as you remain loyal and help me conquer the other races. Dominating the ancient continent isn't impossible. The subordinates all shouted in unison, thank you, master. We will follow your command and definitely obey your arrangements. The scene shifts to another place, on a mountaintop, where red lightning and blood-colored clouds interweave. Guchanga walks in front, with Yanyu following behind. Guchanga shouted, Yanyu. She responded, Master. Guchanga said, it seems you have some spiritual awareness. From now on, help me collect the heavenly pride origins from the other races. She asked, heavenly pride origins? She thought to herself, could it be that he wants to close the path to the ancient continent again after this chaos? Guchanga said, it will become the best environment for cultivation. Guchanga's expression was profound, leaving Yanyu speechless. She then lowered her head, clasped her hands, and said, please rest assured, master. Yanyu will do her utmost. The two of them stood on the mountaintop. Yanyu said, Master, this is the place of the reincarnation Tao platform. Usually, only elders with deep cultivation can come here and comprehend the mysteries of the reincarnation rules. Guchanga smiled and said, the reincarnation Tao platform flashed through my mind. It truly is the power of reincarnation. He then opened a bottle, and immediately flew into it. Yanyu shouted, disperse. This was her first time seeing the appearance of the reincarnation Tao platform. Guchanga sat in the center of a lotus platform, and the demonic energy from the bottle surged out, overflowing with power. She thought to herself, these elders have only glimpsed a bit of the power, yet he plans to directly devour and refine it. A red glow flashed on Guchanga's forehead, and energy began to flow out. Guchanga thought, even if my true spirit is destroyed, I can still be reborn through the reincarnation mark. His gaze gradually brightened as he thought, in that case, I now have another way to protect my life. Next, I'll go pluck the feathers of the Black Sky Eagle clan. In another place, an old serpent angrily struck the ground with his cane, saying, these damned Black Sky Eagles actually dared to interfere. A subordinate beside him asked, Old Serpent Head, what's wrong? The Old Serpent Head replied, our clan's mark was triggered on the reincarnation Tao platform. He then shouted, all right, gather the clan members and tell them we have something to discuss. His subordinate respectfully responded, yes. He looked into the distance, thinking, no, all the ancient races are in turmoil, and the external Tao system is also in chaos. The opportunity has appeared. We must find a way to protect ourselves and survive in this turmoil. The scene shifts to another place in the external world. The Grand Elder was watching the previous battle. He pointed at Guchanga's face and said, this bastard, look how ruthless this kid is. What he's doing is driving the ancient Earth clan into a dead end. A middle-aged elder smiled and said, after all, he is from the Gu family, talented. What's so frightening about these methods? Although I've never seen him, I've heard some rumors. So I had already anticipated his tactics. A person in tattered clothes walked up to the Grand Elder and said, with your current cultivation, do you plan to go through all the ancient races? The mysterious figure replied, our clan's young master was bullied during his trials. Shouldn't I do something about it? The Grand Elder responded, but you are the ancestor of the Gu family. You should think carefully. After all, this matter seems like he already planned the entire situation with the ancient clans. A dusty man said, you don't need to say more, nor stop me. That's the young master of the Gu family. How could I do something to harm my own clan? For a moment, both of them were at a loss for words. Then the Grand Elder laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, in that case, I'll just go with Brother Gu and torment these old bones. The entrance to the ancient era was once again opened, and thousands of giant ships flew in. There were also huge magical swords and spiritual beasts continuously flying in. More impressively, a small courtyard was being placed on the back of an enormous spiritual beast. The Grand Elder stood above, casting spells together with the dust-covered man. The Grand Elder looked behind and said, I didn't expect the Chongqinggu family to value this matter so much. The dust-covered man laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha. This is not something I arranged. Chang'e they were requested by Guchanga, in his capacity as the young master, to command them to come here. The Grand Elder asked again, Guchanga? The dust-covered man retorted, why do you seem more concerned about every move of that guy than the Gu family? The Grand Elder, somewhat embarrassed, touched his beard and said, well, after all, he's the heir of the heavenly immortal palace. I was selected as the successor palace master. So of course, I care more. This made the dust-covered man laugh. All right, let's go then. The scene shifted to another giant ship. Zhai Langtian and Zhai Liuli both cupped their hands and said, Uncle. The man before them said, the matters of the ancient era are now clear. From now on, this will be the gathering place for all factions. No one can avoid it. Zhai Langtian asked, so our mission has ended? The middle-aged man replied, that's right, I am responsible for your safety. The ancient era tribes are truly too arrogant. It's time for them to learn the might of our ancient heavenly clan. Zhai Liuli said, Uncle, this time the various ancient era tribes are primarily targeting the Gu family's young master. We are fine, but they dare not go too far. The middle-aged man responded, do not underestimate that guy's intentions. If it weren't for his proper calculations, it would be hard for us to find a reason to intervene in this matter. Zhai Langtian exclaimed in shock, so that's it. I understand now. Brother Gu really has a way, he deserves admiration. The middle-aged man said, you don't need to worry about Guchanga's safety. The Chongqing Gu family reacted very quickly. I heard they are very angry and have sent a powerful force to assist him. The martial clan will probably face trouble, but thanks to Guchanga, the Zhai family can benefit from the ancient era. He clasped his hands and looked into the distance. The scene shifted to another ship, which was filled with thunder and pressure, causing the flying swordsman to panic. That's the Taichu demon sect. Hurry up. Are these evil forces coming to cause trouble in the ancient era? Someone said, I remember the Gu family's young master is backed by the Taichu demon sect. Another person panicked, what? Then the ancient era tribes will definitely face disaster. Elsewhere, Guchanga gently stroked a purple feather in front of his eyes and said, 100 Ring Mountains. He thought to himself, I didn't hide my tracks here. It seems the ancient era spirit is about to appear. Humph, does this woman plan to swallow everything for herself? However, without her, I would have to wait for the ancient era spirit to naturally emerge, and then I would lose the opportunity. Guchanga stood up and said, don't let anyone know I've been here. Yan Yu bowed her head and said, yes, master. Guchanga thought, Mingkong, you truly are my lucky star. The scene shifted to where Yu Mingkong was cultivating, surrounded by golden light. She thought, why do I suddenly feel uneasy? As she pondered, she continued to cultivate the heavenly immortal Tao Sutra. After perfecting this sutra, it truly is flawless. The true immortal body must be refined as soon as possible. Then, a strong beam of light shot directly into her chest. Several hours later, many green, red, purple, and golden lights appeared in the sky, as if they were about to destroy this beautiful scene. Yu Mingkong thought in panic, someone activated my restriction. Within 3,000 miles of the 100 Ring Mountains, every inch of space is under my control. She quickly shouted, this disturbance is unmistakable. Such a strong aura is approaching. Prepare for battle. Yu Mingkong and her subordinates stood in the sky, preparing to fight. She shouted, that's. Then, the light gradually revealed itself, and the figures were none other than Guchanga and his group. Yu Mingkong said in doubt, I didn't expect it to be him. One of her subordinates asked, Master, what should we do? Yu Mingkong looked at Yan Mei, who was standing beside Guchanga. She angrily said, stop him. The two subordinates beside her exchanged glances, thinking, stop the Gu family's young master? Isn't that asking for death? But they still shouted, yes. Guchanga stood in front of Yu Mingkong. Changa, what a coincidence, I didn't expect Mingkong to be here as well. Yu Mingkong's subordinate said, Guchanga, young master, this is the command of our master. The others thought to themselves, sigh, when a couple is at odds. It's the little soldiers who get hurt. Guchanga said, it's all right, I must have angered Mingkong. Then, Guchanga used the art of shifting shadows and appeared in front of Yu Mingkong, asking, Mingkong, what's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me? Yu Mingkong retorted, what are you doing here? Yan Mei stood at a distance, thinking, why do I feel like she has hostility towards me? Chang'e even a killing intent. Gu Chang'e said, I'm curious, how come you're here too? It seems like you've been planning for a long time, right? Yu Mingkong coldly looked at Gu Chang'e and said, I had the same goal as you. Gu Chang'e grabbed her hand and exclaimed, oh, I see. That's great. This made her blush. Then, Gu Chang'e leaned close to Yu Mingkong's ear and said, but I got hurt, and you didn't come to see me. It really saddens me. Yu Mingkong sniffed, thinking, even the clothes reek of the scent of a seductress. Yu Mingkong angrily said, you got hurt? What does it have to do with me? Did I do it? Gu Chang'e replied, it was completely unintentional. Yan Mei bit her finger from afar, thinking, master, and she. Yu Mingkong asked, by the way, did you kill Zhai Langtian? He answered, he bullied my fiancé, so I helped her kill him. Isn't that justified? This made Yu Mingkong seethe with rage. She turned around, her anger exploding as she shouted, what did you say? Helped me kill him? You were clearly after his inheritance. Gu Chang'e replied, you can't say it like that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know who Zhai Langtian was. Why are you suddenly distancing yourself from it? This made Yu Mingkong feel like she was trapped in a large pot. She started chasing after Gu Chang'e, shouting, Gu Chang'e, don't try to frame me. Gu Chang'e, running and fighting at the same time, said, why the rush? You're already an emperor, can't you be more mature? This left the subordinates nearby speechless. Gu Chang'e used 2 fingers to cast a spell and took out a treasure, saying, all right, I'm not joking anymore. This is Zhai Langtian's heavenly venerable reincarnation legacy. Yu Mingkong froze. She thought, the Buddha of enlightenment. This is something even the Holy Realm covets. I didn't expect he would give it to me. The grudge with the martial tribe is also because of me. Could it be that he? She sat down angrily, snatched the treasure from Gu Chang'e's hand, and turned to leave. Gu Chang'e, with an indifferent expression, asked without courtesy, did you get it? The tool displayed the information, daughter of luck, Yu Mingkong. To his surprise, his attitude changed, his luck increased by 2,000, and his destiny value increased by 10,000. A happy expression appeared on Gu Chang'e's face, thinking to himself, little lucky treasure. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, looks like you really like this gift. Meanwhile, Yu Mingkong also put the treasure into her spatial ring. Then she asked, why the sudden kindness toward me? You were so cold before. Gu Chang'e embraced her waist, pulling her into his arms, making her blush. She said, it was my fault for not realizing before. Now I understand, it's not too late, right? Then, the 2 of them flew off in one direction. Gu Chang'e said, let's go. Let's see what mysteries this immortal path holds. They left Yan Mei and Yu Mingkong's subordinates behind. Yan Mei said, let's split into 4 directions to protect the master and the daughter of luck, Yu Mingkong. Yu Mingkong and Gu Chang'e had already landed in an open area. Gu Chang'e said, this arrangement has been here for some time. It seems Mingkong has done well. Yu Mingkong replied, after all, the birth of the immortal spirit is a major event. How could I not be cautious? Gu Chang'e walked ahead and said, so, Mingkong also knows about the immortal spirit. The time of its birth is about as I expected. This left Yu Mingkong stunned. She said, I didn't expect you could guess the time of the immortal spirit's birth. How is that possible? This made Gu Chang'e secretly smile. Ha ha, I just said it casually, and I didn't expect her to fall for it so easily. It seems the immortal spirit really is about to be born. Gu Chang'e walked ahead, and Yu Mingkong followed behind. She called out, Gu Chang'e. He responded, She continued, wait a minute, are you planning to leave me behind while you enjoy it yourself? Gu Chang'e stopped and said, in your mind, am I that kind of man? Yu Mingkong retorted, isn't it? Isn't that exactly what you're planning? Gu Chang'e coldly turned around and said, so, this is how you think of me. He walked closer to Yu Mingkong and asked, have I done something to hurt you? Do you need to guard against me this much? Yu Mingkong was stunned for a moment and said, No, you think, at least not now. Then, Gu Chang'e angrily walked ahead, saying, if others didn't know, they might think I've done something heinous to hurt you. Yu Mingkong thought to herself, indeed, in my past life, I was wronged, and he almost killed me with one strike. But he seemed a little angry. Could it be because I was reborn, and that's why Guchunga's character has changed? She looked at Guchunga ahead of her, who was fuming. Guchunga frowned in front, thinking angrily to himself, although I did intend to enjoy it first, she guessed it and even said it to my face. How am I supposed to have any face now? Then, they both arrived at a secret chamber. Yu Mingkong shouted from behind, humph. Guchunga, you jest. Guchunga didn't respond, only snorted coldly, unwilling to answer. Yu Mingkong said, I jest. But Guchunga snorted again. Yu Mingkong thought to herself, why do I suddenly feel a little disappointed? Maybe, my obsession isn't just about revenge. The two of them walked up to an ancient portal. Guchunga said, this is the Immortal Gate. He thought to himself, it seems Mingkong has already found this place, but unfortunately, she still can't open it. Guchunga glared at Yu Mingkong and said, if you don't trust me, when the Immortal Gate opens, you can go in first. Of course, if you're worried that I'll scheme against you from behind, you can choose to stay behind. Yu Mingkong lowered her head and said, I trust you. Then I am truly fortunate, my temper has become so unpredictable. Guchunga replied, but now, there are only two ways to open the Immortal Gate, either wait for it to reveal itself, or use the Immortal Record to open it. Actively opening it is not the right time. But when the Immortal Gate reveals itself, the immortal ancient continent will definitely fall into chaos, and many powerful beings will take notice. As for the Immortal Record, I still haven't heard any news about it. This made Guchunga reveal a cold smile. He asked the system. Chunga system, what's the cost of activating the Immortal Record? A notification appeared on the system tool, activating Immortal Record, ancient immortal text. Special sacrificial time, used to summon the immortal, to start the mortal legend. Destiny value, 180,000. In his mind, Guchunga thought, fortunately, the system shop sells it. 180,000 destiny points is a bit expensive, but for Mingkong, no matter how high the price, I must buy it. Yu Mingkong panicked and stammered, activate the Immortal Record? How do you have it? Guchunga cast a spell to open the portal and said, I'm going to open the Immortal Gate now. Do you plan to go in first, or would you like me to protect you from behind? Chunga, the immortal spirit inside, will rely on our own abilities. How about it? Yu Mingkong looked at Guchunga, thinking to herself, he has always valued me, how could he? Yu Mingkong said, I won't go in, I'll stay outside to protect you. I won't fight you for the immortal spirit. As for what I said earlier, I apologize, I misunderstood you. Chunga, if you're worried that I'll lie in ambush outside, you can kill me. I promise I won't retaliate. This left Guchunga speechless. He said, what a scoundrel. Yu Mingkong responded, well, if I make a move, I'm no match for you anyway. Guchunga thought, has she become nervous because of my change in attitude? I didn't expect Mingkong to care about me so much, even putting aside the immortal spirit and not caring about her own life. I didn't expect her to be such a Yu Mingkong. Then, a loud crash rang out, shaking the entire sky. A huge crack appeared in front of the door. Yu Mingkong shouted, the Immortal Gate has opened. Guchunga glared at her and said, why do you suddenly look so aggrieved? Why would I want to kill you? Yu Mingkong retorted, why wouldn't you kill me? Yu Mingkong gritted her teeth and said, is that so? Then you are truly heartless. Guchunga flew in, asking, shall we go? Do you want to go in together? Yu Mingkong thought to herself, based on my memories from the previous life, the immortal path has been open for almost a month. Only those standing at the peak are qualified to step on this path and explore the secrets of becoming an immortal. Guchunga is deep thinking and has many methods. Nothing unexpected should happen, right? Yu Mingkong stamped her foot in frustration and said, how annoying. Why do I have to worry about him? Guchunga turned his head and glanced at her, sneering, fool. After entering the realm, a giant ancient tree appeared before them, surrounded by many beautiful spirits. He picked up the familiar bottle and played with the beautiful spirits in the air. Guchunga asked, what realm can this immortal spirit power help me break through to? Chunga, truly something to look forward to, he said. Then, the bottle opened, drawing in all the light and power. Below, the sounds of battle roared. Gutianer faced several monsters alone. She swung her sword to block an attack from behind while preparing to strike another monster in the face. She counterattacked, kicking the pig-faced monster in the face, sending it crashing to the ground. But immediately, a spiked iron hammer appeared above her head, crashing down heavily and knocking her from the air to the ground. The impact made a loud noise, with stones flying everywhere. The ugly pig said, "You little brat, you should be honored that I took notice of you. How dare you kill my people?" He began to counterattack. Changing his weapon, the iron hammer grew enormous, and he shouted, "Then die." He roared, "Earthquake Thunder Hammer." Preparing to strike Gutianer. Gutianer stood up and shouted, like a pig-headed idiot, "Do you think I'll submit to you?" Her longsword glowed with blue light, and she shouted, "3 talents blue flame." Suddenly, a bold voice rang out, "3 talents blue flame slash." Beautiful blue light enveloped the heavens and earth. The light shattered the iron hammer. The pig-headed monster was sent flying by the rebound and let out a crack as it died on the spot. Gutianer stood behind and asked, "Who are you? How do you know about the Gu family's divine powers?" A middle-aged man turned around, showing a set of yellowed teeth, thinking to himself, Tianer must have been shocked by my distinguished aura. Gutianer looked at the old man's face and was speechless, thinking, "Uncle, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth?" She turned around and asked, "You say you are my ancestor? Then are you Gunanshan?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Hee, that's right." She asked expressionlessly, "Why should I believe you?" This question left the middle-aged man speechless for a moment, unsure of how to respond. The Grand Elder appeared just in time, coming to the man's rescue. The Grand Elder said, "Tianer, he really is your ancestor, your bloodline." Upon seeing the Grand Elder, Gutianer happily called out, "Master, why are you here?" The middle-aged man arrogantly placed his hand on the Grand Elder's shoulder and laughed, "This time, little girl, do you believe it now?" Then, she knelt down and bowed, saying, "Ancestor, please accept Tianer's bow." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, "Haha. Good. Look how well-behaved our Tianer is." The Grand Elder interrupted displeased, "Hey, can you let go of me?" The middle-aged man leaned in close to Gutianer and said, "Tianer, don't worry. Now that your ancestor is backing you, no one will dare bully you. Even that damned Guchanga will be no exception." Gutianer's eyes lit up, and she asked, "Ancestor, is that true? Even Guchanga, you can conquer him?" The middle-aged man laughed loudly, "Of course. Don't worry, with me protecting you, how could he possibly kill you?" But Gutianer coldly retorted, Is it really that simple?" The man looked puzzled and asked, Isn't that enough? Do you want me to help you kill Guchanga?" Gutianer feigned a flattering tone and said, "Of course not. I just hope the ancestor can help suppress his cultivation, lowering it to the same realm as mine." She thought for a moment and added, No. It should be suppressed to one realm lower than mine." The middle-aged man scratched his head and asked, "What does it mean to suppress cultivation?" Gutianer said firmly, "Ancestor, help me suppress his cultivation to the Wind Marquis realm. I want to fight him head-on." This left the ancestor stunned, confused. He then asked the Grand Elder, "Isn't Tianer supposed to hate Guchanga? That guy from back then?" The Grand Elder didn't say anything, only closing his eyes and stroking his beard. Gutianer said from the side, "Ancestor, didn't you know before you came here? There might be some hidden truth about what happened back then. Guchanga hid his abilities. It seems he has space talents." The ancestor thought with concern, space talents. Although the bone of the Tao is strong, it still falls short compared to space talents. He muttered to himself, how could our Gu family have such an unorthodox and evil talent? But on the surface, he still laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. I see. Tianer, now you understand, right? You can understand that guy's good intentions. Ha ha ha." This left the Grand Elder stunned. The old man's expression was as though struck by lightning, unable to believe it. Scene transition to another place, on the great ship of the primordial demon sect. Thunder and demonic energy filled the air as it stood side by side with other ships. On the ship, members of the shaman tribe stood on magical artifacts. One person said, "I didn't expect the demon sect to be so imposing at first, speaking no words. Yet now they block our way here." Another person responded, "I heard they are waiting for young Master Guchanga to come and kill the shaman tribe." Discussions rang out. I didn't expect the Chongqinggu family to be the most mysterious family in the upper realm. It is said to have existed for a long time and possesses extraordinary strength. If this battle breaks out, even if they aren't strong in the war, they certainly won't be weak. The chief general of the primordial demon sect shouted excitedly, Young Master Guchanga is here. The shaman tribe attacked us with a holy weapon, now they will pay the price. Everyone, prepare to destroy the entire shaman tribe. Behind, excited shouts rang out, destroy the whole tribe. Destroy the whole tribe. A member of the shaman tribe, stepped on and trapped underfoot, shouted in despair, Primordial demon sect, do you know who I am? You're at war with the evil tribes. You're bullying others too much, and you will surely face retribution. The general sneered, don't be in a hurry, young master hasn't arrived yet. The good show is still to come. Scene transition to Baiheng Mountain Range, Yu Mingkong was still guarding in front of the immortal gate. She sighed, with only the spiritual energy runes here. It's probably not going to last long. With the energy leaking so severely, it's impossible to gather more. Suddenly, she noticed something and exclaimed, it's coming. This aura, it's from the Saint Realm. Inside the immortal gate, Guchanga was forcefully enduring the violent thunder tribulation. In his mind, he thought, heavenly thunder, in the end, you still can't bring yourself to strike against me? Outside the immortal gate, Yu Mingkong nervously thought, is this his true cultivation? The Saint Realm. If someone gets targeted by him, it will truly be the beginning of a nightmare. Guchanga stepped out of the immortal gate, his body covered in slight wounds, his clothes torn, revealing his firm 8-pack abs. He mumbled, damn it, do they really want to force me to death? This made Yu Mingkong unable to help but laugh, with a pfft sound. Guchanga rested his shoulder on hers and teased, am I handsome? If so, look a little longer. Anyway, sooner or later, I will be yours. Yu Mingkong froze, stammering. Nonsense. Hurry up and put on your clothes. But Guchanga continued teasing, what are you shy about? After all, you'll have to see me sooner or later. Yu Mingkong's face turned red with anger. And she replied, who wants to look? The two of them looked at the immortal gate, which was about to close. Guchanga spoke, the immortal gate will close soon, and it won't be easy to open again later. Yu Mingkong thought for a moment and said, this matter is no longer important. Does anyone know that you came in before? Guchanga sneered, right, no one knows about this except you. This made Yu Mingkong feel downcast. She thought anxiously, what does he mean? But she firmly said, don't worry, I won't reveal this secret. Guchanga thought to himself, just consider it like I've been bitten by a snake, I'll be cautious with ropes in the future. What I said earlier was just casual talk. Then he comforted her, saying, what are you nervous about? Of course, I know you wouldn't do such a thing. Inside a gemstone bottle emitting a blue glow, the surrounding immortal spirits jumped around Yu Mingkong. She shouted, these are immortal spirits. Guchanga walked away and said, this is a reward for your hard work. Don't think too much about it, just consider it as me giving you some money. Yu Mingkong looked at him and thought. He took the risk to bring this back, and now he's giving it to me? She bit her lip, thinking, how nice it would have been if I hadn't said that. She asked, hey, Guchanga. Guchanga answered, what is it? She continued, are you really just going to leave like this? Scene transition, a purple light appeared and flew toward a dragon-headed ship. Guchanga, now dressed properly, landed. Someone in the crowd shouted, greetings, young master. Guchanga thought to himself, with this power and these puppets, I can easily wipe out the pig immortal ancient clan. What's more, I still have the power of my mother from the Taichu demon sect. The shaman tribe wants to push me into a dead end, then let me use you to warn them. The great elder should also be at the immortal ancient, he owes me a favor. Guchanga, with a solemn expression, thought, the ancestor of the Gu family, although I don't know who he is, I must find a way to make him help me. Guchanga shouted loudly, everyone, follow me into the shaman tribe's territory. The subordinates of the shaman tribe shouted, Guchanga. A person standing at the front said, if you want to fight, do it openly. What's this about taking our young master as a hostage? The people behind also shouted, release our young master. Guchanga, with no expression, said, your young master? The general of the Taichu demon sect pushed aside a person who had lost their wings, and said, young master, this is him. He said he wanted an explanation from his childhood playmate. The young master of the shaman tribe looked up, tears in his eyes, his face swollen, one of his teeth knocked out, and he angrily shouted, "Guchanga! I will kill you. I will avenge Wu Jing." The leader of the shaman tribe's side shouted, "Wu Xian! Young master, Guchanga, quickly hand over the young master to us." Guchanga sneered, "Two headless ones are quite a match." "Fine, I'll give him back to you, go ahead." Guchanga exerted force with one hand, using his own power to throw the young master of the shaman tribe away. He struck a force into the person's chest, then threw him back to the shaman tribe's people. The subordinates of the shaman tribe caught the young master and shouted, "Young master!" The person who was struck yelled, "The spiritual energy in my body is going wild. Damn it, what did Guchanga do to me?" A golden light appeared in his chest and spread throughout his body. The general of the shaman tribe was panicked, sweating profusely as he said, "Could it be?" Before he could react, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the sky, instantly turning the shaman tribe's people to ashes. The general of the Taichu demon sect clasped his hands and said, "Young master, at this point, I will lead people to annihilate the entire shaman tribe." Guchanga replied, "Hey, why start by exterminating their entire clan? We should leave them some chance, we should give them an opportunity." A purple light flashed in his eyes as he said, "If they still don't understand, then let them kill each other." Then, many rays of light shot, like arrows, toward the shaman tribe's territory. The ancestor of the Gu family, the Great Elder, and Gu Xianni were observing from within a passage. The ancestor said, not bad, this method, this is the kind of demeanor a young master of the Gu family should have." The Great Elder thought to himself, as expected, they are not from the same family, not from the same sect. Gu Xianni asked, "Ancestor, there should be a supreme-level expert within the shaman tribe, right? If he just goes in like this." The ancestor continued observing and said, But looking at that person's deep and composed manner." Guchanga stood in the air and shouted loudly, "People of the shaman tribe, listen up, this is your last chance. Today, either surrender or die." One person in the hall shouted, Guchanga, we only refrained from attacking your juniors due to an external contract. Do you think we don't dare bully you? These people want to defeat us? You're out of your mind." The elders of the shaman tribe said, "Up until now, the Long clan has not responded to our request for aid, clearly wanting us to take action first." Another person angrily said, "Damn it, isn't that his true dragon token?" The Great Elder said, "If we want to reconcile, it seems the only option is to ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion." Guchanga thought outside, "For a winged race, the Black Sky Eagle clan's head is much smarter than yours." Guchanga immediately gave the order, "Kill." The subordinates of the Taichu demon sect charged toward the shaman tribe's people, launching a bloody massacre. Those who could avoid it rushed forward and shouted, "Changa Guchanga! Even if today's jade and stone are all burned, we will never let the shaman tribe's reputation be tarnished." Another woman shouted, "Kill Wu Jing and the young master of the shaman tribe, I am willing to give my life to repay." Guchanga laughed and said, "Burn jade and stone? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Your cultivation level is far from surpassing mine. It's just right. I haven't made a move since my breakthrough." His expression turned ferocious, and power poured down like a torrent. He said, "Let me practice on you." In the blink of an eye, dazzling lights pierced through the bodies of the charging shaman tribe members, and everyone fell dead on the spot. The blood hadn't even flowed out before those people were already dead. As Guchanga prepared to rush toward the main hall, a magical artifact appeared, and the shaman tribe's subordinates shouted, "Sacred artifact! Golden will turn." Guchanga quickly used 2 fingers to unleash power, shouting, "Supreme treasure!" A massive green long knife appeared, ready to slash at that sacred artifact. When the long knife pierced through the sacred artifact, it also injured the 2 people controlling it. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky, flying toward the shaman tribe's territory. The ancestor of the Gu family said, "Could this boy be planning to duel with the shaman tribe's experts?" Guchanga stood in the air, coldly looking at the ancestor, a faint smile appearing on his face, which startled the ancestor. The ancestor thought, with his cultivation, how does he know I'm hiding here? It seems I've let my guard down. Guchanga said, "A bunch of turtles hiding their heads actually want the juniors to die, It's really people like you. Below, the Great Elder was casting spells, protecting the various clan leaders. The people below shouted, Guchanga deserves to die. You. Another person panicked and shouted, quickly ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion. Guchanga landed and said, two choices, either surrender, or fight me and get killed. The Great Elder responded, you can do any evil deed, scheme and plot, but in the end, it won't end well for you. Guchanga coldly laughed and said, I, Gu, cannot believe such words. Clearly, you were plotting to kill me, which is why you invited the Dragon Clan. Unfortunately for you, I ruined your plans, so how could I be fighting and at the same time being slandered? Wu Jing's grandfather roared, Guchanga. My granddaughter died at your hands, and now our shaman tribe's young master is going to pay with his life. Is this not enough? You still refuse to repent, and now you've forced me to intervene. Do you believe? Guchanga merely waved his hand, causing Wu Jing's grandfather to turn his face away. He coldly said, you talk and talk, but you old fools don't even have the courage to strike. You want to clean up the mess with just your mouths? He continued, you are all from the older generation, cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, yet your courage is pathetic. Don't waste my time, you might as well end it yourselves. One elder beside them stammered, you. The Great Elder raised his hand signaling to stop, don't listen to this man. Guchanga closed his eyes and sighed, well, if you want act, I won't be polite. Suddenly, he noticed a beauty standing in the distance who said, Gu family young one, don't be too greedy. The old folks below all shouted in unison, Ancestor. We greet the ancestor. Guchanga thought, a potential supreme, at least with a cultivation of the third heaven, but a subordinate of the shaman tribe cheered, the ancestor is awake. Great, we can turn the tide. Another person added, this time, Guchanga will definitely lose. The shaman tribe's ancestor landed on the ground and spoke with a commanding tone, you killed my people and destroyed my territory. Now that I have appeared, Gu family, you should give a reasonable explanation. Suddenly, an extremely enchanting beauty stepped forward, coldly saying, if not. She lowered her head, her gaze cold, and continued, I might accidentally burn you to ashes. Guchanga sneered, thinking, haha, another family leader from the heavenly realm coming here to make trouble every season. He then changed his tone and shouted loudly, oh my ancestor, she threatened me, saying the Gu family must give her a reasonable explanation. She even said she would burn the Gu family head. This left everyone in the shaman tribe stunned. The shaman tribe's ancestor was shocked, and the elders behind him quickly asked, what? Oh. The Gu family has an ancestor here? Guchanga still firmly shouted, ancestor. I can't defeat her. Please protect the Gu family's reputation. This left the Gu family ancestor, who had been observing from above, speechless, his jaw nearly dropping. The Great Elder and Gu Saner couldn't help but laugh. And he thought, this kid is really plotting against me. Helpless, the Gu family ancestor had no choice but to break open the passage and stand in front of Guchanga. Guchanga pretended to be surprised and said, oh. It's the South Mountain ancestor. I, Guchanga, have admired you since childhood. However, the ancestor has been in seclusion for decades. And I simply haven't had the fate to meet you. He thought, Gu Nanshan was at the Emperor realm before his seclusion. Guchanga cupped his hands and bowed, shouting, greetings, ancestor. The Gu family ancestor said angrily, kid, you've really gone too far. Guchanga replied, the ancestor is overpraising me. After all, this matter was instructed by you. And I, Guchanga, am just following orders. The shaman tribe's ancestor thought, Gu family ancestor? Why can't I feel the slightest pressure of a supreme from you? It's like a bottomless abyss. One of the shaman tribe's elders said, this is the Gu family ancestor? Doesn't look like a potential emperor. Another one said, could he just be a supreme? Perhaps we need another ancestor for us to have a chance. Guchanga wickedly prepared to enter the passage, saying, next, Guchanga will cause some more trouble for you. Now, Guchanga will take his leave. The Gu family ancestor crossed his arms and coldly said, wait. I will settle accounts with you. The Gu family ancestor looked at the shaman tribe's ancestor and said, you are the shaman tribe's ancestor? Is there also a potential supreme? Go together and face the punishment. The shaman tribe's ancestor roared, punishment? We, the shaman tribe, are not the Gu family's subordinate force. You are so overbearing, don't you fear provoking the entire heavenly ancient's fury? One subordinate above said, that is the Gu family ancestor. Another woman said, I fear a great battle will soon break out. The ancestor of the Gao family sneered and said, arrogant and overbearing? Wasn't it you who first used a sacred artifact to murder my Gao family's young master? For 10,000 years, my Gao family has never been plotted against. What right do you have? This left the ancestor of the shaman tribe stunned. Soon after, the Gao Nanshan ancestor's fist struck fiercely towards the chest of the shaman tribe's ancestor. He coldly said, then, let me turn you into ashes. That punch released blue light, and the shaman tribe ancestor's armor began to crack. In an instant, a thunderous force tore through the sky, landing precisely on the shaman tribe's land. The light penetrated underground and kept spreading. When the light dissipated, a massive pit appeared in front of Gao Nanshan's ancestor, with blue light scattered everywhere. The force tore the sky apart, destroying all of the shaman tribe's islands. And land, even the underground, was not spared. Gao Nanshan's ancestor shouted loudly, you brat! Look at my power, daring to plot against me? Gao Chunga cupped his hands and bowed, calmly saying, I've seen it. I've seen it. The ancestor is invincible, unmatched in the world, with extraordinary skills, shaking the heavens. Gao Chunga gave a thumbs up, thinking, such power with just one move. Has he already broken through to the remnant immortal realm? Gao Nanshan's ancestor shouted, where is the other one? Bring him out. I will subdue him as well. The great elder stammered, I. Gao Nanshan's ancestor furrowed his brows and sighed. In the sky, a six-winged golden figure appeared, roaring, damn. Damn. These damned young people. The shaman tribe's ancestor shouted, run. Well, he hasn't caught up. Go find the dragon clan for refuge. Gao Nanshan's ancestor stood in front of them and coldly asked, run? What are you running from? He then slapped down fiercely again. Before the shaman tribe's ancestor could react, blue light appeared once more. The people watching from outside were startled, breaking out in cold sweat. One person said, the Gao family of eternal life, one ancestor is enough to destroy the entire shaman tribe. Another woman said, I heard the Gao family has many ancestors. A person with horns on his head frowned, his face serious, as if he were pondering something. Inside the tunnel, the great elder said, I knew we shouldn't have released him. The immortal ancient's legacy is no longer what it once was, how can it withstand his torment? Meanwhile, Gao Xianer's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide like copper bells. Gao Chunga sneered below, saying, look at you. Had I known this would happen, why did you even start those things? Now, will you surrender, or? Before he could finish, the shaman tribe's great elder interrupted him, surrender. We choose to surrender. Serve as slaves, serve as servants, obey young Master Chunga's commands, and even die without retreat. Gao Chunga smiled slightly and said, all right. I, Gao Chunga, have always been merciful. I'll give you a chance, but I need your surrender, and I want a verdict, with all the names written on it. This caused everyone to look at each other, worried. The great elder hesitated and said, this. Gao Chunga's face turned grim. Gao Xianer said with concern, I didn't expect him to make the shaman tribe members kill each other. The great elder snorted coldly, humph, this brat is a born villain. A bloody storm erupted within the shaman tribe. The great elder painfully said, what? After the battle, Gao Chunga's name became an immortal existence in the hearts of many cultivators. Several hours later, on a giant ship with large sails, someone said, the immortal gate has appeared. There may be an opportunity for immortality inside. Another person shouted. Quick! Don't miss the chance. Gao Chunga stood on one of the ships, thinking, steal, steal. The good things have already been taken by me. On another ship, someone shouted, wow. Chunga thought to himself, the ancestor's rage will soon turn toward me. But his power, I still need to continue using. The immortal lineage isn't helping me? I'll have to find a way. A scheming expression appeared on his face, and he silently thought, got it. Gao Xianer, that 7th princess of the Sea King who died for you. Guchanga turned around and said, "Thank you all for your hard work this time." A general from the Taichu demon sect cupped his fists and said, "No, it's nothing. My subordinates only act out of duty." The subordinates all shouted in unison, "Young master's instructions were followed well, and we are worthy of young master's attention. We are willing to fight for the Gu family's frontier, even to the Knife Mountain or the Sea of Fire." Guchanga turned around and said, "Very good, let's return to the Tian Tian Palace." Transition to Wushangding. Guchanga stood alone on the arena, gazing into the distance. Yengu stood far away and asked, "Young master, was it successful this time?" She thought to herself, "Before, I could still sense the dangerous aura around you, but now it's as calm as usual. You must have improved your cultivation. Gu Gongzi's talent is extremely rare. And now his strength is probably not inferior to mine." Guchanga turned around and said, "Yengu, just in time, I have something I need you to do." Yengu knelt in front of Guchanga and said, "Young master, please give your orders." This made Guchanga feel a bit embarrassed, and he stretched out his hand, saying, "Ah? No need for this." He helped Yengu up and softly said, "I need you to help me find the whereabouts of a few people." Yengu asked, "Young master, who are you looking for?" Guchanga clicked on the notice in the toolbar and replied, "Yes, they have been missing in this world for more than 10 years. Afterward, I will have people spread their information. And I will leave it to you to handle." He took out a stack of talismans and handed them to her, saying, "These are the boundary-breaking talismans. Be very careful when using them." Yengu was surprised, thinking, the boundary-breaking talisman? It was an extremely rare life-saving artifact. She took the talismans and felt their preciousness. Guchanga continued, "If you die, I would really be very sad and blame myself." This made Yengu feel a little embarrassed. She replied, "Young master." She thought to herself, "Such precious talismans, young master gave me so many. Gu Gongzi truly treats me sincerely." Yengu firmly said, "Young master, rest assured. Yengu will never disappoint your trust." In an abandoned village, 2 beams of light passed through time and space, and 3 cultivators were fleeing. One of them said, "Sigh. This was once the territory of the Taiguzun family, but now it's been destroyed like this." A woman was casting a spell and responded, "There's nothing we can do. Because they offended Taichu Mo." Before she could finish, the woman behind her covered her mouth and sternly said, "Shu. Don't mention that name. Do you want to die?" The 3 were flying on sword energy, and the woman in front asked, "What happened?" Suddenly, a torrential rain fell from the sky, and everyone froze. The woman behind asked, "What's going on?" The man in the group suddenly sensed something. Sweat streamed down his face, and he stammered, That is." A large road appeared on the sea, and the sea water parted, revealing the seabed where a powerful army began to emerge. On the flag, 3 words were written, "Sea King Palace." The man asked, "What are they trying to do with this formation?" The red-haired woman said, "I heard from senior brother when he returned from the immortal ancient era that the 7th princess of the Sea King Palace is already dead. It seems this matter is related to the Gu family." The woman beside her said, "Could it be for revenge?" Transition. A crane flew across. Guchanga sat at the entrance of the palace when suddenly a beam of green light appeared. The Grand Elder, Gu Xianer, and Gu family ancestor walked out. The ancestor smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, Xianer, how was it? Are you satisfied with the treasures from the martial tribe?" The Grand Elder said, "Xianer, you've gained a lot from the immortal ancient era, you must thank the ancestor properly." Gu Xianer stood between them, holding their arms, and said, "Yes, the ancestor treats Xianer the best." "Thank you, ancestor." This made Gu family ancestor laugh uncontrollably. Gu Xianer also flattered, saying, "Of course, master is also very good." This made the Grand Elder laugh happily, "Ha ha ha, little girl." Guchanga stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "I welcome the Grand Elder and ancestor back." This made all 3 of them freeze for a moment. Then, their attitude changed. The Grand Elder asked, "Guchanga, what are you doing here?" Guchanga cupped his fists and lowered his head, saying, "Of course, Changa came to pick up the Grand Elder and ancestor, and I also wanted to check if Xianer's cultivation has stagnated." He raised his head and said, "Oh, it seems Xianer's cultivation has improved a lot since I last saw her. As your senior brother, I feel relieved." Gu Xianer stood behind Gu Nanshan making faces. Gu Chang'e said, Xianer, do you still hold a grudge against me because of that matter? When I was your age, I had already personally fought my way into the boundless sea. You, on the other hand, can't even handle the princess of the Sea King Palace. Gu Xianer angrily pointed at him and said, Gu Chang'e, stop pretending. Ancestor, suppress his cultivation, Xianer wants to slap his face. Gu Chang'e raised his teacup and said, Xianer, don't think you can be reckless just because you have the ancestor backing you. Relying on someone else's power is not the right path. Don't disappoint my goodwill. Gu Xianer was both angry and surprised. She said, You, how can you say such things without blushing? The body of the martial tribe's ancestor hasn't even cooled down yet. Ancestor, look at him. Gu Nanshan laughed so hard that sweat was pouring down his face and said, Xianer, although this kid is a rascal, what he said is indeed true. Gu Xianer began to act coquettishly to the ancestor and said, Didn't you promise me before? Why are you favoring him now? The ancestor smiled awkwardly and replied, Ha ha ha, the ancestor is also doing this for your good. He thought to himself, it seems that the enmity between you two is not as deep as it used to be. I know, and of course, I don't want you two siblings to fight to the death. Chang'e, moreover, this kid Gu changes strength, I can barely even see clearly. If it comes to a fight with him, the only one who will suffer is this girl. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, Xianer, do you know what the Sea King Palace is doing now? Gu Xianer asked, Sea King Palace? Then she said worriedly, they won't be coming to take revenge on me, will they? After all, it was you who killed them. Gu Chang'e smiled sinisterly, the matter was caused by you, and others died because of you. Gu Chang'e thought to himself, now, you definitely can't guess. Am I harming you? Or am I training you? But this is good too. This made Gu Xianer's head spin. She said, this smelly troublemaker is really a pain, even more troublesome than Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e said to the Grand Elder, I came here this time with something to discuss with you. This made the Grand Elder think, what trick is he trying to pull now? Gu Chang'e said, the Grand Elder once protected the immortal ancient era, but now the immortal sect has appeared, and all kinds of powerful people are flocking to the immortal ancient era. Such changes could destroy an entire dynasty. As long as the immortal ancient era is not unified, the chaos will continue. For the heavenly Tao and the heavenly palace. Isn't this an opportunity? The Grand Elder angrily shouted, as if spitting rain at Gu Chang'e, you still shamelessly say such things. Do you think this change was caused by who? The real culprit is you. The heavenly Tao and the heavenly palace will never intervene in the struggles of any force. This has been the principle passed down from ancient times. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e blocked the rain in time. He said, Sigh, it seems the Grand Elder still owes me a favor. Xianer is right, after all, she is a member of the Gu family. If the Grand Elder truly wants what's best for her, he should seriously consider my proposal. Gu Xianer firmly said, Gu Chang'e, don't use me to make things difficult for my master. You must have some bad idea again. The Grand Elder began to show his power and said, Are you threatening me? This made Gu Nam's son start to think. Gu Chang'e pressed his palms together and lowered his head, saying, Gu Chang'e doesn't dare, Chang'e only wants to remind the elder about Tian Ni's identity. I hope the elder will consider this. The elder doesn't dare to rule over the various clans in the immortal ancient, of course, due to concerns about identity. But Chang'e does not have such concerns. Then, the elder released his pressure and laughed loudly, Ha ha ha, so you've been waiting for me for this? What do you think is the thing I most want to do now? The pressure began to spread, causing the surroundings to start collapsing. Gu Chang'e stood behind Gu Nam's son and said, The elder must have misunderstood my meaning. Won't the ancestor speak on behalf of Chang'e? The ancestor will also just watch. Right? Speechless. Gu Tianni angrily shouted, Gu Chang'e. You are shameless. The elder sighed. He said, Your tone is too arrogant. How could someone as young as you possibly rule over the various clans in the immortal ancient? Even with your identity, it's impossible. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, This is exactly what Chang'e is thinking about, the elder doesn't need to worry. Gu Nam's son silently withdrew his cloak. The elder glared at him and said, if you want me to agree, you can, but you must promise that from now on, you will never use any means to harm Tian. Also, even Gu family must recognize Tian. This left the three of them at a loss for words. Gu Tian shouted, Master. Gu Chang'e said, Sigh, I don't know why, but it feels like the people around me are all harboring ill intentions towards me. The elder stroked his beard and said, So, will you agree or not? Gu Chang'e stroked his chin and said, A vow? I will forever be bound by others, unable to resist, while others can do as they please. Even if they take my life. This condition is truly too much for me. Please forgive Chang'e, I need more time to consider. The elder grinned maliciously and said, This request is indeed not simple. If you don't agree, I can understand. But about the immortal ancient, the elder sighed. It should have been me who made the vow first, but I didn't expect you, little brat, to have your turn today. But at that moment, a voice interrupted the elder's thoughts, almost causing him to fall. Gu Chang'e said, If this person is Tian, then I agree to this request. He continued, The elder is only protecting her for Tian's sake, even willing to break the rules. As Tian's older brother, what's so hard about swearing an oath? Then, Gu Chang'e raised his hand and swore, Gu Chang'e swears. From now on, I will never use any means to harm Tian, and I will also restore her position in the Gu family. If I break this vow, my soul will scatter. Gu Tian was stunned in surprise. In front of a massive gate, a shout was heard, Dao Tian Immortal Palace, hand over Gu Tian. Dao Tian Immortal Palace, hand over Gu Tian. A group of mermaids confronted 5 subordinates. One of the subordinates of the Tianxian Palace said, The Sea King Palace is making a lot of noise, I'm afraid a conflict is unavoidable. Someone nearby said, The elder hasn't returned yet, what should we do? The person standing in front was speechless. Then, Gu Tian appeared. She shouted, I'm here. She yelled that one person would cause trouble, and another person would take the blame. The subordinate at the front shouted, Tian Junior sister. The leader of the Sea King Palace, Hao Mu, said, This little girl is really brave. She knows she's coming to die, so it will save some torment. Gu Tian was worried in her heart, not sensing his cultivation realm. She said, Do you know why the 7th princess died? Hao Mu asked, Why? Gu Tian smiled and said, Because her brother tried to frame me, and I killed him. She was also very biased. So she deserved to die. Hao Mu said, Do you think that with Dao Tian Immortal Palace backing you, you can afford to be so reckless? Gu Tian responded, I'm just stating the facts. Hao Mu said, Then you can exchange your life for hers. Immediately, Hao Mu's figure and the power of his soon-to-be struck fist were about to collide with Gu Tian. Gu Tian was worried, sweating profusely, thinking, How did this happen? It's over. Just as she was worried, Gu Chang'e appeared at the right moment, ready to block Hao Mu's attack. Gu Chang'e asked, What do you want to do? Hao Mu was startled, When did this happen? Then, he was kicked away. Gu Chang'e said, No matter what, you are a great saint, and yet you openly lay hands on a little girl from the Sea King Palace. You really have some nerve. Hao Mu asked, You are Gu Chang'e, the young master of the Gu family, what do you mean by this? Are you going to protect her? Gu Chang'e coldly said, What do I mean? Don't you understand? Tian is a member of my Gu family, how can you affect her life? Gu Tian was also surprised behind him. Hao Mu said, Do you really want to go to war with the Sea King Palace for someone who was once expelled by the Gu family? I advise you to think again. Gu Chang'e stood in front of Gu Tian and said, Tian has always been the jewel of my Gu family, and you have no right to bully her. If today the Sea King Palace insists on harming my sister, then today I will kill you all. In the sky above Dao Tian Immortal Palace, 2 massive ships appeared, emitting light, with purple power and lightning intertwining. Hao Mu prepared to take out a decree. He said, Kill us? Ha ha ha. The young master of Gu family has a big mouth. If you want to protect her, then don't blame me. He opened the decree and shouted angrily, The Sea King has ordered, today we must capture Gu Tian to avenge the 7th princess. His subordinates behind him shouted, Avenge the 7th princess. Gu Chang'e coldly asked, With just you, what is the Sea King to me? Guchanga flew into the air and shouted, "The will of the primordial returns to my body." Instantly, a purple power surrounded Guchanga and floated around him. Haomyu below also launched his attack, letting out a furious shout, as blue and purple light appeared in the air. Haomyu roared, "Guchanga, do you think I'm here just for show?" Guchanga thought to himself, "No. You are a tool I can use." In the air, the purple light and blue light intertwined, and the entire continent was destroyed. Dao Tian Immortal Palace's subordinates shouted, "This is the secret technique of the primordial devil sect. I didn't expect that Guchanga has such power in his hands, enough to withstand the power of a great saint." Subordinates beside them resisted with all their strength, shouting, "If it weren't for the runic support from Dao Tian Ancient City, it would have already been half destroyed." In the enemy camp, the mermaids were also bathed in the purple light, unable to resist. After a fierce battle, Guchanga stood in the air and said, "Even a great saint is nothing special. If you came here to avenge the seventh princess, then remember. In Dao Tian Immortal Palace, my words are the true justice." Haomyu roared, "Kid, Gu family is bullying people too much. Gu Tian Ni killed our Sea King Palace people first, and now we are facing this kind of reckless interference from you. You're still pretending to be the good guy? The events of the past are no secret, you and her are like water and fire, how could you reconcile? For such a small thing. You're going to affect the reputation of Gu family? Guchanga, now you're coming out? Are you trying to deny what happened back then?" Guchanga looked at Gu Tianni and said, "The events of the past." He landed on the ground and said, "Why wouldn't I admit it? It was me, and had nothing to do with Gu family. Taking advantage of today, I'm going to end this matter." Gu Tianni was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide open. At this moment, blue light began to emit from Guchanga's bones. Guchanga said, "The Dao bone I took from my sister was my youthful ignorance. Now, I return it to her." Gunam Sun, the ancestor, was observing all of this from the passage. Haomyu roared, "You!" Chichanga looked at Chi Xiener and said, "This Dao bone originally belonged to Xiener, but I took it when the opportunity arose. That's why it's been drifting outside the family. And I've always felt guilty about it. Today, in front of everyone, I will return it to its rightful place." He continued to lift his own bones with both hands. A painful expression appeared on his face, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Chichanga said, "Xiener, you've suffered these years." Chi Xiener saw everything and bit her lip, tears falling down her face. Then, Chi Xiener cried out, "Chichanga, stop. I've already obtained a new Dao bone. I don't need yours." Chichanga finally removed a bone. Dark clouds appeared in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The subordinates of the Sea King's palace shouted, "This is a Dao bone. It really is a terrifying talent. It can actually influence the heavens and earth. This Dao bone is so powerful, no wonder even his sister had to intervene initially." Chichanga handed the Dao bone to Chi Xiener and said, "This Dao bone has finally returned to its original owner." Chi Xiener was surprised, her eyes filled with tears as she stammered, "Chichanga, you." Chichanga stood in front of Chi Xiener, a huge energy gap appearing in his chest. He said, "Xiener, don't worry, this is just the process of taking it out." Chi Xiener thought to herself, "I know exactly what this feeling is." On the tool of fate used by the Daughter of Destiny, Chi Xiener gained 8,000 points of luck and 40,000 points of destiny value. Chichanga said, "Xiener, you've suffered these years. As your older brother, I will make it up to you. This is a matter of the Chi family, so you need not trouble yourselves." Haomiao said, "The power of reincarnation. I can't believe you've mastered it." Another person said, "His strength is truly terrifying. Despite such serious injuries, he's already recovered half." A leading subordinate said, "It seems Qi Shixiang's trump card is more than just the Dao bone." Another person asked, "Is he really in the void god realm? How come it feels like we're fireflies compared to the bright moon when facing him?" Chichanga continued treating his wounds, and said, "Xiener is the prodigy of our Qi family's immortality. What the Sea King Palace did today, I believe, is a challenge to our Qi family's immortality." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, "Are you ready to face death?" Haomiao shouted, "So what if you have the power of reincarnation? If not for the relationship between our two clans, do you think I would be a great sage?" Chichanga showed a sinister smile and said, a great sage, huh? Then, Chichonga once again pressed his hands together, bowed his head, and asked the sky, "Ancestor, what do you think?" The sky split open, and Ancestor Chi Nanshan appeared once again. He said, "Today, all members of the Sea King Palace must stay." Ancestor Chi Nanshan appeared and stood in front of the Sea King Palace's army. Haomya shouted, "Chi family's ancestor." He quickly presented a decree and shouted, "This is bad. Quickly request the protection of the king." Soon, a Sea tribe law body holding a trident appeared. He said, "The Chi family is bullying smaller clans. Do they have no shame?" Haomya shouted, "King Wu, help." Ancestor Chi Nanshan's pig slayer blade began to show its power. He said, "It's all useless." Then he charged forward. Chichonga hurriedly stopped him, "Wait. Ancestor Nanshan seems to have something important to deal with." He quickly stopped and shouted, "The root." Chichonga happily said, "Just wanted to remind the ancestor to be careful not to flatten the heavenly ancient city. Otherwise, the Grand Elder will really get angry." Chi Nanshan shouted, "Next time, speak clearly in advance and don't interrupt me while I'm performing the destruction spell." Chichonga obediently replied, "Yes, ancestor." King Wu said, "The Sea King Palace has no intention of making enemies with the Chi family. As long as Chi Xiener." Chi Nanshan glared angrily and shouted, "Shut up. What is the Sea King Palace? How dare they be so arrogant in front of the Chi family?" Then, with just one strike, King Wu's law body was split in half. The shrimps behind were all chopped in half, falling to the ground, with not a single piece of armor left, and were gradually disappearing. 3 days later, Guchanga arrived at a cold place, where snowflakes were flying. He asked, "What exactly is going on? Speak quickly." Gu Xiener stood beside him, coldly watching her and said, "Guchanga, what is your real purpose? Are you lying to me? You went so far as to dig out bones for me. But after 3 days, you haven't paid any attention to me. What does this mean?" Guchanga walked ahead and said, "Is this all? Gu Xiener, you've let me down. It's not that you're not working hard on cultivation, but wasting time on such boring things." He glanced at her and asked, "What? Can't see the motivation for cultivation anymore? Do I need to feel sorry for you and dig out a few more bones for you?" Gu Xiener shouted angrily from behind. "Stop pretending like you're lecturing me. I don't know about others, but I've only just met you, and you act one way in front of me, but a completely different way afterward." Guchanga said angrily, "Gu Xiener, don't think that just because you swore an oath of heart, I can't hit you. You've got guts, be careful or I'll kick you." Gu Xiener was about to kick Guchanga in the back and shouted, "You dare? Let me show you, the one who should be kicked is you." Guchanga lightly sidestepped and said, "You're too naive," causing Gu Xiener to miss her step. Then, Guchanga kicked Gu Xiener several miles away. As she was kicked away, she screamed, "Ah! Guchanga, wait for me. In the future, I will definitely deal with you." Transition to Yi Longtian's residence. In the distance, a subordinate was reporting, "This is everything that happened in Daotian ancient city." Yi Langtian pondered and said, "I didn't expect Brother Chang'e to have such a past." Yi Liuli asked, "Digging bones for his sister? It seems he really loves his sister. But, brother, will the Sea King Palace and the Chongshingu family go to war next?" Di Shui said, "Kid, probably not. The Sea King Palace doesn't have the courage to directly confront the Gu family." Yi Langtian replied, "That's right, unless the Sea King has lost his mind." Transition to the Sea King Palace's ocean. In the main hall, the Sea King shouted, "Damn! Our Sea King Palace has been dominant for so many years, this is the first time we've been so humiliated." The old turtle beside him said, "Your Majesty, as long as you give the order, I'll summon the elite of the sea race to destroy the Chongshingu family and restore our honor. Let them know that we are not to be messed with." The Sea King said, "The avatar technique I gave him only lasted a while in his hands. If there really is a conflict with the Gu family." "I'm afraid," he said, worried. The old turtle kept shouting, "Your Majesty, the entire sea race is so vast, our sea race is extremely powerful, everyone knows we contribute to the clan. A little old ancestor from the Gu family. Even if we mobilize the strength of the entire clan, might not be able to defeat us." Suddenly, the sea trembled. The old turtle shouted, "Damn it." The Sea King said with concern, "This aura is from the old ancestor of the Gu family. Transition to the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty, where a subordinate was also reporting to the Moonbright Sky Emperor. This is everything that happened in Daotian Ancient City. The young Master Chang'e said, anyone who dares to touch Gu Xianer will have their entire family wiped out, and their bones dug out and returned. Moonbright Sky replied. I understand, you may leave. The subordinate replied, yes. And left. Moonbright Sky pondered, what exactly is Chang'e thinking? Now, you are both like and unlike the old you. I am increasingly unable to understand you. Chang'e originally, in the previous life, Xianer's ending was tragic, but this life is vastly different from the one I remember. The image of Gu Chang'e making her laugh appeared in her mind. She thought, whether it's Xianer's matter or mine, if he only wanted to harm me, why would he do these things? Chang'e, I was really foolish, it wasn't until later that I understood. Actually, he cares for me. Yu Mingkong stood up and thought, forget it. If I'm wrong, I brought it upon myself. From now on, no matter if you stand against the heavens, I will stand by your side. She was thinking about the events of her past life, the next life after leaving the Immortal Ancient, how the Sea King Palace made things difficult for Xianer and was destroyed by the ancestor. And the palace was sealed for 100,000 years. Afterward, Zhuan Tian re-emerged, leading various factions to establish the True Immortal Academy and train the true immortals of this era. The legend of the Zhuren clan emerged. It was said that whenever a disaster capable of destroying the world arrives, the human race will step forward to save all living beings and revive the world. The human race will never be extinguished, only constantly enduring hardship through reincarnation, saving tens of thousands of lives. And once a reincarnation of the human race awakens, they will inherit the power of the human race. At that time, as the inheritor of Qi Change's demonic power, her identity would be revealed. She gazed into the distance and thought, with Qi Chang'e's current strength, he is still not enough to fight the human race. I need to find a way to delay his awakening. Yu Mingkong stood in the high hall and loudly commanded, convey this decree, the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty will establish the Wushuang Guard. Anyone with talent may come to protect the Immortal Dynasty. Below, the subordinates and officials knelt and shouted in unison, yes. She thought, the so-called Wushuang Guard is the extremely murderous thing Qi Chang'e made me create in my past life. By creating enormous life-creating objects, soldiers will become puppets for killing, and at a crucial moment, they will resonate with life to share the burden of responsibility. Chang'e, in this life, I will do everything from my past life. At that time, I can help you, Yu Mingkong thought, determined. In another place, in Qi Chang'e's room, the familiar bottle released immortal spirits that flew around Qi Chang'e. The purple light in Qi Chang'e's eyes flickered. He thought, the Grand Elder is still too merciful, giving the Dragon Clan a few days to think. They will definitely find a way to rebel. The green-haired person said, this is the information we got from the Dragon Clan. Alright, Hey Ming, hurry up and tell me about the Immortal Sutra. The person with two horns excitedly said. That's right, good brother. How could I forget to tell you about such a great thing? Our Kunt clan will definitely remember this. Hey Ming, drunk from drinking, raised his cup and said, haha, count me in. Taking disciples, I guess even the highest beings wouldn't care about that. Qi Chang'e, while manipulating and observing everything, thought, of course they don't care. I didn't expect you, kid, to generously pass on my immortal technique. This saves me a lot of trouble. As Qi Chang'e absorbed the immortal spirits, he said, Dragon Clan of the Immortal Ancient, if you want to die, I will grant your wish. Chang'e, as for the Kunt clan, it's time to welcome your new master, Qi Chang'e said maliciously. On a part of the city wall, someone said, the Immortal Sutra we got from He Ming is really amazing. In a short time, we broke through decades of bottlenecks. Haha, those people still want to secretly cultivate us. The one who just spoke is our young master, so clever. 2 cups of wine and he got He Ming's Immortal Sutra. The bald man said, after cultivating this Immortal Sutra, the speed of cultivation is like moving 1,000 miles a day. But I don't know where He Ming got it from. Suddenly, someone's hair trembled, and they screamed, there's a change. A phantom figure appeared and said, you two are so happy, is there something you'd like to share with me? Qi? The person with hair asked, who dares to intrude into the Divine Sparrow clan? The bald man said, oh, Qi Chang'e, what are you doing in our clan? Qi Chang'e appeared and said, oh, you recognize me? that makes it much easier. Call your clan leader out to welcome your new master. This made the two people shout angrily, you. Then, a fat man appeared from the passage. He said, you intrude into our clan and claim to be our master. Is this the kind of arrogant and rude person the young master of the chief family is? The two clan members shouted in unison, clan leader. Chichanga was preparing to summon a magical item and said, I'm here just to take back what's mine, not out of arrogance or rudeness. The clan leader was surprised and said, that's the power of reincarnation. He's actually the successor of the ancient reincarnation heavenly venerable. Chichanga began to release his power and said, now what? Obey me obediently, or face death. This made the clan leader worried and unsure of what to say. Immediately, the subordinates below shouted, so what if you're the successor of the ancient reincarnation heavenly venerable? Our divine sparrow clan will never bow to anyone. Another person said, how could we ever submit to you, Chichanga? Don't dream. The members of the divine sparrow clan began to retaliate. The clan leader hurriedly stopped them, stop. Chichanga's eyes flashed with purple light as he said, foolish. A woman immediately appeared, her body covered in purple veins. Most of the people standing behind also became stiff, unable to do anything before they were sent flying. Go get your boxed meal. The tribe leader broke into a cold sweat and anxiously asked, is this the slave seal? Someone replied, he can control the slave seal so easily? Guchanga thought to himself, the effect of this prerequisite is no less than that of the slave seal. He spoke, is anyone still opposed? The tribe leader had no choice but to kneel and say, from today onward, we are willing to recognize young master as our leader. Immediately, everyone from the Shunlan tribe knelt and shouted, we are willing to recognize young master as our leader. The tribe leader cleverly said, young master, I hold some information about the ancient vine snake tribe. Would you like me to share it? Guchanga thought, what's going on here? He spoke, go ahead. The tribe leader replied, regarding the incident at the reincarnation altar, young master should consider the ancient vine snake tribe. Recently, they have been gathering strength. Likely to deal with descendants like you. Guchanga asked, are you saying they are likely to be determined to resist until the end? The tribe leader answered, exactly. Their tribe is known for being stubborn. However, the scene shifted to the ancient vine snake tribe, where all the tribe members bowed before Guchanga and said, the ancient vine snake tribe has been waiting here for young Master Gu for a long time. The whole tribe is willing to serve young master, charging into battle without hesitation. Please lead our tribe to greater strength and create more glory. This left the tribe leader of the Shunlan tribe dumbfounded. Guchanga coldly asked, known for being stubborn? The tribe leader of the Shunlan tribe hurriedly stammered, this. The tribe leader of the ancient vine snake tribe thought to himself, I am stubborn, not foolish. I don't want to become the next warrior tribe. The tribe leader of the Shunlan tribe said, today, without young master making a move, we have already successfully subdued the ancient vine snake tribe. What are your orders next? Guchanga gave a cold smile and said, gather the army next. Two enormous lightning ships appeared in the sky, one belonging to the Taichu demon sect, the other to the Chongshingu family. The distant king of darkness observed and said, Guchanga has moved so quickly to stir up turmoil. The fate of the ancient world has already changed, and it still hasn't ended. He took off his hat, revealing a handsome face. An elder appeared and said, this person seems easy to calculate, but he probably wants to drag everyone into it. The thoughts of the ancient tribes have long been too deep to change in a day or two. The king of darkness said, I heard he left the grand elder's heavenly immortal palace. Changa, before reaching the dragon tribe, I don't know why the ancestors of the dragon tribe clashed with the grand elder. This battle scorched the surrounding areas for hundreds of thousands of miles. And the ancestor of the dragon tribe was devoured by the grand elder. However, considering old ties, the grand elder didn't make a move at that time. Unfortunately, it seems Guchanga does not intend to let them off easily. The elder said, the dragon tribe is so stubborn, they didn't even give the grand elder face. They aren't worth pitying even if they die. The king of darkness asked. Elder, does Guchanga really intend to unify the ancient world? The elder replied, at this point, even if he doesn't want to, he has no choice but to consider it. The king of darkness smiled and said, what a terrifying person. I wonder who is stronger, him or my sister. The elder said, nonsense. Comparing him to your sister is not worth mentioning. You are insulting your sister. Your sister's talent is unparalleled in all ages. She is destined to become a saint, or she would have been selected by the human race hall and become a celestial. It's just her temper, since childhood. The elder recalled how a little girl once bullied a few old men. She said, "You old fools, I haven't even grown up, and you want to arrange a marriage with me? What's the meaning of this? Do you believe I'll blow up your old lair?" The elder sighed, whose karmic hindrance is this? The scene shifted to the human race hall, where magnificent barriers surrounded the area. In a grand hall, powerful energy radiated outward. A woman, dressed in gorgeous attire, was sitting in the great hall, cultivating. A female servant entered and reported, "Holy Maiden, the Holy Maiden has already left the heavenly domain. She left a message." The beauty in the air asked, "Leave?" "What did she say?" The female servant, worried, said, "She has no interest in finding the reincarnation of the human clan. She said that she only cares about Jing Qing from the human clan palace. Additionally, she said she doesn't want to become a saintly figure. She just wants to find a suitable husband and get married." She turned around and said, "She dreams of entering the human clan palace. She will forever belong to the human clan palace. Finding the reincarnation of the human clan and him is the responsibility and great duty of the heir." She thought to herself, according to the prophecy, the reincarnation of the human clan is about to appear. I must leave here. In this life, the inheritor of the demonic power has also emerged. And the situation will cause chaos in the world. I need to find him first and deal with him. The scene shifted to the sky, where a carriage was moving swiftly. An elderly man was driving the carriage. A woman in the carriage shouted, "No need to escort me, go back and tell your young master to stop wasting his time. The young lady has no interest in him at all." Some people running behind shouted, "Miss Tu, this is the young master's order, we have no choice. Please don't make things difficult for us." The female servant said, "This shameless Zhao Tianqing, how is he still alive? Does he feel pleased now? The young lady has many suitors in the heavenly domain, what does he count for?" A subordinate said, Miss Tu, after all, the young master holds the future of the ancient Zhao clan in his hands. It's not really appropriate for him to say such things. Right?" Someone nearby added, "That's right. And the young master is sincere about the Holy Maiden. That's why we are accompanying her on this journey, fearing that bad people might harm the Holy Maiden. We may not have merit, but we've worked hard." Green light appeared in the carriage. A charming woman inside shouted, "You are the bad ones. While I'm still calm, get lost." The light flew toward those riding horses in the air. Then, it formed into several long swords. She said, "Tell Zhao Tianqing that next time, if he doesn't know his place, even the heavenly emperor won't be able to protect him." This made the dim prince say, "One person." The elder laughed, "Haha, if the young lady doesn't want to, let's hurry up and leave." The woman in the carriage said, "Damn it. I really hate hypocrites." The female servant beside her asked, "Miss, what does hypocrite mean?" The dim prince paused and said, "What?" The dim prince said, "A hypocrite is like a man who gives you a bouquet of flowers, asks you out for a meal, and then forces you to marry him. If it were you, would you agree?" The female servant shook her head foolishly and said, "Huh? Of course not." The dim prince said, "Exactly." The female servant counted on her fingers and said, "One meal is too little. I think it should be at least 3 meals, 100 meals." This left the dim prince speechless. The female servant nearby cheered, "Miss, you're so well informed." She proudly lifted her nose and said, "Of course." She thought to herself, "I used to be a keyboard warrior. Living in the primitive world, with outstanding looks and a privileged background. Unfortunately, I was weak as a child. Often sick, and spent most of my time in a small sick room." She recalled her past self, always lying in bed, dying at the age of 20. Looking out the window, she thought, "It's already a huge blessing to be able to transmigrate here. I finally have a healthy body. Traveling around should be what I should do. What human clan heir? I don't understand anything about that." Also, in the transmigration stories, there are always cold princes and domineering demon lords, but people like me, with silly heads, chasing after so-called geniuses, they all have problems with their IQ. The female servant beside her asked, Miss, when you said you want to find a suitable husband and get married, were you telling the truth or lying? The dim prince excitedly said, Of course, it's a lie. Your young lady is going to become a peerless female immortal king, ruling over the 3,000 heavenly emperors, overturning the 14 continents with both hands. How could she be tied down by these romantic entanglements? This left the female servant beside her dumbfounded, her eyes sparkling. She said, But miss, this time you left without saying goodbye, leaving the holy maiden's palace. The dim prince said, Please, if I spoke, would she let me leave? She even has a cold face, like the whole world owes her, thinking herself so noble. The young female servant beside them said, I think the holy maiden is actually a good person, just a little cold in nature. She has always wanted to protect justice. She responded, She is indeed a good person, but all she needs is a man. As long as she feels that, apart from the reincarnation of the human clan, all the other men in the world are. At this moment, the female servant pointed and shouted, Miss, look over there. That's the infinite heaven in the inner domain. I heard that Master Wushuang is there now. Should we go and take a look? She said, Huh? Wang Wushuang, I don't want such a cheap brother. But the female servant stubbornly said, I heard that recently, there have been great changes in infinite heaven, and the successor of the Dao Tian Immortal Palace has earned the title of the first of the younger generation. She glared at the female servant and said, After all this talk, you just want to go, right? The female servant continued exaggerating, I heard that this person among the young generation possesses the immortal body, which is forbidden. Gu Chang'e, the young master. His power in infinite heaven is indeed unrivaled. Moreover, he is the young master of the Chongqinggu family, the successor of Dao Tian Immortal Palace. He has full support from the Taichu God sect and the Immortal sect. The dim prince closed his eyes and smiled, Immortal body? Wasn't this something Gu Chang'e's father said, that his son has an immortal body? People with such a genius reputation usually have a lot of experience and die quickly. Besides, that Gu Chang'e, just by his name, you can tell he's not the protagonist of an internet novel. His name doesn't even have words like fan or ling, so he can't even call himself the protagonist. She explained to the female servant, So I'm telling you, you're actually just being a cannon fodder for others. Look how excited you are. The female servant was still thinking about her words. She continued, Let me tell you, you definitely don't understand. Maybe right now there's someone called Ling something, being suppressed by that Gu Chang'e, about to be slapped in the face. The female servant said, Miss, please don't speak ill of Master Gu Chang'e. He suffered serious injuries in order to fight the inheritor of the demonic power and almost died on the Tiangu continent. He's bright, upright, and great. Moreover, I heard Master Gu Chang'e has a handsome appearance, extraordinary and peerless. The dim prince said, Stop, can we not talk about this? You sound like his maid. The scene shifted to another place. Golden light appeared in the sky. Above were some massive ships. Below, a bloody battle was unfolding, with Gu Chang'e fighting the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan leader shouted, Little brat from the Gu family, stop dreaming, the Dragon Clan would never bow to you. We dominate the heavens and earth, and have never submitted to immortals. What talents do you have to dare dream of ruling the immortal ancient? Gu Chang'e replied, The clan leader is mistaken. I, Gu, am just a junior and would never dare to rule the immortal ancient. Back then, the Dragon Clan issued the True Dragon Order and sent the martial clan to encircle me. Now, I just want to seek justice. The Dragon Clan leader roared, spitting blood from his mouth, You lead an army to attack my clan, and now you want to claim the moral high ground, slandering my clan's integrity. You must die, kid. Gu Chang'e began to attack. 2 sturdy long knives appeared behind him. He said, Haha, things have developed to this point. Clan leader, why are you so angry? If the Dragon Clan would rather die than submit, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Dragon Clan members below began to discuss. On the other side, someone sighed, Ah, that's the reincarnation ancient wheel. Another person said, That's not a Dao item. That's the reincarnation ancient wheel that the ancient heavenly lord used as a defense device. Another person worriedly said, How could it be? How does Gu Chang'e possess this thing? What is his connection with the ancient heavenly lord? Damn, this guy actually has this kind of background. Not good. Should we surrender? The clan leader thought, is he using this treasure to disturb our morale? The dragon clan leader shouted, our dragon clan will remain proud forever, we would rather die than submit. You will never make us bow. He then shouted, kill them. Immediately, the clan members charged forward, their claws sharp. Just as one of them prepared to launch a sneak attack, Guchanga was ready with his energy and power. He thought to himself, prepare for the supreme level. At this moment, the Black Sky Eagle clan leader arrived in time to assist Guchanga. The Divine Crane clan, the Snake clan, and the Sky Eagle clan also appeared, saying, young master, we are here to help you. This left the Dragon clan leader stunned, you all. Changa, so you had already prepared to retaliate. He began to release his pressure, angrily shouting, damn. His entire body began to transform. Guchanga expressionlessly said, Great Elder, I hope you will honor the agreement. A massive beam of light then shot toward the Dragon clan leader, making him scream in agony, ah. The Dragon clan members were stunned, shouting, clan leader. The beam of light continued to strike, breaking the dust. This caused the people around to be blasted far away. Moments later, the platinum-colored light pierced through the Dragon clan's land. A sound came from the sky. A voice from the sky said, the Dragon clan leader has been defeated. You don't need to. The Snake clan members were surprised, as the Dragon clan leader was suppressed in a single strike, such a terrifying existence. Fortunately, the old man had long since retired. Guchanga felt that the ability to easily suppress the Grand Elder's quasi-supreme power probably far exceeded what I had imagined. Guchanga said, the Dragon clan leader has been defeated. You either surrender or die. This caused the Dragon clan members to look at each other, staring at the bodies of the young people lying on the ground. An elder said, the Dragon clan's fate is sealed, and we are willing to submit. Guchanga sighed lightly, thinking to himself that this was a typical scenario where people only cry after seeing the coffin. Then, a purple light shot into the sky. Guchanga clasped his hands together and said, it's over. This battle was thanks to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder turned around and said, remember what you promised me. Guchanga called out, as a member of the Dao Tian Immortal Palace, I will naturally not shirk from my duty to ensure the safety of both inside and outside the Dao Tian Immortal Palace. The cultivators of the Dao Tian Immortal Palace discussed amongst themselves. The Grand Elder turned around angrily and said, you brat, this is unreasonable. Did you always intend to drag the Dao Tian Immortal Palace down with you from the start? Guchanga smiled and replied, Grand Elder, what are you saying? Don't forget that you owe me a favor. If there's any trouble in the future, don't forget that I'll come to trouble you. Before he could finish speaking, the Grand Elder had already vanished into the sky, saying, this shameless person, stay away from me. I don't want to see you again. Guchanga chuckled lightly. Then, on the notification tool, information was checked, revealing the newly appeared Son of Fortune. The individual had hidden their identity and was a transmigrator. Guchanga darkly thought, a transmigrator, could it be? Guchanga showed an evil smile and said, interesting, when fellow townsfolk meet, it's easier to deceive them. The leaders of the major ancient clans all spoke in unison, young master, the task you entrusted to us has been completed. The traitors of the Dragon clan have all received the punishment they deserve. Guchanga said, very good, well done. He thought to himself, with the three major clans submitting, I will guide them to maintain reverence for the great traditions. Next, I'll let them stay hidden in the dark. But where does this transmigrator stand, before me or behind me? This anomaly must be eradicated. In the distance, a mysterious clan leader said, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe that a young man could accomplish all this? From afar, the elder brother and the clan leader stood together and said, in some ways, Guchanga is even more terrifying than that inheritor. The clan leader responded, I've heard that the inheritor of the demonic power was eventually defeated by him, but after so long, his true whereabouts are still unknown. Even though he has killed some young geniuses, it was all done secretly. He's probably already heavily injured by Guchanga. There are probably not many in the current young generation who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. In the future, the young master might have to learn from Guchanga. The elder brother said, in terms of decisiveness and methods, we can't compare, but when facing absolute strength, schemes and tricks are nothing. Your Highness. Isn't my sister still here? Just then, a voice came from behind. Whenever you encounter a powerful person, you bring up my sister. You'll always just be a side character. This startled the two people talking, causing their hearts to race. The dim prince jumped up and kicked the elder brother, saying, "Do you think you have a future now? This outfit certainly hasn't let down your two senses, has it? After all these years, how are you still so vulgar?" At the same time, the female servant also landed on the ground. A single kick sent the dim prince tumbling several times. He said, "Hasn't the human clan palace taught you etiquette? What kind of woman are you?" The dim prince said, "Brother Wushuang, remember, there are heavens beyond heaven, and there are people beyond people. The three major clans aren't fools. Just relying on being a reincarnation of the ancient reincarnation celestial lord, Guchanga, cannot rule over the immortal ancient clans." The elder beside them clasped his hands together and said, "Greetings, miss." The dim prince said, "Then what does your sister mean by this?" He looked on and said, "I observed him for a while just now. His methods are strong, but they are useless. Even I cannot see through his depths." The female servant said, "It's a pity, though. I heard that Guchanga is already engaged. If not, he would be a good match for the miss." The dim prince said proudly, "It's a pity he missed out on such an outstanding woman like me, but his fiancée is lucky." The clan leader beside them said, "It's rare to hear the miss praise him like this. Should we go visit him?" The dim prince thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's do as the clan leader says." The dim prince thought to himself, "Huh? What's going on? Isn't she the one who hates playing matchmaker the most?" The female servant beside them said, "But she had no interest at all when she came just now." The dim prince slapped the female servant's head and said, "Who told you to talk so much?" Switching to another scene, some subordinates were laying out jewels for inventory. One person shouted, "Move them over here." Another person, while counting, said, "These treasures are precious. Handle them carefully." Guchanga stood to the side watching the notification of the Daughter of Fate, noticing that she had taken an interest in the Footmaster. The fate points increased by 1. And the destiny value increased by 50. Guchanga thought, "Huh? This too?" He secretly smiled, thinking that it seemed the fellow townsfolk had noticed me and taken an interest. "I must say, I'm just too charming. She must have seen the battle earlier. If I'm right." Before he could continue thinking, a subordinate came to reporting to the young master, "The heir of the Chongqing Wang family, Wang Wushuang, has come to visit and is waiting outside Dragon Island. Please wait a moment." Guchanga thought, "Oh, that was quick, the Chongqing Wang family." Guchanga said, "Please have them gather at the top of Die Mountain." The subordinate replied, "Yes, young master." Guchanga wickedly licked his lips and said, "She's only interested in me, yet she's sending me so much destiny value." He thought to himself, "Her luck, this is a juicy piece of meat." Nearby, a subordinate reported, "Everyone, please come this way. Young Master Changa has prepared tea." The female servant asked, "Young master, why do you want to meet him?" The dim prince laughed and said, "Haha, isn't it because of me? I'm naturally beautiful, and I'm afraid he might make me ugly?" "Shawnee, you don't understand, being too beautiful is also a trouble." She thought to herself, "Also, I want to quickly reveal my identity as the saintess of the human clan palace. This world is full of arrogant geniuses, and it's quite boring. Guchanga, don't disappoint me." The subordinate pointed the way and said, "Everyone, the young master is waiting above." The dim prince clasped his hands together and said, "Sorry for the trouble." The dim prince looked at Guchanga's subordinates and thought, "Are the temporary guards all at the God King level? Guchanga really hides his depth. No wonder he's so calm and fearless. He knows how to use his family background effectively, this is also a skill." The dim prince clasped his hands together and bowed his head, "Greetings, Brother Gu." Guchanga stood in front and said, "Dim prince, there's no need to be so polite. The conditions here are simple, I hope you won't mind." The female servant thought to herself, "Wow, he's even more handsome up close. And his temperament is refined, you can tell he's a reasonable person." The dim prince also thought, "This is the standard villain smile, isn't it? Smiling on the outside but not on the inside? You can tell nothing good will come of it." Guchanga smiled and said, please, make yourselves comfortable. Once everyone was seated, Guchanga asked, I wonder what brings the dim prince to visit so suddenly. Wang Wushuang said, isn't it because I saw how Brother Gu cleverly arranged things, easily suppressing the immortal ancient dragon clan, and my heart was filled with admiration? That's why I wanted to come and visit, asking Brother Gu for guidance. Guchanga frowned and said, dim prince, you flatter me. For many years, the dragon clan has bullied others with its power, acting recklessly and tyrannically. Today's result is simply their own doing. Besides, Chang'e, I was just using the situation to my advantage. The Dao Tian Immortal Palace is the one behind everything. As you saw, the Grand Elder acted without hesitation. I was just pushed out to take the credit. Is Brother Gu correct? Brother Gu doesn't need to be so modest. Besides, no one in the younger generation can rule over the Black Sky Eagle clans now. The clan leader beside them leisurely drank tea. Guchanga was also about to raise his teacup to take a sip and said with a smile, King brother, you flatter me. We haven't discussed ruling yet. To put it simply, I only received their help due to my relationship with the ancient reincarnation heavenly sovereign. The unification of the primordial ancients today did not happen with me. They went their separate ways and went home. Wang Zikuan opened his folding fan and started to show his presents, saying, to be able to tell such a beautiful lie, you really aren't a good person. This caused the clan elder and king brother to simultaneously spit out their tea. The maid beside them said, young master, such words should not be spoken in front of others. Guchanga widened his eyes and asked, who is this? King brother said, my apologies, Brother Gu. This is my older brother, Wang Zikuan. He enjoys talking nonsense and doesn't know how to keep quiet. Please, Brother Gu, don't mind. Guchanga said, so, this is King Brother's sister. This left all three of them stunned. King Brother said, it's my older brother. Guchanga laughed while drinking his tea and said, King Brother, Miss Wang has an extraordinary temperament, whether male or female, I can still tell. Above Wang Zikuan's head, information appeared, Wang Zikuan, gender female, luck value 12,000. She was about to expose him, but he wasn't angry, and his observation skills were truly impressive. Indeed, he wasn't an ordinary shield, quite interesting. Chang'e, but no matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to guess my identity as a transmigrator. She raised her cup and smiled, saying, haha, I had heard that Brother Gu is the son of a true immortal from the mortal realm. I thought it was just a rumor, but after meeting you today, it's clear it's true. Everything Brother Gu said is just a false name, Miss Wang, you're overpraising me. Then, she stood up and said, such an opportunity is rare. I would like to discuss with Brother Gu about the current structure and development of the immortal realm. I wonder what Brother Gu thinks. Guchanga also stood up in response, Miss Wang, please, I'm eager to hear your insights. This left all three of them confused. Guchanga thought, she probably doesn't know my origins yet. It seems that in the eyes of transmigrators, native geniuses are all foolish. I must perform a little. Can't waste her interest in me. Once we get closer, she'll naturally understand what it feels like to be interested in the big villain. Gradually, the sky darkened, and the moon rose higher. The three at the table were still seated. The maid said, I didn't expect that Miss and young Master Chang'e would get along so well. The two people beside her also let out a light snort. Wang Zikuan said, it's getting late. Brother Gu, although your actions aren't like those of the righteous, you are sincere, much better than those who talk about grand principles all day. Guchanga still responded, I don't deserve such praise. Miss Wang's various insights today truly opened my eyes. Seeing you today, I finally understand the meaning of regret not meeting earlier. She smiled and said, haha, Brother Gu, I feel the same way. In my view, you will surely stand tall in the world, witnessing the achievement of great undertakings. With grand plans and an open mind. Guchanga replied, I don't know about that, Miss Wang, knowing you earlier would indeed have been a big regret in my life. Wang Zikuan picked up a leaf from the ground and said, oh, Brother Gu, don't you fear that your fiancé will hear that? This made Guchanga a little puzzled. She began to transform and reveal her true identity, saying, but I don't think it's too late. Chang'e, how about Brother Gu cancels the engagement and marries me instead? This made the three at the table almost spit out their tea. All three of them said in unison, "Miss, sister." Wang Zikuan walked away while saying, "Brother Gu, you and I are both exceptionally clever people. Our marriage would definitely be a top-tier partnership. Chang'e, at that time, wouldn't we be able to get anything we want in the world?" Gu Chang'e coldly looked at her, then smiled and said, "Miss Wang, you're joking. First of all, the engagement was arranged by my parents when I was a child. Chang'e, even if my mother agrees, I'm afraid the forces behind you wouldn't." 1. She wondered, is he referring to the prince? Has he figured out my identity in such a short time? Wang Zikuan said, "Brother Gu, you don't need to worry about the forces behind me. The things I want to do, they still can't stop me. It's just that your clear rejection really makes me a bit disappointed." Gu Chang'e poured tea while saying, "Miss Wang Zikan's talent and strength are undoubtedly unparalleled in the world, but at this stage, your influence is still insufficient." Wang Zikuan thought back to the time when the bone of the Great Tao was taken from his sister. After returning from the lower realms, he showed a rare talent in the void. Now, he was exhibiting the inheritance of the ancient celestial sovereign of reincarnation. With such sharp judgment, ruthless methods, and great wisdom, Gu Chang'e truly seemed unfathomable. It seems that in the end, I should not underestimate him. The three of them couldn't hold back any longer and quickly stood up. Brother Wang said, calm and composed, not a single flaw exposed. "Alright, anyway, it's already late." The four were preparing to take their leave. Wang Zikuan said, "I won't disturb Brother Gu any longer." Brother Wang also cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Farewell." Suddenly, Wang Zikuan turned around and asked, "By the way, Brother Gu, do you think we will meet again?" On the notification tool, Wang Zikan's expression changed. His fortune value increased by 2,000, and his destiny value increased by 500. Gu Chang'e still cupped his hands and smiled, replying, "Of course, we will definitely meet again." Gu Chang'e stood alone on the city wall and said, "Marriage alliance." He thought about the sweet time spent with Yu Mingkong and called out, "Where is she?" A subordinate behind him responded. Gu Chang'e then said, "Send someone to check what Princess Yu Mingkong has been doing recently, and report back." The female subordinate replied, "Yes, Lord." Gu Chang'e thought, Yu Mingkong, as a reborn, clearly knows some future events. But if I can catch her movements, I should be able to discover some clues about the future. If Wang Zikuan is a descendant of the human ancestor hall, then her roaming the world today means that the human ancestor of this generation is about to be born. Chang'e, fortunately, as a traveler, she clearly does not intend to use herself as a tool to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. This is still beneficial to me. The human ancestor and the inheritor of demonic arts have always been mortal enemies. The former can recognize the methods of the inheritor of demonic arts, which are hidden dangers. Whether it is replacing or directly eliminating, it is best to do it quickly. Gu Chang'e crushed the teacup in his hand, thinking, I must resolve him before he rises. The scene shifted to another place, luxurious and grand. The subordinate was still reporting to Yu Mingkong. Report, the spatial coordinates of the divine realm have been determined. The Wushuang Guard now has candidates and is forming a second team. Yu Mingkong raised her hand and said, Good, withdraw. She gazed into the distance, thinking, in my past life's memories, the reincarnation of the human ancestor came from the divine realm. If I want to protect Gu Chang'e, I can only act before he returns to the upper realm. Fortunately, the divine realm is very far from the inner domain, and the human ancestor hall cannot find the reincarnation factor in a short period of time. Chang'e, during this time, I also need to return to the ancestral hall to receive the emperor's qi and refine the remaining celestial spirits. She coldly thought. Gu Chang'e, if you disappoint me again in this life, then I will. In another place, Gu Chang'e was standing in the grand hall. Below, He Ming was lowering his head. Gu Chang'e said, He Ming, I heard you want to break the slave mark of your clan and free yourself from my control. He Ming said, No, I don't dare. Gu Chang'e walked down the stairs and asked, Do you want to be a hero? He Ming, covered in cold sweat, said, I was wrong. Master, please don't kill me. Please give me another chance. I will fight bloodily for you and die without regret. Gu Chang'e stood in front of He Ming and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you are the one chosen by the Supreme Being. This left He Ming stunned. He raised his head and said, "Ah, how do you know?" Guchanga lifted He Ming and said, "Let me tell you about the Supreme Being. With sincerity in your heart, everything is possible. The true name is reincarnation. Witnessing eternal life." He Ming happily asked, So you are also a follower of that being? I knew there was something familiar about you." Guchanga gestured for him to be quiet, then said, "The Supreme Being has given you a task. Changa, within 3 months, find 3 exceptionally talented strong individuals, loyal followers, for that being. When the true name of the Supreme Being is realized, you will see its true form." This made He Ming feel as if he had an epiphany. He lowered his head and said, "I understand. Please rest assured, Master, I will complete the task." Guchanga responded, "Since you value it so much, you better not disappoint that one." He Ming said, "Even if I am shattered into pieces, He Ming will never disappoint the supreme existence." Guchanga laughed loudly and said, "Behind every threatening motivation, there is another force, strong admiration, the desire to honor power even at the cost of death." Guchanga walked over and said, "Remember, the supreme existence will only take care of you. You must keep that in your heart." Guchanga thought to himself, with the Absolute Sound's presence in the ancestral temple, if this experiment goes smoothly, we can proceed with the second phase of the plan. He Ming, kneeling beside him with his head lowered, said, "I understand. He Ming will never disappoint the expectations. Thank you for your reminder, Master. Please take care." Guchanga thought to himself, the Absolute Sound is an unavoidable disaster for mortals, but for me, it is an immense opportunity. The scene switches to the Supreme Peak. Guchanga sat on the main hall. Below, a subordinate said, "Master, the Sea King is severely injured. The Sea King Palace has declared that the Wind Palace will not act for 100,000 years. Guchanga said, You may leave now." The subordinate responded, "Yes," and then left. Guchanga thought to himself, letting me bring Sianer back is also a good opportunity to contact the Rear Peach village. Sianer's tragic drama has been laying the groundwork for Sianer Tower for so long, and now it finally welcomes a brilliant turning point. Elsewhere, Gu Sianer was contemplating a letter. She said, "My uncle wrote to me personally, asking me to return home." Actually, when Guchanga acknowledged me as a member of the Gu family that day, I had already anticipated this. What do you think, Da Qing? A blue bird lay lazily nearby, nodding and chirping, quack. Gu Sianer sent the letter flying. She said, not even a bit of sincerity. They still underestimate me. Gu Sianer stood up and resolutely said, "I won't go back, let them dream. If anyone wants to go back, they can go, I want." A voice came from behind, "Oh, you want go back?" Guchanga appeared behind Gu Sianer, startling her. She said, "Guchanga, you're so elusive, it's terrifying, you know?" Then, she jumped into the air and said, If I want go back, I want. They kicked me out of the Gu family back then, and now they think a letter will make me return? Dream on." But suddenly, 3 golden chains appeared in the air. Guchanga said, "Gu Sianer, little sister, you really disappoint me. Even escaping is such a hassle, yet you challenge me every day. I am truly tired of you." Gu Sianer was bound by the golden chains and screamed, "Guchanga, you're despicable, it's unfair. If you are so powerful, suppress your cultivation and fight me." Guchanga tightly restrained Gu Sianer and tossed her to the ground, saying, "If you truly wanted to die, you would have died long ago. The enemy doesn't play by the rules or fairness. Father sent a letter asking me to bring you back. Changa, I won't go, that's your father, not mine. He was the one who kicked me out back then." This left Guchanga speechless. He said, "Gu Sianer, you must have misunderstood something. Changa, it's to bring you back, not to have you return with me. You have no choice." Gu Sianer broke through a few chains and said, No matter what you say, I won't go back." Suddenly, Guchanga hugged Gu Sianer around the waist, making her think, is this person trying to carry me back? But the next action stunned her. Guchanga picked her up like a bag. Gu Sianer said, "Guchanga, what are you doing? Put me down." Guchanga said, "Stop struggling. If I wanted to take you, I would have used chains to bind you and take you away. When we were young, I never hesitated to carry you." Gu Sianer struggled, suddenly realizing something, recalling a voice from the innocent child of the past. Chang'e brother, I can't walk anymore, I'm hungry, tired, and sleepy. Young Gu Chang'e could not help but say, I'm going to training, what are you doing with nothing to do? Don't drop your drool on my clothes. A passageway appeared in the sky. Gu Xianer said, can't it change posture? Gu Chang'e angrily shouted, stop talking nonsense. On a small piece of land, someone was constantly cursing, Pa, which bastard stepped on me? The big bird of Dajing was also affected. In the territory of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan of the ancient royal clan, a magnificent palace appeared. In front, there was a statue of a nine-tailed fox. A frail man collapsed on the ground and sighed, what's wrong with me? He opened his eyes and softly called, my body. He suddenly jumped up and shouted, how did I end up like this? He looked around and found himself in a stable, where several horses were playfully interacting. He was completely confused and said, where is this? I was just in the Heavenly Emperor's hall training. How did I suddenly end up here? As soon as he finished speaking, he ran towards a nearby water bucket and examined his own appearance. Panicked, he thought, did my soul exchange with the soul of this servant? Otherwise, why would I have no memory of his at all? The reflection in the water bucket showed an ugly face. He said, my title is actually son of the Heavenly Emperor, destined to rule over the 10,000 clans. How dare someone lay a hand on me? Suddenly, a woman with several fox tails walked over, raising her chin and commanding, Suafan, has the young mistress horse finished eating? Stop being lazy. Don't delay important matters. The young mistress needs to attend the Gu family matron's birthday banquet. The servant's face showed a vicious expression. He said, Suafan, what are you waiting for? The scene shifts to another place, where laughter echoed through a magnificent palace, ha ha. A handsome young man dressed in silk stood tall, but an unpleasant smile appeared on his face. He said, I never expected that I would become the son of the Heavenly Emperor, possessing the most noble ancient royal lineage. Could this be fate? His eyes glazed over in intoxication as he rolled his eyes. Chang'e missed Wanmei, no, now I'm the son of the Heavenly Emperor. He began, I was once abandoned on the streets, starving and homeless. In the cannibalistic places of the immortal realm. I had already prepared to embrace death. When I was young, Duanmei was the one who gave me the hope to survive. As Duanmei's hand extended, Suafan's trembling hand took it. Back to the present, he clenched his hand tightly and said, that idiot fox beast is not worthy of her. Only I am the one who truly loves her. The disgusting expression on his face made one want to vomit. He said, I've already said it, sooner or later she will be mine. Ha! The scene shifts to the Chongqinggu family, surrounded by enormous flying ships and spirit beasts, all gathering in one direction. Someone shouted, the army of the peerless immortal dynasty. Prince Chongqing's army has arrived. Many people flew toward the hall, with many familiar faces. Prince Chongqing, it's an honor, Gu Xiong said, we meet again. The people behind also cupped their hands, saying, Gu Xiong. Gu Chang'e returned the greeting, everyone, welcome. Prince Cam asked, may I ask, Gu Xiong, who is this? He glanced at the side. Gu Chang'e also responded, oh, this is my sister. She has been with me ever since I was so poor that I couldn't even afford clothes. Gu Xianer stood aside, gritting her teeth, and said, Gu Chang'e, you talk too much. The scene shifts to the hall. Yuming didn't expect, it looks like that fox spirit has no tact, coming to join the fun when I'm not here. She looked at Prince Cam and coldly snorted, humph, disguised as a man, do you think I can't tell? Ha ha ha, really laughable, Gu Chang'e, but now I have reached the Wisdom King realm. And can tell who is a man and who is a woman with just a glance. Suddenly, the voice of the Gu family's mother goddess gently asked, Ming Kong, what are you looking at? Startled, she hurriedly said, ah. Aunt, Ming Kong was looking at Chang'e. The Gu family's mother goddess asked, are you looking at that young woman? I've never heard of Prince Chongqing having such a talented person. I didn't expect her to already possess the cultivation of the semi-saint realm at this age. Yuming Kong was stunned and thought to herself, semi-saint realm? Prince Cam looked at the person sitting above and thought, oh, have they already noticed me? The Gu mother gently asked, could it be that Ming Kong is jealous? Ming Kong said, where? I trust Gu Chang'e. She gently stroked Ming Kong's ear and said, don't worry. With Guchunga's current personality, he most likely only knows that young woman. Besides, you both were raised by me. Though in the past Guchunga. Yu Mingkong felt a bit anxious and thought to herself, wait, does Aunt know the reason behind Guchunga's change? The Gu mother gently stroked Yu Mingkong's hair and said, sigh, it's been so long, you've worked hard. Yu Mingkong also lowered her head and said, Aunt. This matter cannot be blamed on Chunga. I've always felt that something was wrong with him, and misunderstood his good intentions. This surprised Gu mother. She looked at the others and then said, Mingkong, do you know? About the demons. Yu Mingkong said, Aunt, I already understand Gu changes thoughts. Then, Gu mother, the goddess, tightly hugged Yu Mingkong and loudly said, no wonder you are my good daughter-in-law. Wang Yang really feels comforted. Yu Mingkong suddenly shouted. Ah. Aunt, I'm not married yet. This surprised all the guests present. Gu mother tightly hugged Yu Mingkong and said, isn't this only a matter of time? Yu Mingkong thought to herself, so what happened when I returned 6 months ago? Did Guchunga suddenly descend to the lower realms just to seek opportunities? Yu Mingkong said to Gu mother, Aunt, I heard that Chunga returned from the lower realm and brought back 2 women. One is Lin Chohan, who is currently studying alchemy at the Four Extremes Pill Sect. The other is Suchinga, who has been sent to your side to cultivate. Gu mother said, indeed, this is true. So what? Yu Mingkong asked in return, Aunt. Do you know what's special about those 2 women? Gu mother said, I don't know about Lin Chohan, but now that you mention it, I only know that she was sent by Chunga to the Pill Sect. Chunga as for Suchinga, she is a rare dual soul body. In her past life, she was an arm of some demonic force. I tried using secret methods to investigate her origins. But her soul was shattered, and I couldn't see anything. Suchinga has 2 souls within her, one is kind, and the other is evil. Yu Mingkong looked elsewhere, thinking, it seems just as I investigated. Guchunga brought her back and never cared about her. Fortunately, the value has been exhausted. So he just discarded her. Yu Mingkong looked at Guchunga and the outstanding talents from the various sects, thinking, in the past life, Guchunga didn't bring anyone back to the upper realm. It seems something must have happened to him in the lower realm that caused him to change. This is the perfect time for my rebirth. Could it be because of me that this happened? Yi Langtian said from outside, Gu brother, recently the demon prince has been secretly committing brutal acts. I wonder if you have any solution? The person with wings said. Gu brother, after all, you're the only one who's ever fought the demon prince's heir. You must have a solution, unlike us. Guchunga showed a serious expression and said, I won't hide it from everyone, this is also something I've been suspecting. That day, I fought Yi Lang. Although I heavily injured him. In the end, he still showed an unafraid face, as if someone was assisting him. Chunga, moreover, I was injured and couldn't chase him, so I could only helplessly watch him escape. Gu Xianer sighed from the side, sigh, the clothes are both expensive and plain. Fortunately, it was Guchunga's money. A bald man, with a huge bead hanging from his neck, shouted, someone is helping him? Does Gu brother mean that there's more than one heir of the demon prince? Guchunga said seriously, based on my personal speculation, there may be more than one heir of the demon prince. Perhaps there are also forces supporting them. Yi Langtian frowned and pondered, we should have thought of this earlier. The demon prince's heir is so powerful, how could he not cause turmoil in all realms? Causing the suffering of living beings? And the person who appeared was exactly Yi Lang. The person with golden wings said, what should we do then? This made Yi Lili silent as well, sighing. The scene shifts to Wuliang Tian, where some people were discussing, recently, there haven't been any beautiful women in Wuliang Tian. A woman nearby said, young master, it's probably because many dangerous things happened at the Sea King's palace not long ago, so the little fairies are afraid to come. The young master sighed, sigh, really disappointing. Suddenly, a beautiful woman walked out from the shadows. She said, Guchunga, with the demon prince's heir. The beautiful woman looked at the gate of the heavenly immortal palace, thinking, based on the rumors and the situation at that time, the demon prince's heir fought with Guchunga at the border of the ancient continent, but in the end, he couldn't win and fled. However, no heir of the demon prince has ever lost in a one-on-one fight. Their methods and trump cards are endless. Although Guchanga's strength is extraordinary and he has the title of true immortal, to say that he could single-handedly injure the demon prince's heir, that's completely unreasonable. On the other hand, Bai Lai, as the first victim, has good aptitude. His fiancée Yan Mi's survival next to Yi Ling absolutely isn't just because he has an interest in her. So, the key question is, everything has happened too naturally, as if someone had already written a script, and the characters who appeared were like actors pre-arranged. She used lightness skills and stood on a tall building, thinking, Yi Ling, as the main character in all of this, always seems to be led by others. But Yan Mi plays an indispensable role in all this. Now that she has such a close relationship with Guchanga, the mastermind behind it may be Guchanga. After all, the center of this event, the biggest beneficiary, is him. I just hope my guess is wrong. If not, the forces behind this will be too terrifying. She frowned and thought. In another place, there was an oversized carriage. The coachman was constantly whipping the horse's backside, making a cracking sound. A sexy woman with a full chest and standing erect ears was in front. She complained, Suafan, what happened to you recently? You even forgot what spirit herbs Little Bai needs to eat. Suafan said, I got it, Shower Jia, I won't forget next time. The woman angrily said, you better take this seriously. If it weren't for the young lady, you would have long since starved to death in some corner. He was so angry that his entire body swelled with veins, thinking, how did I end up being scolded loudly by a little maid today? If it were before, this lowly servant wouldn't dare speak to me like this. Now, not only has my soul been swapped, but even the divine soul weapon personally forged by my father is gone. I am now like a useless person. Suddenly, he realized something and thought. Wait, I still have a chance. As long as I come into contact with the beings of Tianhuang Mountain, I can prove my identity and expose the impostor. Suafan muttered. Tianhuang Mountain. The maid angrily shouted, Suafan, what are you muttering about again? What Tianhuang Mountain? Has your head been caught in the door? Is that a place you can casually mention? Inside the palanquin, Ruan Mei sat upright, her hands clasped in prayer, not saying a word. She thought, Tianhuang Mountain? Recently, I don't know what's wrong with Suafan. Not only is he behaving oddly, but he also keeps mentioning the ancient Tianhuang Mountain, Xing Tianhuang. She smiled secretly and thought, but it's also quite interesting. Once I meet the master, I can talk about it with him. The scene shifted to another place, where a woman casually pushed open the door and barged in, shouting, Brother, I heard you're planning to come out into the world. The Tianhuang princess, Dan Yu, appeared and walked in. The blonde man asked, What's the matter? Is there a problem? Dan Yu said, but according to father's calculations, our time to come out into the world should be at least around the appearance of the Qingdao Road. She then hugged the blonde man's arm and said, But it's okay, if it's your decision, I'll naturally follow you. This left him speechless, not knowing what to say. He silently thought, even as the Tianhuang princess, compared to you, she still seems dim. When I was just a little servant, you were like clouds in the sky, completely unreachable. Returning to the past, the real Suafan looked at Ruan Mei, thinking. Ruan Mei, I know you feel more than just sympathy for me. You must be different from everyone else to me. Ruan Mei turned her head, her eyes full of temptation. The real Suafan thought, it's just because of my past identity that you can't be too excessive. I understand all of that. But in reality, what was in Ruan Mei's mind was the image of Gu Chuchanga holding her, like a princess. The real Suafan thought, soon. I'll stand proudly in front of you and untangle the knot in your heart. Do you want to restore the Heavenly Fox clan to its original state? Then I'll help you achieve that. Because now, I have become the most prestigious person among all the ancient tribes. While the real Suafan was fantasizing about his power, Dan Yu suddenly shook him and shouted, Brother. The real Suafan thought, the celebration, Ruan Mei, wait for me. The scene shifted to a place where many flying ships were parked in front of a large door, with people coming and going around. Gu Chuchanga was receiving the outstanding disciples from various sects. Ruan Mei and Gu Xianer walked aside. Ruan Mei asked, Xianer, did you call me out for something? Gu Xianer said, Sister Ming Kuer, today I investigated Gu Changa and the family. And it seems I really found some clues. This made Ruan Mei ask in surprise, what? Gu Xianer said seriously. Since Gu Chang'e was born, the midwife and those who knew the situation seemed to have disappeared. Clearly, there's something about this that cannot be known by anyone. Wan Mei asked, you mean there was really a problem when Chang'e was born? She thought of the demonic arts within Gu Chang'e, and besides her uncle and aunt, I should be the only one who knows. But everyone knows that demonic arts are cultivated later and can easily disrupt the world. What exactly are they hiding? The vicious image of Gu Chang'e appeared in her mind. Gu Xianer crossed her arms and said, I've always felt that when Chang'e spared my Dao bone, it was something planned beforehand, but he had to do it. It seems he had some unspeakable reason. I also feel much guilt. She frowned, thinking, from another perspective, he used this to make me dislike him. Back then, he intentionally acted cold towards me, definitely trying to demonically refine me. Wan Mei, on the side, was also scared and her heart raced, thinking, Xianer, if I told you that in the previous life you died a terrible death, would you still think this way? Gu Xianer said, but now I'm still inferior to him. I'll definitely disappoint him. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the communication tool. Attention, Xianer's attack, destiny value increased, fortune value increased. Gu Chang'e instinctively asked. Xianer? This left the red spirit fairy on the other side stunned as well. Gu Xianer said, my master once said Gu Chang'e was born with demonic nature, but later he said his actions are like a demon, yet he's not a demon. Wan Mei asked again, born with a demonic nature? She thought that many things contained a born demonic nature, including the innate demonic soul and innate demonic energy. What exactly influenced him to practice demonic arts? Suddenly, Gu Chang'e grabbed the shoulders of the two women who were chatting and said, what are you saying behind my back? Oh. I'm so busy, I don't even have time to rest. And you two are just lazing around here? This made Gu Xianer scream in fright, Gu Chang'e. Afterward, Gu Xianer breathed a sigh of relief, and as she left, she said, I still have things to do, I'll leave now. This left the two behind unsure of what to say. Gu Chang'e leaned on Wan Mei and said, Wan Mei, now that the young talents from all the realms have gathered here, aren't you going to help me with some troubles? Wan Mei blushed and asked, How should I help? Gu Chang'e suddenly sighed and said, now, all the young talents have gathered here, and their strength is so weak, there's no one suitable to help me choose the right candidate. He signaled to Wan Mei, I'm afraid the people from the human race hall will come for me soon, and when that time comes. This left Wan Mei a bit confused. But then, Gu Chang'e teased, if I die, you'll be a widow. This made Wan Mei shout angrily, widow, my foot. Wan Mei calmly said, how could we not find someone? Isn't there a pretty good candidate over there? This made Gu Chang'e respond with a reluctant oh. In the distance, Wang Zixin and Wang Wushuang also looked over in this direction. Wang Wushuang said, sister, it looks like Gu and his companions are looking at you? Wang Zixin said, what's strange about that? With your outstanding temperament, it's normal for Wan Mei to notice you. I just didn't expect her to be so magnanimous. Both Wan Mei and Gu Chang'e revealed the same sly expression and waved at the two. Wan Mei said, look, how suitable she is. Gu Chang'e responded, if it weren't for her background, she would indeed be very suitable. Wan Mei asked again, her background isn't from the Wang family? Gu Chang'e placed his hands behind his back and softly said, Wang Zixin, she is the heir of the human race hall. This shocked Wan Mei. She said, what? The heir of the human race hall? Gu Chang'e thought to himself, it seems that in Wan Mei's previous life memories, the heir of the human race hall wasn't Wang Zixin, but someone else. It seems the heir of the human race hall may not be just one person. Wan Mei thought, damn it. How is the plot of this life diverging so far from the original track, completely out of my control? She started counting on her fingers and said, Wang Zixin is no good. Chang'e, you should consider starting with people from those strange places. The immortal fox, the great heavenly talent of the Vermilion Bird clan. The fire Dao son of the winds, the golden Qilin clan. Gu Chang'e said teasingly, oh, Wan Mei, where did my kindness go? It seems like you're planning to do bad things with me. This made Wan Mei's cheeks turn red. Then, Gu Chang'e leaned close to her ear and whispered, I like how you look right now. Gu Chang'e draped his arm over Wan Mei's shoulder and said, you don't need to worry about this matter, I'll find a way to solve it. Wanmei agreed, but thought to herself, when will you be completely honest with me and tell me the secret of your reincarnation? There's a lot of reward for that. The scene shifted, and a notification appeared on the communication tool. Activation, Child of Fate, mortal soul transfer to a powerful being. Ingu changed his mind. He thought, mortal soul transfer to a powerful being? The system never mentioned this situation before. Could there be a special reason? He showed a sly smile and thought, just in time, I need you to help me shoulder a few debts. A subordinate came to report, young master, Wanmei from the nine-tailed Heavenly Fox clan has arrived. Guchanga placed his hands behind his back and said, oh, go and welcome her. This made Wanmei glare at him from the side. Guchanga sensed danger approaching. He said, I often receive guests. In his mind, Guchanga thought, according to the system's calculations, the system usually alerts when a child of fate or a related figure appears nearby. Looks like this time, Wanmei is probably related to her. Guchanga walked out to greet her and said, junior sister, you didn't mind the long journey to attend the banquet, the fatigue of traveling by boat and carriage. Really touched this senior brother. Wanmei and her subordinate walked over, lightly laughing and saying, very few people care about me like senior brother does. It really touches my heart. She and her subordinate cupped their hands in salute. Wanmei sends her greetings to senior brother. Guchanga looked at the subordinate and thought, is it him? He does look like a mortal. Just don't know what identity this soul-transferred guy has. Wanmei asked, senior brother, is there something wrong? Guchanga calmly replied, it's nothing much, just didn't expect this situation. Junior sister actually brought an unskilled servant with her. Seems he's a bit different from what I imagined. Inside the mortal body, Wang Zixin thought, why would Guchanga pay attention to someone like me? He was sweating nervously, thinking, this person's reputation in the outside world is extremely impressive. Being noticed by him is not a good thing. Wanmei smiled and said, senior brother is overthinking. He volunteered to follow the delegation for support. It's fine for me to take him to do some tasks. A purple light flashed in Guchanga's eyes as he said, oh, seems like a very ambitious person. Not bad. Wang Zixin's legs began to tremble. He thought to himself, why do I feel like I've been completely seen through? The luck index above my head is only 2. The maid beside him scolded, young Master Gu praised you, and you're not immediately kowtowing to thank him? Do you want to die? People around them said, this kid really has luck. He actually got a compliment from young Master Chang'e. Haha, he looks a bit foolish. Wang Zixin had no choice but to kneel and kowtow, saying, I thank young Master Chang'e for the compliment. Please don't blame me for my lack of manners. He was sweating profusely, thinking, as expected, Guchanga is even more terrifying than I heard. Just with one glance, I was hoping to sneak in and see if anyone would recognize me. But it turns out this is not something an ordinary young talent can achieve. Damn it. If only Danyu were here, she would definitely recognize me. Guchanga smiled and said, get up. Still kneeling, aren't you afraid people will misunderstand that I, Gu, enjoy using my status to oppress others? In his mind, Guchanga thought, being able to bend and stretch is actually stronger than Yiling. According to the system's reminder, mortal soul transfer to a powerful being is essentially seamless. Exchanging souls, and then constantly faking appearances with the identity of a strong being. Wang Zixin raised his head and stood up, saying, thank you, young master. Guchanga thought to himself, clearly, Su Fan's soul must have already switched with the original owner of this body. Guchanga said, junior sister, you must be tired after such a long journey. Why not rest for a bit? Wanmei happily replied, as you wish, senior brother. Guchanga casually said. Then, feel free. But immediately, one of Guchanga's hands was grabbed. Wanmei stood beside him and said, Chang'e, you still need to entertain the honored guests here, how can you leave so casually? This left Wanmei at a loss for words. But Guchanga quietly connected with Wanmei through their spiritual link and said, pay attention to this servant. If you notice anything, inform me immediately. Wanmei was startled and responded, understood. Guchanga looked gloomy and said, Xianer, take Wanmei to rest. You go. Gu Xianer, who had been sitting and eating melon seeds, was startled and said, me? Guchanga replied, stop wasting time, or I'll ask for the money back. Wang Zixin's brother, Wang Wushuang, asked him, "Sister, is there something wrong with this servant?" Wang Zixin replied, "I'm not sure, but this servant seems to be the main character." Wang Wushuang asked, "Main character?" Wang Zixin thought to herself, the heavenly daughter of the nine-tailed fox clan seems to have some interest in Guchanga. The scene shifts to a moonlit night at Guchanga's residence. The puppets were lined up neatly, waiting for orders. Guchanga joked, "That's enough. The destruction great saint realm obtained from the reincarnation heavenly lord's mansion should be able to play its part." He looked at the neatly arranged puppets and said, as expected, they are indeed puppets created by the reincarnation heavenly lord. Their vitality is no different from that of real living beings. On the chest of a female puppet, a red stone appeared, containing immense power. Guchanga thought, as long as I use the immortal devouring demonic art to infiltrate these cores. Immediately, he released a powerful force that filled the surroundings, penetrating every puppet and spreading outward. Guchanga thought, isn't this what the outside world calls the successor of demonic arts? With the appearance of the great saint realm of the demonic arts successor, handling Wang Zixin and covering up the identity of the heir of the human race hall should be the most reasonable arrangement. 5 powerful puppets smiled dangerously. Guchanga's eyes flickered with purple light as he thought, I believe you will hold on until I come to save you, Lady Qing. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Suddenly, Wan Mai's eyes widened as she shouted, who is it? Guchanga stepped out from the passage and said, Changa, looks like you're not lazy, you've been diligently cultivating. This made Wan Mei exclaim, Master. At this moment, Wan Mei was wearing a sexy nightgown. She shyly said, Master, did you come in the middle of the night for Su Fan's matter? Guchanga sat on the bed and said, Is Su Fan that servant? Tell me about his background. While massaging Guchanga, Wan Mei said, He is someone I found on the road when I was a child. I saw him starving, nearly dying on the roadside, and out of sympathy, I took him in. Guchanga thought, so it was a life-saving benefactor? It seems that this child of destiny is actually connected to Wan Mei. Wan Mei asked with concern, Master, is there something wrong with Su Fan? Guchanga slyly said, the current Su Fan probably isn't the same as the original one. If you want to know the truth, why don't we call him in and ask? The scene shifted to a grand hall. Wan Mei brought Su Fan in and said, Master, Su Fan has arrived. The prince thought, did I hear that right? Did Wan Mei just call Guchanga master? She didn't call him that during the day. Su Fan pretended to clasp his fists and said, I wonder what business young Master Changa has with me. Guchanga asked, May I ask what your name is, fellow Taoist? This made Su Fan pretend to sweat. He thought, as expected, I can't hide it from him. This person is truly terrifying. Not only his strength, but his status and power are also clear. His words contain immense power. Even now, the ancient 10,000 clans must think carefully. Perhaps he can help me. Then, Su Fan pretended to smile slightly and said, Haha, young Master Gu truly has a sharp eye. You've discovered this matter. Indeed, I am not Su Fan. Wan Mei glanced at him and thought, as expected, it's someone else now. Su Fan pretended to say, not to hide from young Master Gu, I am Ying Chang. I am actually a direct descendant of the Ying Emperor. From ancient times until now, I have been buried in the palace. I've always been cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor's hall and have never left. This time I don't know why my soul suddenly entered this body. I have always greatly admired young Master Gu. He then kneeled on one knee and said with respect, From now on, I am willing to follow young Master Gu, doing whatever is necessary for him. Upon hearing this, Wan Mei was shocked and froze. Guchanga, on the other hand, had a satisfied look on his face and thought, so he's a prince of the Ying Emperor's lineage. In his mind, Su Fan pretended to think, thankfully, I'm smart. If the outside world says anything, Guchanga isn't some great villain. Even if he doesn't help me, he probably won't kill me, right? But Guchanga calmly said, so, you now have nothing left except your memories. As a prince of the Ying Emperor, his value lies only in certain bloodlines within his body. Purple light appeared around Guchanga, and Su Fan pretended to feel a tightening in his heart. Thinking, this aura. He shouted, young Master Gu. Then, he prepared to dodge and said, please don't kill me. I swear I haven't seen anything. I'm willing to obey you in everything. Whatever it is, I'll do as you command. Young Master Gu, I still have value to you. Guchanga smiled and said, that's right, your memories still have value. Guchanga showed a wicked smile and said, but I don't need you alive. In Guchanga's room, the golden soul of the Ing Emperor's prince appeared before him. Guchanga smugly thought, as expected, he is truly a descendant of the Ing Emperor. I didn't expect him to remember so many legacies. If it weren't for the child of destiny swapping souls, obtaining these things wouldn't be so easy. Then, Guchanga lightly touched the golden soul. The soul shot towards the puppets, and its power immediately dispersed into their bodies. A flash of purple light passed through Guchanga's eyes as he controlled them. Thinking, with the support of the Ing Emperor's aura, this is really great. The successor from Ing Emperor Mountain, his status is so illustrious. Now, 5 powerful puppets filled with energy stood opposite Guchanga. Guchanga tried asking, smile. Immediately, the 5 puppets all smiled, but their faces looked menacing. Several beams of light flew out from Guchanga's hall, carrying an order, no time to waste. Take this guardian talisman. Be a bit harsher in your actions. The 5 puppets said in unison. Yes, master. Then they immediately left. Guchanga clasped his hands together and walked out of the door, thinking, Wang Zixin, don't disappoint me. The scene shifted to Wang Zixin's vast courtyard. A pressure of light surrounded Wang Zixin, who had just finished her cultivation. She touched the ground with her feet, looked at her body, and said, my body has the perfect celestial spirit physique, flawless. Whatever I cultivate, I progress twice as fast as ordinary people. But why does Guchanga make me feel this illusion, forcing me to want to meet him so eagerly? Wang Zixin, wearing modern clothes, her foam-like outer garment particularly eye-catching, highlighted her long legs. Wang Zixin anxiously muttered to herself, is it because my cultivation is insufficient? She clenched her fists and said, it seems there are some things in this world that can shake me. This is interesting. It's not so easy for someone to catch my interest. In any case, I will pursue this to the end. Wang Zixin took a deep breath, Guchanga. You can't escape from my 5-finger mountain. Suddenly, she sensed danger behind her. A very strong and powerful puppet approached Wang Zixin. It then pushed her away, slamming her into a wall. After seeing this, Wang Zixin shouted, Great Sage Realm? She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and dangerously said, Who are you? How dare you act under the Changshingu family's nose? The muscular, powerful puppet responded, I am ordered to obey the master's command and take your life. Wang Zixin looked at the muscular man and worriedly thought, what is my master's identity that even a great sage realm cultivator calls him master? But just as she saw him from afar, in an instant, Wang Zixin saw the great sage realm man appear in front of her, then strike her with a heavy punch that sent her flying. Before she could react, the man tightly grabbed her ankle and swung her like a doll. The great sage realm coldly sneered, do you feel like you've lost the ability to move? Because in this mansion, I have already set up a formation. At that moment, Wang Zixin was like a doll being tossed around, tortured again and again. Wang Zixin weakly thought, damn. He was indeed prepared. As a quasi-saint realm cultivator, I'm still no match for him. I can only delay until someone from the Gu family notices the situation and comes to rescue me. The powerful great sage realm figure charged toward her and shouted, anyone who dares to hinder my master must die. Go die. Guchanga will meet the same fate. Then he landed, ready to eliminate Wang Zixin, but fortunately, she quickly turned and ran in the opposite direction. A 7-colored jewel appeared in Wang Zixin's hand. Wang Zixin shouted, 5-colored cow bone. This was a defensive magical artifact. The great sage realm figure suddenly charged toward her, the master was right. You have brought a magical artifact, but today, you won't escape death. Wang Zixin struggled to resist and shouted, who is your master? Do you know my identity? Are you brave enough to bear the consequences of attacking me? The great sage realm's gaze was cold and harsh, his body radiating power as he angrily shouted, ridiculous. You don't deserve to know. Just obediently die. Suddenly, Wang Zixin froze in terror and exclaimed, this demonic aura. Is it the air of the demon palace? As expected, you have more than one person. With just one punch from the great sage realm, Wang Zixin's small courtyard was destroyed, debris scattered everywhere. He smugly said, "With just this string of defensive beads, you won't be able to save your life." Wang Zixin fought to suppress the fear in her heart, chanting an incantation. "Damn, why doesn't this bastard know any words that can help me delay time?" She shouted, "The Milky Way is 5 colors." As Wang Zixin was about to exhaust all her strength, she despairingly thought, "Why is the heir of the demon palace targeting me? It must be because I haven't exposed my identity yet." Chang'e, wait, this person's aura, the punch from the great sage realm, is full of power. I'm not done yet. With just one punch, Wang Zixin was sent flying. She cried out in pain. Wang Zixin felt disappointment in her heart. Damn. I don't want to be trapped here. My life has just begun. I can only rely on it now. She prepared to use her final talisman. However, the great sage realm's foot timely stepped on her, causing the talisman to be destroyed. Wang Zixin cried out in agony. The great sage realm smugly grabbed her foam-like outer garment and laughed, trying to escape? The master already knew you had many escape methods on you. Just behave today. You seem to be in good condition, how about I cripple you first? So I can save some energy, how does that sound? The great sage realm showed a disgusting smile and said something revolting, "I've never tasted a saintess's flavor." Haha. On the other side, Wang Zixin despaired, thinking, I'm a transmigrator, am I not the protagonist? Why is this plot happening to me? Gu Chang'e, controlling the puppets, quietly waited for the right moment, thinking, the time has come. From Gu Chang'e's grand hall, the transmission reached every corner of the Chongqing family. Chang'e, how dare you act boldly and commit murder right under the nose of the Chongqing family? You're asking for death. On Wang Zixin's side, she was constantly in despair, with tears of pain flowing down her cheeks. People who had been resting in various small courtyards ran out, shouting loudly, "What's going on? What happened?" Qi Ling looked around and said, "Was that soul shock just now from Brother Gu?" Yi Langtian also responded, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be from the Chongqing Wang family's direction." "Let's go, we should check it out." Immediately, a large amount of light flew toward the Chongqing Wang family. Yu Ming observed from afar and speculated, "It seems you've finally started setting things up with Wang Zixin, haven't you?" From one side of the Chongqing Wang family's small courtyard, desperate laughter could be heard. The great sage realm was tightly controlling Wang Zixin. She spoke in a dazed manner, "It seems you've already lost." The great sage realm squeezed Wang Zixin's chin and angrily shouted, "Lost? I can kill you anytime." Gu Chang'e suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, "Stop." His punch sent the great sage realm flying out of the courtyard. Wang Zixin, covered in injuries, his eyes and nose swollen and purple, stammered, "Gu Chang'e. I really regret it. I'm sorry, Miss Zixin, that such a thing happened under Gu's watch." The great sage realm, standing outside the courtyard, shouted loudly, "Gu Chang'e. You've repeatedly ruined my master's affairs, and sooner or later, I will take your life." Gu Chang'e retorted. "Who is your master?" The senior elder of the Chongqing Wang family also rushed over like a flash, slapped out a gust of wind, and angrily shouted, "Dare to act against the Chongqing Wang family's young lady? Seeking death." Then, a life and death battle scene appeared outside. After a fierce battle, 2 beams of light continued to fly into the sky. The elder shouted, "Thief! Don't even think about escaping." The great sage realm sneered. "Elder of the Chongqing Wang family, do you think you can catch me with just your strength?" The white-haired old man sighed heavily, "Do you think you can still leave today? Do you think the Chongqing family is your family's backyard?" Gu Chang'e's face turned angry, unable to reply. He raised his hand, preparing to stop, thinking, this old prince really is impatient, I haven't even finished reading the script. In the sky, 2 violent forces collided. Several subordinates flew up anxiously and shouted loudly, "Elder Wang. We're here to help." Everyone gathered at the Chongqing Wang family's small courtyard. Entrance, discussing, another great sage realm expert wants to assassinate a member of the Wang family? What kind of background does Wang Zixin have? Suddenly struck by the great sage realm on the Gu family's territory, what exactly happened to Gu Chang'e? Gu Chang'e supported Wang Zixin, who had just been abused like in a domestic violence incident. Wang Zixin also had to worry, shouting loudly, "Sister! He turned to Guchanga and asked, Brother Gu, who tried to assassinate my sister? We need an explanation for this. Wang Zichen, exhausted, leaned on Wang Wushuang and shouted. Wushuang, this isn't Brother Gu's fault. If he hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid. Guchanga also sighed and said seriously, it was my negligence. However, I don't know much about this. I just arrived here. He then loudly declared, but don't worry, no one will be able to save that murderer today. He will definitely pay a heavy price. Brilliant explosions continued in the sky. One of the members anxiously shouted, Grandmaster Sun from the independent warship hasn't shown any signs of fatigue. This murderer's strength is terrifying. Wang Wushuang also anxiously said, who exactly is this person? What kind of background do they have? Guchanga looked at Wang Zichen's fortune index of 12,000 and thought to himself, as expected, she's a top-tier woman with fate. After just resting for a while, her injuries have already recovered about 70 to 80%. Guchanga stepped forward and asked, Miss Zichen, how are your injuries? Are you feeling unwell? She replied, oh, I'm fine. She was secretly shocked. Although Guchanga speaks in a gentle tone, there is no warmth in his heart. In the end, he is still protecting the face of the Gu family. Facing such a cold and ruthless person, if one doesn't take the initiative, it seems nothing would happen. In front of her, Guchanga still maintained a cold, indifferent expression. Then, Wang Zichen pretended to shout, heavens, and then leaned into Guchanga's arms, saying, perhaps I've injured my origin, and I feel a bit disoriented. That was truly dangerous. If it weren't for Brother Gu acting in time, I might have been freezing to death. Although Guchanga was angry, he silently thought, she's overthinking it. Even if I ordered her death, her incredible fortune wouldn't allow it. Guchanga still remained calm on the surface, and said, I'm truly sorry for today's incident. Ultimately, it's the Gu family's negligence. We will make amends to Miss Zichen in the future. Wang Zichen continued to lean on Guchanga, speaking softly, Brother Gu needn't blame himself. Even if I wasn't at the Gu family, the other party would have definitely made a move. Guchanga replied. How should I put it? Wang Wushuang's face changed as she saw them continuously push and pull each other. Wang Zichen turned to ask Guchanga, Brother Gu, don't you want to know who tried to assassinate me today? Guchanga countered, is it the heir of the devil's cultivation? Wang Zichen confidently said, haha, looks like Brother Gu already guessed my identity? Yes, it is the heir of the devil's cultivation. He targeted the saintess of our human race temple. Someone who had been watching in surprise said, I didn't expect the Wan family to have a saintess of the human race temple. The bald-headed person also responded. The attacker is actually the heir of the devil's cultivation, and it wasn't Yi Lang Tian. So that means, Guchanga speculated, the heir of the devil's cultivation is really ruthless. The person who appeared this time has reached the great sage realm. It seems if I'm not mistaken, they must have an organization behind them. Wang Zichen also said wearily, I have reason to suspect that the Yi Lang Tian who fought with Brother Gu before wasn't the real heir of the devil's cultivation. He might have just been a pawn. Guchanga glanced at her and replied, oh, a pawn? But since then, Yi Lang Tian hasn't appeared again. We still can't confirm whether he's alive or dead. Wang Zichen walked forward to observe the battle and said, his life and death no longer matter. What's important now is to capture the heir of the devil's cultivation and the organization behind them. In the sky, two figures continued their battle. Wang Wushuang said, capture this guy alive. After all, he's also a great sage realm expert, he should be able to provide some information. But Gu Changa countered, a great sage realm expert isn't so easy to capture. In the air, the great sage realm person was also forced back. The senior elder of the Chongqing Wan family and several subordinates continuously mocked, heir of the devil's cultivation. You won't escape today. Another person also said, thief. Surrender. 3 great sage realm experts are after you, you can't escape. The great sage realm expert sneered and said, you ants won't be happy for long. In the future, you will all become my master's servants. The jewel on his chest began to crack open. Before self-destructing, the great sage realm expert shouted loudly, my master lives forever, chaos endures forever. The senior elder of the Chongqing Wan family shouted in terror, not good, he's going to self-destruct his spiritual energy. Another bald elder also exclaimed. What? A great sage realm expert is going to self-destruct. This area will be destroyed. The elder shouted at the people standing on the ground, run quickly. The impact range of a great sage realm expert is too large. We old folks will try to block it. Guchanga shouted, everyone, don't panic, the Gu family's elders have arrived. Immediately, a hand descended from the sky and tightly grasped the great sage realm expert. He shouted, Supreme Realm. As he self-destructed his spiritual energy, a violent explosion occurred. But the steady hand grasped him in time. One of the senior elders of the Chongqing Wang family exclaimed in surprise, is this a powerful expert from the Gu family's Supreme Realm? Another senior elder of the Chongqing Wang family also exclaimed, with just one move, he eliminated the self-destructing Great Sage Realm cultivator. As expected, it's the Supreme Realm. The people below were also stunned. Before they could react, someone said, it's over. Is the difference between the Great Sage Realm and the Supreme Realm really this big? Another person responded. Of course, even the heir of the Devil's cultivation is no exception. 1. Guchanga sighed, it's impossible to gather any useful information from him. Wang Zichen coldly responded, even if we capture him alive, we probably won't get any information. If they dared to attempt an assassination on me in the Gu family, they must have been fully prepared. Guchanga agreed. She continued, however, Brother Gu, you should also be cautious. The assassin just said that you are also their target. Guchanga said slyly, oh, the heir of demonic arts also wants to kill me? The elder of the Chongqing Wang family lowered his head in gratitude. Thankfully, young Master Gu discovered and saved the young lady in time. If not, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wang Zichen also responded, we indeed have to thank Brother Gu for this matter. Guchanga politely replied, it is my responsibility. After all, this incident happened in our Gu family. If the thieves succeeded and word got out, our family would lose all face. The elder of the Chongqing Wang family added, by the way, when we fought with that guy earlier, we could sense the aura of Tianhuang Mountain on him. Another elder of the Chongqing Wang family, a bald man with braided whiskers, also said, yes, it was very obvious. Wang Zichen silently speculated, Tianhuang Mountain? A woman beside him exclaimed, how is that possible? Tianhuang Mountain has always claimed to be a righteous sect. The man also panicked, yes, could it have been an illusion? Guchanga, with a serious expression, said, to be honest, I sensed it too. Also, the assassin's combat style is very similar to Yi Langshan's. I've fought with him before. And it seems these two have the same origin. Changa, but with Yi Langshan's cultivation, he definitely couldn't be the master, Guchanga confirmed. After all, no ordinary person or ordinary force can command a great sage cultivator. A pair of men and women were discussing, could the heir of the demonic arts really be from Tianhuang Mountain? That's terrifying. If Tianhuang Mountain is the mastermind. But Guchanga raised his hand to stop them, saying, we shouldn't jump to conclusions. The whole situation is too coincidental. If the assassin truly is the heir of demonic arts, he shouldn't have exposed the aura of Tianhuang Mountain. This point resonated with those around. Someone questioned, could it be that the assassin is intentionally framing Tianhuang Mountain? Guchanga looked at Wang Zichen and said, regarding this matter, the relevant person is Miss Zichen. What do you think? He secretly felt pleased, thinking, haha. People who cross over usually think highly of themselves. They love when everyone is sleepy while they stay alert. Wang Zichen stood in the crowd, looking confused, and with her white, tender bare feet, she said, the attacker was indeed the heir of demonic arts, and he did have the original aura of Tianhuang Mountain. Tianhuang Mountain has always considered itself a righteous sect. When the assassin's aura appeared, everyone instinctively thought it was a frame-up. Wang Zichen crossed her arms and speculated, but this might be the biggest issue. If everyone thinks Tianhuang Mountain has been framed and starts searching for other suspects, wouldn't that conveniently let the assassin, who planned this trap, slip through? The red-haired man immediately raised an opinion, the assassin should be more inclined to hide his aura. This way, no one would notice Tianhuang Mountain. According to Miss Zichen's analysis, this wouldn't be to attract the attention of all the righteous sects, it would be like walking into a trap. Wang Zichen shared her view, and Leng and Widow mentally gave a thumbs up, now everyone knows that there's more than one heir of the demonic arts. Their actions are becoming more frequent. So it's hard not to draw attention. If they are going to expose themselves sooner or later, why not pretend to be a victim first? This way, they can escape the chase. This logic everyone should understand. The elder of the Chongqing Wang family stroked his beard and pondered. Gus Maze is full of both true and false, virtual and real. He truly lives up to the brains of the human race temple's holy maiden. We never even considered this possibility. Wang Zichen asked, Brother Gu, what do you think? But across from them, Gu Chang'e kept covering his mouth, suppressing a smile. This made Wang Zichen ask, Brother Gu? After regaining his composure, Gu Chang'e replied. Ah, indeed, Miss Zichen is very smart. Listening to your analysis, I suddenly feel enlightened. After all, the suspect from Tianhuang Mountain won't escape. Yilang Tian made a suggestion. Actually, at today's birthday banquet, I heard that the Prince of Tianhuang Mountain has already come out of seclusion. Someone discussed, what? How is that possible? The Prince of Tianhuang Mountain has already made a move so early? I've always respected Tianhuang Mountain, I didn't expect them to. Gu Chang'e, among them, kept mentally giving a thumbs up, admiring everyone's reasoning ability. Everyone was discussing, once the heir of demonic arts appears, it will cause great chaos in the world. Now the biggest suspect is Tianhuang Mountain, this huge force. How should we respond? Chang'e, don't panic. The righteous side has the descendants of the human race temple, and the young Master Gu, with true immortal qualifications. Under their leadership. What do we fear from the heir of demonic arts? Even so, Tianhuang Mountain is not an ordinary force, and they are already in a hurry. A notification appeared on the toolbar. The essence of the strong one, who took over a mortal's body, has been depleted, gaining 3,000 points of fortune and 15,000 points of destiny. Gu Chang'e, sitting with his hand on his forehead, pretended to have a headache, but he couldn't help but smile and say, indeed, it's really worrying. The scene shifted to Tianhuang Mountain. On the high ground, the false prince was walking back and forth in anger, even smashing a teapot. Chang'e, how infuriating. I've already come out of seclusion. How did you, rise to prominence overnight? What does the heir of demonic arts have to do with me? His subordinates were still kneeling below, waiting for instructions. Then he shouted loudly, get down here and continue your investigation. Outside the door, Deng Yu was walking slowly toward them. Inside the room, the fake prince was becoming increasingly anxious, almost going mad. Why don't I have any memory at all? Could it be true? Is there really a connection between Tianhuang Mountain and the heir of the devil's cultivation? Chang'e, this is an eternal enemy, recognized by heaven and earth. Even with the support of Tianhuang Mountain, I cannot get involved. He shouted toward the sky. Damn it, heaven. If you're letting me enjoy myself, why do you have to make me suffer like this? Knowing that the Tianhuang prince would end up like this, it would have been better for the horse to eat grass in peace. Deng Yu stood outside the door and doubted, what? Let the horse eat grass? Why has my brother been saying such strange things lately? This made the fake prince break out in a cold sweat. Not good. Are the rumors Deng Yu mentioned really true? The fake prince sat on the dragon throne, thinking, I must not panic now, I must not retreat, and I must not admit anything. So, he said, what do you think outside, sister? Deng Yu also said seriously, I trust my brother, but rumors cannot be ignored. So, the best course of action is to stop them. The rumors all came from the Qi family's Chongqing branch. I will go meet Qi Chang'e to clear my name. With his influence, he can turn the situation around. The fake prince pretended to be unconcerned and said, if you can solve it, then I'll worry less. He revealed a vicious expression and said, Qi Chang'e, saintess of the human race temple, how dare you put me in danger with just a few words? I won't forget this. Just wait. The scene shifted to the front of the Qi family Chongqing Hall, where Wang Zichen was about to leave. She said, Brother Qi, take care. They are also watching you. Qi Chang'e waved to bid her farewell, responding, thank you for the reminder, Miss Zichen. I wish you a safe journey. Qi Chang'e communicated silently with his subordinate beside him, go, keep an eye on her movements, don't let her notice. The subordinate responded, yes, young master. Qi Chang'e thought to himself, Ming Kong, this person has been rushing around early this morning, she must be going to the human race for reincarnation. But this kind of person is not easy to deal with. She might suffer. It seems I need to make some preparations in advance. Wanmi walked up to Chichanga and asked, Master, you were right. Tianhuang Mountain has indeed sent someone to our family to investigate information about Qi Fan. Chichanga revealed a knowing expression and said, they want to silence him. Unfortunately, they don't know that the mistake has already been made by me. He then turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence, it's getting late, I must return to the sect. You proceed as planned. Tell the Tianhuang prince, after attending the Qi family banquet. Qi Fan suddenly went mad for some unknown reason. Our male lead secretly thought with satisfaction, this way, he'll understand that his greatest unknown secret is now in my hands. In front of everyone, the subordinates shouted, young Master Chang'e has arrived. The Nirvana pool has finally opened. Someone said, young Master Chang'e and Miss Xianni are both here. Someone else discussed, of course, they are the Qi family's geniuses. At the Nirvana pool in the sect, every generation of the Qi family can send 5 people here to comprehend the ancestors' teachings, break the bloodline shackles, improve their cultivation, and master divine abilities. As Chichanga was explaining, Xianni crossed her arms and casually said, I know, no need for you to say. Chichanga was almost driven mad by this little girl. The grand elders shouted loudly, everyone is here, come enter the Nirvana pool with us. A majestic door opened. Inside was a mysterious space filled with spiritual energy. Everyone entered the grand door, marveling, wow, the aura is rich and mysterious, this is indeed the Nirvana pool. Chichanga secretly speculated, there are rumors that the Nirvana pool can glimpse into future lives, I wonder if it's true. Xianni thought excitedly, if I can successfully undergo Nirvana and enhance my cultivation, maybe I can defeat Chichanga. But Chichanga beside her patted Xianni on the head and said, you're overthinking it. Xianni angrily retorted, huh? How do you know what I'm thinking? Do you have mind-reading abilities? Chichanga replied, with your big head, do you still need mind reading? The grand elder shouted, alright, stop delaying, enter the pool. Then, everyone jumped into the pool and exclaimed, so comfortable. Immediately, the former fairy realized, and the cool water around her also surprised her. The old elder happily said, the fairy is truly gifted, she responded so quickly. Another grand elder beside him frowned and pondered, Guchanga, his talent is too powerful. But we still don't know exactly what it is. I wonder if it will be exposed this time. The head of the Gu family said dangerously from behind, let's retreat, we must not disturb the children. This surprised the grand elders, who then agreed to leave. The head of the Gu family secretly worried, I don't know whether the Nirvana pool will be a blessing or a curse for you, but the innate demon heart must not be exposed. In the pool, red light surrounded Guchanga on all sides. After the gate of the temple was closed, in the Nirvana pool, 5 people formed a star-shaped formation to cultivate together. Cool water and golden light surrounded them. Guchanga was in this peaceful space. Although he didn't smoke, our male lead secretly thought, although the Nirvana pool has quite an effect, at most it will only push my current cultivation to the mid-saint level. The Dao bone inside Guchanga kept emitting light. Suddenly, green, orange, and mysterious purple lights flowed through the space. Guchanga felt uneasy. But the demon heart inside him seemed foolish, although this won't affect me, the feeling from the 8 desolations demon strike feels like I've encountered it before. At the same time, Guchanga's heart kept beating violently, and this tense feeling made him terrified. Deep purple light radiated from his eyes. In front of him, a whole new world filled with demons and ghosts appeared, with groups of ghostly energy filling the sky. The 8 desolations demon strike grew even larger. Standing on top of the mountain, a silver-haired, handsome man stood there unhurriedly. When Guchanga saw the man's face, he was shocked and thought, the demon lord? The Nirvana pool can illuminate past lives, and my past life must have been a transmigrator. Could it be? As if realizing something, after understanding his past life's identity, Guchanga opened his eyes and looked at his palm. The pure power light was gradually shattering. He thought, it seems the goal of entering the Nirvana pool has been achieved. As for the benefits of the demon heart, I can only gradually benefit from it in the future. Next, when he looked at Gu Fairy, Guchanga secretly regretted, Fairy, don't blame me. The other three were still cultivating when they suddenly felt a strong demonic aura appear, making them very worried. They all shouted, "What's happening?" The woman looked at Guchanga and was shocked. "Changa, young master." The man beside her also shouted, "Young master, you." Another person responded, "Guchanga, what are you doing? Has the young master lost control? Has something gone wrong with the cultivation?" On the opposite side, one of the Guchanga figures had already transformed into his demonic form, releasing powerful energy, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The remaining three, except for Gu Fairy, anxiously said, "What do we do now? The momentum is too strong, we probably can't handle it. Should we report it to the elders?" The person standing outside, ready to act, said dismissively, "What are you afraid of? If he loses control and becomes demonized, we just need to wake him up." This person seemed completely unafraid of danger, prepared to set fire to the house. "Last time, when the position of family head was contested, I wasn't in the clan. And he took advantage. This time." But before he could finish speaking, the demonic energy flew toward him. Guchanga pointed and shouted. The two people beside him hadn't reacted in time. The person who had pretended to be a hero immediately spat blood, crashing into the wall and dying silently. Guchanga stood behind the remaining two, dangerously saying, "It's your turn, right?" The man and woman hadn't reacted yet, frozen in place, stuttering, "Gu young master, we." Then, the two immediately collapsed, each with a massive bump appearing on their heads. Guchanga tossed the three of them in front of the temple gate, his entire body exuding intense demonic energy. Gu Fairy stood up, stunned, and exclaimed, "Guchanga." When he turned around, Gu Fairy stepped back in fear. "Is it the demonic brother?" She thought in horror. When I dug out my Dao bone as a child, his expression was the same as now. Could it be related to the secret from back then? Guchanga was just like this. When Guchanga charged toward Gu Fairy, she immediately reacted and dodged to the side, but unfortunately, she dodged too quickly. She crashed directly into the marble wall behind her, and Gu Fairy could hear the crackling sound of her Dao bone. Gu Fairy thought in terror, no mercy at all, blood even seeped from the corner of her mouth. Filled with demonic energy, Guchanga slowly walked toward Gu Fairy and said indifferently, "The second piece of Nirvana heavenly bone, I spared your life earlier. You nearly became a disaster, but I didn't expect you to bring joy to Wei brother. He said it was something he dug up, and now you want me to act?" Gu Fairy immediately pressed her palms together and shouted, "Heavenly artifact, heaven's net dispersal." A very strong defensive umbrella appeared in front of her. However, several simple chains of demonic energy pierced through the umbrella, and the umbrella shattered in an instant. Gu Fairy thought in fear, what could easily destroy a heavenly artifact? How strong is this person's true power? Guchanga still had a fierce expression, shouting angrily, "No need to resist, obediently hand over the fairy bone, and you can die a little easier." On the opposite side, Gu Fairy clasped her hands behind her back and secretly chanted a mantra, thinking, although it's a bit difficult to activate two large treasure pieces continuously, I must use my master's secret treasure now. But Gu Fairy wasn't given the chance. Guchanga sneered, stretching out his hand filled with demonic energy toward Gu Fairy, shouting, still as foolish as before. Suddenly, a formation appeared behind her, pulling her body toward Guchanga's hand. The demonic energy said smugly, "After all this time, what tricks do you have left? Doesn't Wei brother understand?" Then, Gu Fairy's hands were sealed and she couldn't move. Desperately, she thought, powerful, cold, unstoppable. Am I really going to die at Guchanga's hands today? Changa, no wonder he wanted me to cultivate so well, so one day I could become strong enough to defeat him. Changa, it turns out everything he did before was for today. She closed her eyes in despair, giving herself a chance for survival while he was controlled by demonic energy. It's a pity I still. Guchanga calmly said, I'm very pleased to accept your Dao bone. Gu Fairy showed a sarcastic smile and mocked, if you like it, take it. Suddenly, Guchanga's eyes and pupils instantly enlarged. He tightly gripped his left hand holding Gu Fairy's hand and shouted angrily, get out now. Gu Fairy was released, and Guchanga flicked her away, leaving her shocked and frozen, not knowing what had just happened. Changa Guchanga brother, what's happening? Guchanga stood on the surface of the water, anxiously shouting, don't come near. Two different colored eyes appeared again on Guchanga's face. He clenched his teeth in pain. I can't hurt the fairy. Watching everything unfold. Tears filled Gu Fairy's eyes as she faced him. Gu Changa continued to emit strong demonic energy. She shouted, Gu Changa brother, wake up. What's happening? Gu Changa shouted angrily, stop. She stood frozen, not knowing what to say. Gu Changa was surrounded by demonic energy, gripping his left hand tightly with his right, urgently and fearfully shouting, don't come near. Don't get close to me. On the opposite side, Gu Fairy was moved to tears, anxiously asking, what should I do? How can I help you now? Upon hearing these words, Gu Changa shouted loudly and authoritatively, get away. I don't need your help. The further you are, the better. But Gu Fairy stubbornly said, I won't leave. I can help you, don't you want my Dao bone? The fairy bone after nirvana must be useful. She touched her body, and immediately, her fairy bone emitted a green light. Gu Fairy said, I'll pull it out for you now. But Gu Changa rationally shouted loudly, get away. Don't you understand? You're just a useless thing, hurry and leave. I don't want the bone of a useless person. Gu Fairy continued to cry, shouting, stop deceiving yourself. Gu Changa, you are just an arrogant madman. Even at this point, you're still so proud, trying to resist alone? Gathering all the demonic energy in his left hand, he sneered, foolish thing, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At that moment, Gu Changa's eyes turned pitch black, and the demonic energy in his eyes flickered with an extremely dazzling light. Immediately, Gu Changa charged toward Gu Fairy with demonic energy. Just as his hand filled with demonic energy was about to grab our petite fairy, Gu Changa rationally used several swords to deeply stab into his other hand, spitting out each word, I told you, don't touch her. Blood continued to flow, dripping onto the nirvana pool. Gu Changa remained rational, sweat pouring down his forehead, tiredly saying, why cry? It looks awful. On the opposite side, Gu Fairy was so moved that tears flowed down like rain. Immediately, Gu Changa's bright pupils widened. He pushed Gu Changa's body away and angrily said, damn it. If you insist on hurting her. Gu Changa rationally forced a mantra, and the light sword deeply stabbed into his left hand, suddenly glowing. Gu Fairy hurriedly shouted, no. But in an instant, a huge force of light pushed her away, causing her to scream in pain. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the nirvana pool, no, this is bad. A beam of light flashed, making all the subordinates panic. Gu Changa's father luckily arrived in time, catching Gu Fairy and asking with concern, Fairy, are you alright? Gu Fairy widened her eyes, crying as she said, Uncle, I'm fine, quickly look at Gu Changa. To avoid hurting me, he crippled his own arm. Gu Changa's father was secretly surprised upon seeing this, and sighed, don't worry, with his cultivation, this injury is nothing. I'm glad you're fine. On the opposite side, Gu Changa sat in a disheveled state, his arms constantly being eroded by fairy energy, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Gu Fairy hurriedly ran over, holding Gu Changa, crying and shouting, Uncle, it seems he knew long ago that he couldn't suppress the demonic energy, so he kept forcing me to cultivate to prevent the demonic energy from desiring my fairy bone. He's clearly a gentle person, but he uses coldness to cover up his true self. Gu Changa's father didn't know what to say and could only sigh beside them. After Gu Changa finished playing his part, he carefully closed his eyes, but Gu Fairy hurriedly said, I will definitely help you solve this problem, although it's difficult. I won't abandon you. A prompt appeared on the toolbar, received Gu Fairy's great favor, luck value increased by 9,800. The scene shifted to the Chongqing land outside the Gu family, where father and son were strolling, exchanging questions and answers. What impact did the nirvana pool have on you this time? Gu Changa replied, it's fine now. Changa was careless and made you all worry. The head of the Gu family said that the demonic heart was a potential disaster, causing you much suffering in recent years. Gu Changa immediately responded, Father, don't worry too much. I've already repressed the demonic heart. It should be fine now. Gu Tian looked at Gu Changa and softly called, E. Then he showed a hint of a mocking smile, but this outfit fits well, surely Fairy spent a lot of savings on it. Looking at Gu Changa, he had already changed into a fine outfit. Gu Changa smiled and said, that miser is really rare. Gu Tian replied, when cultivating I didn't want to see him. Now that I'm almost recovered, I'll go find him to explain. Guchunga's expression began to analyze, and he answered, Father, don't worry, Chunga knows what to do. He secretly thought to himself, after all, if I'm going to act, I might as well do it properly. In Guchunga's main hall, Yanji reported from below, I've sent many people to secretly protect, but they may have already discovered it. Guchunga, while drinking tea, calmly said, it's fine. I want them to know that the young master of the Gu family still hasn't forgotten them, and has secretly spent a lot of effort searching. Yanji, below, anxiously asked, then, Master, why don't you appear in person? Wouldn't that show more sincerity? From above, Guchunga explained authoritatively, Yanji, you don't understand. The Gu family has too many eyes and ears. If we make a big show, it will only make people think we're not sincere, but have other motives. Yanji, below, nodded in understanding, I see. Chunga, by the way, young master, there's one more thing. The heir of the Ancestor Hall, Wang Zikuan, and the martial artists of the world have all detailed their encounters with the inheritors of the demonic arts. In another scene, Wang Zikuan was talking with the martial artists of the world, facing the inheritor of the demonic arts, but not falling behind. The young master of the Gu family is truly extraordinary. I'm very grateful for Gu brother's help. He really makes people feel safe, his strength is unfathomable. The people on the opposite side couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that Guchunga is even stronger than the saintess? After all, he is also the heir of the Ancestor Hall. A man, sweating profusely, answered heavily, yes. Wang Zikuan continued boasting, Gu brother confounds me. If I fought him 10 times, I'm afraid I would only win once and lose 9. Upon hearing this, Guchunga angrily crushed the teacup in his hand. His head aching, he thought, is Wang Zikuan being truthful or not? I need him to elevate my reputation. When will those potential chicks get away from me? Guchunga was burning with rage, grinding his teeth, and muttered, ruining my plans, I'll remember this debt. Yanji still stood there in a daze, confused, and asked, chicks? A light flew from outside towards the Chongshingu family's entrance, shouting loudly, the heir of the Ancestor Hall has come to visit, young Master Chunga, we hope to report. 2 subordinates hurriedly stopped them, how dare you? The heir of the Ancestor Hall just left, and you dare impersonate them. Who are you? Immediately, the woman raised a token and loudly said, there is more than one heir of the Ancestor Hall. The subordinates, seeing the token, immediately became serious and examined it. Please wait, I'll report to the young master. The mysterious woman secretly worried, when I used secret techniques to search for Yi Ling's location in the ancient Yi clan, I was surprised to find that Yi Ling was already dead. Things heard from others should never be fully trusted, especially old rumors. Chunga, what exactly happened? Guchunga, how many things are you hiding? A moment later, the subordinate hurriedly ran back and reported, the young master has prepared a banquet, please wait. Another subordinate secretly thought, this heir is even more beautiful than Chongqing. The prince. That mysterious woman also has things she is hiding, staying so calm. It seems things are going to get complicated. But even if Guchunga really has a problem, he wouldn't casually harm me. If something happens to the heir of the Ancestor Hall in the Gu family, he won't be foolish enough to cause trouble. The scene shifted to the grand hall of the Chongshingu family, where Guchunga had been waiting for a while. He shouted, I didn't know the saintess was visiting. And I didn't personally greet her. The food and wine are ready. Please, saintess, take a seat. The woman walked in without speaking. Secretly worried, she thought, it's clearly fine food and wine, but why do I feel like I've walked into a den of demons? Could it be that Chunga is truly a devil? Guchunga warmly welcomed the saintess, you've come such a long way, I wonder what brings you here. A beautiful woman in a white robe clasped her hands together and bowed, Guchunga, I am Jiang Sua Sua, heir of the Ancestor Hall, here to pay respects to young Master Chunga. Guchunga secretly admired this woman, even under my pressure, she remains calm and composed, with a long-lasting aura. Truly extraordinary talent. It seems that cultivators related to the ancestor are no ordinary figures. Chunga Sua Sua, a good name, truly fitting, captivating. Even I'm moved. Sua Sua shyly responded, young Master Gu is joking. I heard that young Master Chunga once fought with the inheritor of the Demonic arts, Yi Ling. I'm somewhat curious, so I've come to ask for some details. On the surface, Sua appeared gentle and refined, but in her heart, she was thinking, this is a supernatural power I have, one that goes against the current of my natural abilities. And it will take some time. Guchanga, let me see your true face. Guchanga asked in surprise, details? Does the Saint Sua still want to continue hunting Yi Ling? Unfortunately, he is already dead. Changa, no, don't you know? Sua was puzzled, and her tone revealed that she already knew Yi Ling was dead. Guchanga had issues. Changa, but why say this now? She still pretended not to understand and asked, what does this mean, young Master Changa? The outside world says Yi Ling is missing. Why can't Sua understand? Changa, ha, it's fine, not understanding is fine. You'll understand later. Come, Gu raises a glass to you. Sua was sweating profusely, thinking she had succeeded. How much origin and constitution has this Guchanga devoured? It's not that he's related to the heir of the demonic arts. But he himself is the heir of the demonic arts. It was impossible to tell the depth of his strength. Guchanga held a wine glass, his face displeased, and asked, so, Saint Sua, are you not drinking because you're afraid that Gu poisoned the wine? Changa, he has devoured a lot of origin and constitution, he is the heir of the demonic arts, and it's impossible to see through his depth. Sua held the wine glass in her hand, and whether by accident or on purpose, she dropped it to the ground. Guchanga saw this and gently said, Saint Sua, your face doesn't look well. Gu was just joking earlier. You don't have to take it to heart. Sua forced herself to adjust her mood and then said, sorry, I lost composure earlier. However, thank you for your concern, young Master Changa, but it's better not to joke like this in the future. Changa, sorry for the interruption, I hope the young master is tolerant. If the young master says Yi Ling is dead, I will go there to search for clues. Farewell. As she walked, she thought to herself, I must find a way to uncover Guchanga's true identity quickly, or it will bring endless disaster. Guchanga stared at her back and suddenly said, since the demons and ghosts have come, don't leave. A big question mark appeared in Sua's mind. After all, I am a saint, Guchanga, what do you really want to do? Before she could finish speaking, countless thin purple arms stretched out from behind and wrapped around her arms and waist, some even covered her mouth, to prevent her from speaking. Sua was completely controlled and unable to break free. Guchanga sighed, what a fool, delivering yourself to me. Your acting is clumsy, you probably can't even fool Xian'er. Guchanga turned around and asked the beautiful woman Yanji, who stood behind him, how is the mimicry? The beauty replied, the secret method given by the young master is indeed magical and can detect everything. With the secret treasure, I can already mimic about 80 to 90%. Guchanga nodded in satisfaction, well done. From now on, you will be the successor of Zhu Dian. Yanji still had doubts, but young master, can I really hide this from the people of the human ancestor hall? Changa and Jiang Sua's clothes are also not ordinary, it's difficult to transform them. Guchanga advised, don't think too much, it doesn't involve the human ancestor hall. You only need to act outside. However, Yanji, your temperament is mild. So you lack sharpness, and it's easy for Wang Zikuan and them to notice you. Be more cautious. As for the clothes, it's no difficulty. Yes. Yanji said admiringly. Young master is truly knowledgeable. I didn't expect you to understand acting so well. After being locked in the artifact space by Guchanga, she tried every method to influence the space, but found that the seal was completely undamaged. Sua speculated, he doesn't dare to kill me, nor did he use the power of the Chongqing Gu family, but trapped me in this world. This means that even the Gu family doesn't know who he really is. Saint Sua is indeed clever. I didn't expect you to see through all of this. Hearing the sound, she suddenly turned around, and Guchanga was hovering behind her at some point. Guchanga then said, stop wasting your efforts. Unless I let you out, you will only die here for the rest of your life. Sua shot a hidden weapon at Guchanga, saying, humph. If I can't break open the barrier of the space, then I will kill you, and that way, I can leave. Guchanga effortlessly pinched the hidden weapon shot by Sua with 2 fingers and coldly sneered, who gave you such confidence? She still didn't give up, leaping into the air and continuously using palm strikes to attack Guchanga, saying, "Break the Dao Tian seal, let me unleash the reincarnation divine art." Guchanga merely waved his hand lightly, and Sua was blasted 10 meters away, spitting out blood from her mouth. She wiped the corner of her lips. "Changa, your cultivation is at least above the saint level. Guchanga, you really have hidden yourself well." Guchanga walked up to Sua and said, "Now do you understand the gap between us? Give up resisting, let me imprint the slave seal, and you'll suffer less physically." Sua refused to yield, mocking, "How could I, the successor of the human ancestor hall, be controlled by you?" She shouted loudly, and the seal on her forehead glowed, with purple light flashing, enveloping the entire space. Guchanga was slightly shocked upon seeing this and thought, could this be a part of the human ancestor? "Changa, even if I have to risk my life and perish with you, I will never hand it over to you. Do whatever you want." At this point, Guchanga could only take out his Fong Tian Huaji to deal with the matter. He raised his fist and immediately destroyed Sua's attack. She coughed up blood and fell backward. Shortly after, Sua was suspended in the air by purple iron chains. Guchanga approached her and said, "In my world, isn't your life controlled by me? Now, hand over the human ancestor order." Although she was already very weak, she still gritted her teeth and held on, saying, "Guchanga, you wish. The human ancestor order is extremely important. I will never allow it to fall into the hands of a thief. You can dispose of me as you wish." Guchanga clearly wasn't a fool. He quickly realized her scheme. Sua, you are very clever. Killing you would alert the human ancestor hall, and I would get into trouble. But what's worse is that killing you won't help." Saying this, he reached out and unbuttoned Sua's clothes, revealing her tall, untranslated character. Sua panicked, "Guchanga, what do you want to do?" Guchanga showed a cunning smile, "What do I want to do? If you don't drink this wine, then of course, I will punish you." Sua cried in pain, "No, stop. Guchanga, you are shameless." "Changa humph, thank you for the compliment." At the same time, Sua's clothes were completely stripped off. Back in the hall, Guchanga handed the items he had just seized to Yanji, saying, "The human ancestor order and the clothes are inside. This time, your disguise has no flaws." Yanji asked with concern, "Young master, have you dealt with the saintess of the human ancestor hall?" Guchanga smiled evilly, "Ha, how could that be? Would I kill her with just a wave of my hand? Changa, moreover, she is beautiful and has a great figure. If I kill her, wouldn't that be a waste of a heaven-given gift?" In his hand, Guchanga held a list of people targeted for crimes, including Undying Lake, Yogu Tribe, Vermilion Bird, Fire Dao, Purple Qilin, Gold, Ancient Lin Family Young Master, Lin Tianxian, Yuan Family, Li Saij, Liang Golden Crow Outyin, and Kuan Yenzong, Young Master of the Sect. After reading the names on the list, Guchanga sighed. Ming Kong actually kept such a list of strange talents, all of whom are not very famous. Ming Kong certainly doesn't have any soft-heartedness. But for now, I can let the Heaven Prince take the blame for me for a while. These people definitely can't escape suspicion, so there's no rush to act. The priority now is to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Guchanga asked the man kneeling on the ground, "Old Ming, how is Su-Han doing recently?" Old Ming hurriedly reported, "Young master, Su-Han is being cultivated as the future sect leader and is practicing in the Purple Extreme Pill sect. His knowledge of alchemy far exceeds that of other disciples." Guchanga praised, "Oh, not bad. This child really hasn't disappointed me." Old Ming hesitated for a moment, not daring to speak. Guchanga saw this scene and encouraged, "Elder Ming, speak your mind. When it comes to our own people, I don't like any secrets." Elder Ming lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Su-Han still misses the young master very much. May I ask when you will meet her?" "Su-Han, I know this might be a bit sudden, but it's fine. I'll go visit her before heading to the lower realms." "Changa, yes, young master." Elder Ming happily expressed his gratitude and then withdrew. The scene shifted to the residence of the fairy. The fairy visited the various clan elders, causing concern among them. The elders gently helped the fairy to her feet, saying, "All right, fairy, you've worked hard these years, please rise." But she still politely responded, "The fairy is not tired. Jade stones cannot shine without being polished. These years have been a form of training for me." An old woman sighed, "Alas, if it weren't for that bastard, Guchunga, why would you have to suffer so much?" The fairy, seeing this, hurriedly ran over and hugged the old woman's hand, smiling and acting coquettishly. "Elder, when he was young, he simply didn't understand things. Now he has realized his mistake. Let's forgive him." The old woman smiled. "If you don't mind, then I won't say anything more." While they were talking happily, a servant came to reporting to the elders and the fairy, "The family head has sent word." The fairy called out, "Father! Mother!" The servant cupped his hands and reported, "It should be correct, but the source of the message cannot be determined." The fairy whispered to herself, "Can't be determined?" Then, a face flashed through her memory, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled into a smile. That must have been done by him. He clearly cares about me, but refuses to admit it. Sigh, my older brother really makes one feel heartache. The elders, seeing the sudden change in the fairy's expression, exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what had just happened. The fairy quickly ordered, "Gather the troops," and immediately set out to find my parents. The scene shifted to the Holy Land. At this time, the enchanting consort had disguised herself as Sua and performed the role flawlessly. The maid lowered her head and asked, Sua Saintus, has the Gu family gained anything?" Sua praised, "Young Master Chang'e is concerned about the world, with great virtue in protecting life. He is doing everything he can to fight against the heir of the demonic arts. I should not doubt him. Chang'e, if the Gu family is fine, but the clue is broken, should we go look for the reincarnation's traces?" Chang'e, no need. The return of the reincarnated person will happen sooner or later, we cannot interfere too much. It might hinder the reincarnated person's fate. At this moment, as Sua, the enchanting consort, remembered the past. The heir of the demonic arts, I never imagined that I would follow that world-shaking demon. Life and death uncertain, failure. The world really is unpredictable. Thinking back, Yichen was also part of the young master's plan at that time, but it had nothing to do with me. She recalled Guchunga's careful care, sending her herbs to help her recover. That low voice, Yanji, if there is a problem with your cultivation, or if you lack any resources, feel free to tell me. She smiled happily, feeling that being cared for wasn't so bad. After the memory ended, she ordered the maid by her side, "The clue about the heir of the demonic arts hasn't been broken. Go to Tianhuang Mountain." Bang! A golden-haired young man slammed his hand onto the chair in anger. Insane. That guy. Why did he go to the Chongqinggu family with Yanmi? Insane. If he's alive, we'll see him. If he's dead, we'll see the body. Chang'e dead. That guy. Why did he go to the Chongqinggu family with Yanmi? If he's alive, we'll see him. If he's dead, we'll see the body. Chang'e, if he's dead, then he should return with the nine-tailed Skyfox clan. That guy who suddenly disappeared, the Gu family. He ground his teeth. Isn't Guchunga that useless fool? Could it be that he already knows my secret? From now on, no one will pave the way for you. Yanmi will be sad. I never expected you to make Yanmi sad. Chang'e Guchunga, you really deserve to die. I wonder if Danyu has seen him. At Guchang's residence, a loud voice rang out, Tianhuang Mountain, Danyu requests to see young Master Guchunga. The gatekeeper quickly reported and hurriedly stopped. Reporting, young master is in seclusion, preparing for a breakthrough, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Please leave. The servant recalled Guchang's instructions. He is in seclusion, preparing for a breakthrough, so he cannot meet with outsiders. I really admire the young master. He is indeed charming. He could either be a saintess or a princess. Danyu furrowed her brows and said, seclusion and cultivation, huh? Then I will wait here until he finishes his seclusion. After saying this, the princess sat down, displaying an arrogant demeanor. The gatekeeper awkwardly said, this might not be appropriate. Danyu crossed her arms and asked contemptuously, what's inappropriate? When he threw dirty water on Tianhuang Mountain, did he like it? Was that appropriate? For the sake of my brother, I must fight for justice. Recalling her visit to her brother before coming here, Danyu had seen her brother. Chang'e brother, in the end, did you make up your mind to confront Guchunga with me? The blonde-haired brother answered. Chang'e, no, I'm just worried about you. I've always felt that Guchanga isn't a good person. If you go to resolve the rumors, be careful. Danyu was confused. Brother, what's wrong now? Why are your hands trembling? You don't even dare to eliminate suspicion. What exactly are you afraid of? Chang'e, clearly, you are the heir of Tianhuang Mountain, the one people respect, the son whom father values the most. You used to be cautious, but you would never allow others to insult you like this. Chang'e, I'm really disappointed in you, brother. You're completely different from before. The blonde-haired youth explained painfully, Danyu, it's not as you think. I have my own difficulties. What difficulties? Danyu asked urgently, confused. The blonde youth lowered his head and sighed, I lost part of my memory due to a mishap during cultivation. I've tried many ways to recover it, but nothing worked. That's why I can't understand those rumors. Danyu covered her mouth, her eyes full of tears, how could this happen? So it's... She embraced her brother, why are you so foolish, brother? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chang'e, I didn't want to make you worry. Danyu firmly replied, I already have a plan, brother. Rest assured and cultivate. I will take care of the rest, including eliminating the suspicion. Thank you for your hard work. After seeing his sister leave, the blonde youth's expression immediately changed 180 degrees, his change of heart faster than his change of face. Chang'e, really, thank you for investigating Guchanga's clues. Sister, you're so naive. In the lower realms, the heavenly realm, Hongyu, this is the lower realm from the memory of my ancestors. Right now, I only know the name of the reincarnated person. A beautiful black-haired woman lit a talisman, making up her mind, I must find you as soon as possible. At the Ziji Pil sect, the female sect leader spoke, how is young Master Guchanga doing? There has been a lot of activity recently. I came this time for my disciple, Suhan. Guchanga happily replied, ha ha ha, sect leader Xian, you're too kind. This time, it's truly troublesome for you to take care of and nurture my Suhan. Young Master Guchanga smiled and said, you flatter me. Suhan is the successor of our Ziji Pil sect. It's only natural to care for and nurture her. Ha ha ha, sect leader Xian is right. Suhan and the other senior sisters stood outside. Whispering, Suhan is young Master Guchanga, famous throughout the immortal realm. She's also connected to him, young Master Guchanga is so amiable, with such strong abilities. And handsome too, really. Guchanga looked at Suhan and said, Suhan, you still need to keep working hard, don't disappoint the sect leader's expectations, understood? Suhan flashed a radiant smile and responded, yes, Suhan will obey young master's orders. She silently thought, so kind, young master is really good to me. The scene switched to night. Guchanga and Suhan were walking on a bridge. Guchanga spoke, I have something to entrust to you this time. Young master, please speak, Suhan will do her best. Guchanga took out a letter from his body and handed it to her, saying, you used to always underestimate yourself, worrying you couldn't help me. Now, I'm giving you a task. It's an opportunity for you to show yourself. Suhan opened the letter and read it, her eyes showing slight concern, Ziji Immortal Pill, Ancient Pill. I've never heard of it. Unless I refine it myself, it seems troublesome. It doesn't seem special. Zhuhan sighed and said with a helpless expression, it's rare for the young master to assign me a task, so we'll take care of these little matters. Chang'e looked at her gently and smiled, your tone is quite bold, don't disappoint me. Then he leaned close to her, gently stroked her head, and added, Zhuhan. Don't underestimate this ancient pill, it's much more complicated than you think. But I believe in you, you can do it. At this moment, Zhuhan's head must have been floating in the clouds. And her luck points displayed 5,000. Zhuhan understands, please rest assured, young master. Zhuhan linked arms with Chang'e, and the two walked slowly across the stone bridge. The surroundings were quiet, but their hearts were filled with excitement. By the way, young master, could you tell me some interesting stories from your time on the immortal ancient land? Chang'e replied eagerly, interesting stories? I met a foolish dragon, a foolish bird, a foolish person, oh, and a foolish prawn, haha. Can you believe there was a foolish prawn? The two continued their walk. Scene changed to outside the main hall, where a subordinate hurriedly ran to report, "Your Highness, something bad has happened." "Chang'e, what happened? Why the rush? Speak slowly." "Report, we just received information from the base. The demonstration results show that the legendary Inju Tian has appeared in the world. Today, all major sects are discussing solutions." Upon hearing this, she broke out in cold sweat. "What? Inju Tian? The greatest disaster in the world, the one no one can escape? Any other news?" Chang'e report, there is also a human ancestor saintess who has been lingering in front of Tianhuang Mountain for a long time, leaving behind an unknown mark. It's rumored that Tianhuang Mountain is connected to the heir of demonic arts. She was so angry that she nearly exploded, standing up and gritting her teeth. "What? Human ancestor? Damn. My brother is innocent, why are they targeting him?" Chang'e returned to Tianhuang Mountain. "I want to see if Chang'e's mood is affected." "Chang'e, you can never escape me, we will meet for sure." Scene changed to the lower realm on top of a mountain, a pillar of light shooting up to the sky. Chang'e slowly descended and finally found it, with powerful domain energy swirling above. Although this world is not bad, it has been affected by the barrier space. It is difficult to cultivate someone stronger than the great sage level. If I hadn't followed the space mark here, I would never have guessed that the human ancestor's reincarnation would start from the lower realm. A proud expression appeared on his face. The current urgent task was to understand the intelligence of this world and find Ming Kong from a distance. Many Taoists rushed to the place where Chang'e was. This person emitted a special aura, clearly not an ordinary being from the lower realm. One person clasped their fists and respectfully said, "Report, immortal, what brings you to the lower realm? Is this the immortal kingdom?" "Yes, report, my lord." Qing Jun took out a ball and smirked, "Tell me the intelligence of this kingdom, and I'll reward you." A group of cultivators looked at it and panicked, exchanging glances. This is the legendary holy artifact? This was the first time the mortals had seen a holy artifact. And they were terrified. Chang'e report, immortal, the immortal realm is divided into 8 realms, an extremely vast place, with countless tribes, sacred lands, and mountains. There are many forces here. Some sects have been around for hundreds of years, and the strongest is the Taisu sect. Chang'e pondered, "Alright, well temporarily be allies with the Taisu sect. To be honest, I have old ties with your ancestors. I owe them a favor. Meeting their descendants today is also fate." The cultivators were shocked and hurriedly clasped their fists in respect. "Please don't blame us, immortal. Such a precious holy artifact is not fit for small people like us to possess. Moreover, we are friends of the ancestors, and we dare not show disrespect." Chang'e stroked his beard thoughtfully. "These people are able to resist the temptation of the holy artifact. I truly admire them. Alright, then take me to the Taisu sect." "Yes, immortal." Scene change, a subordinate was reporting, "Chuang Xianyu, we received news. It seems that a great figure just descended from the upper realm. He has some connection to the ancestors of the Tai Su sect." Upon hearing this, she suddenly thought, the angel kingdom is far away, and it will take them a while to find the ancestors of the Taisu sect. Could it be? She said, "Don't worry about it, focus on the angel kingdom, as nirvana can help the human ancestors transform." Scene changed to the Taisu sect, where all the disciples gathered in front of the main hall. Whispers filled the air, as this was the first time they had seen an immortal descend to the lower realm. An elder respectfully saluted, "I am the sect leader of Taisu sect, may I know the honored name of this immortal?" Chang'e pondered for a moment and replied, "Who I am is not important. I came here today to repay the favor of Chu Taisher." Then he took out a book from his chest. "This is the Tao technique that Chu Taisher and I spent many years researching." After saying that, he threw the book to the sect leader. "Now your Chu Taisher cannot descend to the lower realm. I will teach you this Tao technique on his behalf." The sect leader was ecstatic, quickly flipping through every page. "Wonderful. This Tao technique is truly mysterious and profound. It feels like receiving an epiphany. And it contains many hidden secrets." Immediately, all the elders and disciples knelt down and bowed, saying, "Thank you, immortal, for your guidance. From now on, we are willing to do everything in our power to serve you, immortal." Gu Chang'e stroked his beard and chuckled proudly, saying, "Hee hee, everything is going according to the script, not a single mistake. Next, I still have to perform another scene. At this moment, Guchanga entered the secret realm and saw Jiang Suasua. She was only wrapped in a piece of white cloth, ignoring Guchanga's calls. "Quick, open your eyes and look at me." Jiang Suasua disdainfully snorted without even lifting her eyes. "Oh, still so stubborn." Guchanga then used chains to lift Jiang Suasua up. Jiang Suasua angrily scolded, "Changa, what do you want to do? You shameless demon." Guchanga smiled lightly and said, "Miss Suasua, quickly tell me the exact location where I can find traces of the reincarnation of the human race holy temple." "I don't know." Jiang Suasua had a blank expression and turned her head, ignoring him. Guchanga leaned in and questioned, "As the successor of the human race holy temple, you don't know? Even if you knew your identity, so what? What can you do in the vast sea of people?" "Changa, wait." Jiang Suasua widened her eyes. "Have you already found the place of his reincarnation?" Guchanga, not ashamed at all, bragged, "Of course, I not only found it, but we are standing right here." Jiang Suasua hesitated after hearing this but still warned, "Guchanga, the reincarnation technique of the human race holy temple is far beyond your imagination. You can't defeat him." Guchanga chuckled lightly, reached out to stroke Jiang Suasua's face, and said in a teasing tone, "Can't defeat him? Should I just wait for him to come and kill me? What, are you so cold-blooded that you can't tell I'm still a man when I put on clothes?" Jiang Suasua blushed as he touched her face. She was deeply ashamed and shouted loudly, "You are shameless." Then she bared her teeth, trying to bite Guchanga, but he quickly withdrew his hand. Seeing this, he decided to have a little fun with her. The two of them played like a master and a dog, frolicking for a while. After a while, Guchanga kept stroking her face, making Jiang Suasua blush so much that she almost cried. Guchanga stopped and sighed, "I really don't understand what kind of enchantment the human race holy temple has put on you. You are willing to be their puppet." "Changa puppet?" These careless words struck a chord with Jiang Suasua. Recalling the past, she thought of the days she practiced with Wang Zichen. Ah, so annoying. Practicing every day. "I still want to get married." "What are you doing? Sit down. This is disrespectful to the human race holy temple." "Humph, I want to sleep, just sleep. I'm not going to be your tool." "Wang Zichen, come back." Jiang Suasua suddenly woke up and shouted at Guchanga, "I am not a tool. I am the successor of the human race holy temple. Protecting all beings and guarding justice is my mission." Guchanga laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. What are you laughing at?" Guchanga stopped laughing and explained seriously, "The victor is the king, the loser is the bandit. From ancient times to the present, whoever has the bigger fist represents justice. Do you really think the human race holy temple's inheritance has always been because they are kind-hearted? Changa, moreover, you can't even kill me, yet you dare to talk about justice. You are just a tool used by the human race holy temple to restrain me, no different from a running dog." "Oh, no, at best, you're just a dog, incapable of even biting me." After saying that, Guchanga turned and left. "How many people in the world do bad things? Why don't you go kill them? You only know to focus on me, the inheritor of demonic power, and don't care about justice at all. The reason you want to act against me is simply because I pose a threat to them." As he left, Guchanga added, "In the end, there's actually no difference between me and you." At this point, the chains were undone. Jiang Suasua fell to the ground and silently thought, "Guchanga speaks without thinking, things shouldn't have been like this." The scene shifted to the Xianyu Tianlin Holy Land, where the disciples were discussing among themselves. "Have you heard? Tai Sugate issued an order, saying that Xianyu needs to be unified." "I heard. Our Holy Lord is discussing strategies with the elders. I also heard that the immortal has some connection with the old void ancestor." A short-haired disciple spoke up, "Strategies? The immortal can casually bestow a sacred artifact. What strategies do those commoners have? Tai Sugate wants to unify, and no force in Xianyu can resist. The only way to survive is to submit quickly. Now that Tai Sugate has issued a notice, those with exceptional talent will be recognized by the immortal. A wise bird chooses a good tree to perch on. Staying in Tianlin is not a good idea. At this moment, he came to see his revered immortal, reporting to the immortal, I am the most talented among the younger generation in Tianlin Holy Land. Gu Changge stood high above and looked down at the young man kneeling on the ground. Indeed, you have talent, you are a good seed. It seems that your self-recommendation wasn't a joke. However, you are still far from enough. I still need to go out and take a look. He asked in confusion, Immortal, what do you mean by far from enough? Gu Changge looked at him with a very strange gaze and said, I mean your luck is completely different from the person reincarnated. From the human race holy temple. The luck of the lower realm really can't compare to that of the upper realm. Your luck won't be enough to deal with me, stop being so stubborn. The scene shifted to the heavenly god realm's heavenly domain. A group of slaves was doing hard labor, and the guards were shouting loudly, work faster. Whoever dares to stop. You're trash. The slave being beaten kept begging for mercy. Changge, today, I caught another group of slaves. This achievement will surely make the sect master remember me, haha. The speaker was a young man named Qinggue. And the other two disciples respectfully replied, of course, Brother Qinggue, don't worry. But Brother Qinggue, you joined the immortal Will Holy Land less than 100 years ago, and were promoted to a deacon. It's truly impressive. Hearing the flattery, Qinggue was very pleased, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. He laughed, it's been 200,000 years since anyone ascended in the heavenly god realm. Once the immortal Will Holy Land enters the immortal path, things will change. The other two disciples continued to flatter him, Brother Qinggue will definitely have the chance to ascend to the upper realm. Brother Qinggue has the aura of an immortal, clearly a bright future ahead. Qinggue crossed his arms and lectured, not just me, you all have to hurry up and practice if you want a chance. The sect master's judgment will never be wrong. Now is the best time for us to ascend. Even if the heavens try to stop us, what can we do? We must follow the will of heaven. Encounter an immortal, kill the immortal. Encounter a demon, kill the demon, conquer the world and step onto the immortal path. Xianggue suddenly noticed someone, Who is that white-haired person standing in the distance? One of the two disciples explained, that kid is really lucky. Several groups of people have already died from hard labor. At first, he was brought here from a small village. His physical condition is special, his vitality is stronger than others. I thought he was a genius, but he turned out to be useless. After he was brought to the Holy Land, we found out that he was cursed and could no longer have a sacred body. No matter how many resources we give him, he can't cultivate, but his strength is astonishing. No wonder he is the only one who has survived until now. Below, the white-haired youth was chopping rocks in the mine with all his might, encouraging himself, I can't die here. I must return to the village. My sister is still young. She can't be without me. She's already 3 years old, she still needs me to take care of her. That person said that after cultivating for 3 years, I could leave. Changge, only 103 days left until the 3-year deadline. After saying that, the white-haired youth collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, panting heavily. Changge, what's so difficult? As long as you accept my existence, you will no longer suffer this pain. A voice sounded from within his consciousness. The white-haired youth shouted in fear. Who am I? What kind of monster are you? Stay away from my body. However, the voice continued to sound, accompanied by a vague white-haired figure, this is my body. You were just the consciousness, before I awakened. I simply don't want to erase you. If you accept me, things will be good. In that way, I can fulfill all your wishes. Taking care of your sister and your old mother is just a small matter. The white-haired youth tightly grasped his sister's hand and picked her up. What's the difference between accepting you and being erased by you? No matter what. I will disappear, right? So, does that mean I'll no longer be me? The owner of the voice replied, of course there is a difference. Actively accepting me and being erased by me are fundamentally different. The white-haired youth said firmly, I don't know what fundamentally means, but I know that if I'm not here, this world will be very sad. I know you're not simple. But I will never easily hand over my body to you. Haha, you're really stubborn, the voice continued, but on the other hand, you are a child who values affection and loyalty. However, this body can't be wasted by you for too long. The white-haired youth made up his mind, I will not give up. The scene shifted to Guchanga, standing on a vast land. Is this the heavenly domain? A system prompt appeared, activate the Son of Luck quest line, reincarnation flow. A giant peach tree appeared on the screen. Guchanga pondered, reincarnation flow? It looks like it really has come. It seems this mysterious peach tree and the little girl are related to the ancestor of humanity. Whether it's correct or not still needs confirmation. The scene shifted to Beishan village. A little girl was asking the old woman standing beside her, Grandma, my brother hasn't returned in almost 3 years. Do you think he has forgotten about me? The old woman gently stroked the little girl's head, comforting her, your brother, even if he forgets everyone, he will never forget about you, Tian Tian. Changa Tian Tian doesn't need to worry. Once your brother finishes his cultivation, he will become an immortal who can fly through the heavens and earth. By then, he can take you flying every day. Little Tian Tian immediately said happily, yeah, I'll fly with my immortal brother every day. The old woman thought of Xiang Gui's appearance and then continued, the great person who took your brother away comes from the immortal will Holy Land. He said your brother's physique is 1 in a million, and he will definitely receive full cultivation from the sect. Changa, he must be busy cultivating, which is why he hasn't had time to visit us. Tian Tian, don't worry. Yeah, I believe in my brother. He's the most amazing person in the world. Suddenly, a sharp scream was heard. Changa, not good. It's Lu Fei. Lu Fei is coming toward the village. An old man angrily said, these bandits are not trustworthy. Didn't we just hand over the spirit stones? Tian Tian fearfully said, Grandma, Lu Fei is here again. Tian Tian, don't be afraid, Grandma is here. Seeing a group of vicious bandits riding horses approach, the villagers panicked, saying, what should we do, what should we do? It's the Black Wind Bandits. This time, it's the Black Wind Bandits. The Black Wind Bandits are evil and brutal, they love killing. We can't resist them at all. What should we do? Changa, I heard their leader is a high-ranking heavenly god. It's said that the leader of the Black Wind Bandits especially likes to eat little girls, so he's been searching for little girls everywhere. Recently, the Black Wind Bandit group quickly arrived. One of the leading bandits walked in front of the villagers and asked, who is the village chief? Come out here. An old man, holding a cane, trembled as he answered, I'm the village chief of Beishan village, I have met you, esteemed sirs. The leading bandit patted the sweat on the village chief's forehead and ordered. Old man, our leader has given orders. All girls under 15 must be offered up. Any who are not handed over will be killed without mercy. After speaking, the bandits began to enter every house and forcefully drag away the young girls. Screams echoed throughout the village, she's my daughter. Mom. Mom, help me. Give my daughter back to me. Changa beasts. Why are you taking my daughter? A woman angrily shouted. A bandit threatened, let go. Do you want to die? That mother shouted angrily, you won't die cleanly. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Changa, damn you. Immediately, a bandit slapped the woman hard. The leading bandit saw this and picked up a sword, walking toward her, you haven't seen the coffin. So you won't shed tears? If you want to die, I'll help you. Saying this, he raised the sword and struck at the poor mother. The villagers were so terrified they didn't dare to make a sound. The bandit wiped the corner of his mouth and said, if anyone else resists, she is the best example. Then, he saw a cute little girl hiding behind the old woman. That girl was Tian Tian. The bandit stepped forward, oh, there's another one. The villagers shouted anxiously, Grandma MANHWA. The bandit approached, holding a knife and pointing at the two old people, threatening, old woman, hand over the little girl behind you. Otherwise, I'll chop you into minced meat and feed you to my mount. Tian Tian trembled and hid in her grandmother's arms, crying, Grandma. The old woman was not at all afraid of the bandit's threat and calmly replied, I didn't want to make a move. But you really want to harm Tian Tian? Looks like we'll have to find another hiding place again. Changa Master, these are all the young girls under the age of 15 captured from the surrounding villages, as you requested. Are you satisfied? Guchanga walked forward and looked at the little girls. Each girl had a screen displaying a number on her body. Not seeing the number he was looking for, Guchanga sighed, could I have guessed the wrong location? And it's all for nothing? Let them go, don't harm their lives. The bandit was surprised, haha, let them go. What's wrong? Are you reluctant? Guchanga coldly glanced at him, I also have a younger sister, and she's still small. The bandit understood and immediately nodded, yes, don't worry, master. I'll make sure to send them back safely. Seeing that the bandit had not left, Guchanga asked. Is there something else you want to say? Master, yes, there is one thing. Our people sent to Beishan village were all killed by a Wind King realm cultivator. It's strange, though, a place this remote actually. Guchanga's eyes gleamed for a moment. Oh, a Wind King realm? It seems we've found it. The bandit cupped his hands and said, Master, don't worry. This time I will personally handle it. A Wind King realm is definitely no problem. Guchanga waved his hand. No need, it's not related to you for now. Wait for further orders. Yes, master. On the surface obedient, but in his heart, he was sneering at Guchanga's back. I'll see what happens when I reach the Divine King realm. Suddenly, Guchanga stopped and said. You. The bandit was so scared that he almost wet his pants and hurriedly responded, Master, is there anything else you need? I will handle it properly. Guchanga nodded. Once you finish this task, you'll be free. The bandit lowered his head, sweating profusely. I wonder what you plan to do, master? Guchanga coldly answered, I want you. The bandit trembled and asked. Master, do you want to leave no survivors in Beishan village? Guchanga confirmed, that's right, I want you to wipe out Beishan village. In Beishan village, the elderly woman was preparing to leave with Tian. A villager asked anxiously, Grandma, what are you going to do? If you leave, what should we do? Another person echoed, yes. The Black Wind Bandits are cruel and vicious. If you leave, we're afraid. Tian grabbed the elderly woman's hand and asked, Grandma, will brother come to save us? He went to the Holy Land to cultivate, so he must be very strong now. The elderly woman thought for a moment and then replied, everyone should escape as early as possible. My cultivation is only at the Wind King realm, and I heard their leader has reached the heavenly God realm. I can't be of much help. Everyone panicked upon hearing this and looked at each other, saying, in this world, even if we want to run, we don't know where to go. Yes, is there really no other way? Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and 3 figures appeared in the sky. One person laughed loudly, haha, want to escape? Too late. A little Beishan village dares to defy me? No one will leave alive today. The villagers were terrified upon seeing this and screamed, that's the leader of the Black Wind Bandits. We're done for. Grandma MANHWA. Please save us. One of the 3 spoke, hey, that old woman at the Wind King realm, you killed my people, didn't you? The elderly woman answered calmly, he deserved to die. In her heart, the elderly woman thought, damn, the 2 who are with him must be at least at the Wind King realm. At this point, the only thing I can do is burn my essence blood and send Tian to a safe place. The leader sneered, old woman, you're about to die, and you still dare to be tough? He infused spiritual power into his hand and swung it, you all can die and accompany the dead. The elderly woman jumped up and punched with him, coldly saying, you're truly arrogant. However, the elderly woman was no match for him and was instantly sent flying backward, vomiting blood from the punch. The leader sneered, a mere Wind King realm, nobody dares to punch me? The onlookers were all extremely anxious. Tian ran to the elderly woman's side and cried out, Grandma, are you okay? The elderly woman's face turned pale. And she coughed a few times, then instructed, Tian, run. We can't deal with this person. Changa, oh, you're still alive? Then try this move. He continued with a vicious smile, let you all die together, so it's not lonely down there. The villagers, terrified, knelt to the ground. One villager choked and said, it's over, we mortals' fate has long been trampled. My son is only 7, oh God, will there ever be justice? In the sky, a handprint carrying dark energy quickly descended, filled with murderous intent. Tian immediately stood in front of the elderly woman, shouting, you're not allowed to hurt Grandma. The elderly woman panicked and shouted, Tian Tian, run. The villain sneered, I don't know why the master is focused on you. Originally, I just wanted to capture a few little girls. It's all your fault, old woman. Go down and join the dead. Just as he was about to strike the fatal blow, a calm voice came from behind Tian Tian, I really can't stand by any longer. How dare you harm such a lovely little girl? A figure appeared, exuding an extraordinary aura, making the villain's face turn pale with fear, cold sweat pouring down, as if realizing something. A dazzling light burst out, enveloping the entire sky. The villain stammered, that's not. But before he could finish, he felt his body stiffen, and his consciousness began to dull. At this moment, everyone around was frozen, and no one understood what had happened. The one who had just arrived. Guchanga looked at Tian Tian and sighed, a pure, clear, and flawless heart. Such a talent, yet no one had discovered it for so many years. Truly, it's a great benefit to me. The elderly woman bowed her head in gratitude, thank you, immortal, for your assistance. The old woman is deeply grateful. Changa smiled and looked at Tian Tian, little girl, would you like to become my disciple? Tian Tian was surprised, does a mortal brother want to take Tian Tian as a disciple? But they said I can't cultivate. The cultivators before also took my brother away, and they also said Tian Tian is just an ordinary person. Guchanga laughed loudly, that's because they're blind. What do mere mortals know? Tian Tian, overjoyed, said, really? Immortal brother won't lie to Tian Tian. Right? Changa smiled, haha. Do I look like the kind of person who deceives others everywhere? The little girl, moved, hugged Guchanga and said, I'm willing. Then she turned to look at the villain and asked, what about those bad people? Changa sneered, bad people? Of course, I'll send them to reincarnation. Changa, I hope they can become good people in their next lives, just like him. After speaking, he lightly focused his mind. The villain's body began to glow. He hadn't yet understood what was happening. When suddenly, his body exploded, bursting into dazzling light, like fireworks blooming in the sky. Tian Tian cheered, immortal brother is so powerful. Changa corrected her. Call me master. Tian Tian innocently shouted, master. Changa smiled in satisfaction, good disciple, master likes you more and more. The elderly woman, seeing what had just happened, secretly thought, this person is too powerful, beyond my understanding. Could it be that people from the higher realms all have such earth-shattering abilities? Guchanga took out several holy artifacts and handed them to Tian Tian, this is our first meeting. Consider these items as a gift from me to you. Tian Tian was astonished. All of these for Tian Tian? Why is master so good to me? Changa smiled, little girl, you have to understand. Sometimes, a master's presence is even closer than that of family. Tian Tian was moved to tears, closer than family? Changa gently wiped away her tears, don't cry. From now on, as long as you're with your master, no one will be able to bully you. The elderly woman couldn't help but say, holy artifacts. So many? These are treasures that can easily dominate the heavenly realm and rule over a land. Guchanga smiled, all right, let's leave here together. Tian Tian asked with concern, what about Grandma? Can Grandma come with us? He answered indifferently. Of course. I don't have the power to restrict her freedom, because she is your family. The elderly woman bent down to express her thanks, thank you, immortal. The scene changed, and the two villains somehow escaped. They ran while discussing, what's the deal with that immortal? Weren't we supposed to go there? The other one irritably scratched his head. Who knows what he wants to do? Maybe we were tricked. The first one sneered, should we gather people and come back for revenge? Hearing this, the second one shouted loudly. Are you crazy? Didn't you see how our big brother was killed just now? Before he finds us, let's run far away. Suddenly, a wooden puppet appeared in front of them, one that Guchanga had set up in advance, stepping out of the void and coldly saying, want to escape? It's too late. The scene changed again, and now Guchanga was leaving with Tian Tian and the elderly woman. The elderly woman sighed, immortal, everything I said was true. Tian Tian is unfortunate, but it is her luck to meet you. He smiled gently, it's also fate. Tian Tian innocently asked, Master, in the future, can I become a cultivator like brother? The elderly woman explained with worry, "Immortal, please don't be surprised. Tian is still young and hasn't fully understood your immense power. I believe that under your guidance, Tian will eventually surpass her brother." Guchanga looked at Tian and nodded, "It's alright. Tian is my first disciple. Meeting you all is also fate." He fell into deep thought, silently wondering, "Is that right, Jiangyang?" Suddenly, a massive monster charged at them, with 2 horns on its head, roaring, "Humans are so bold. Changa, how dare you step into the domain of this divine deer?" The elderly woman, seeing its aura, cried out, "This is the aura of someone above the saint realm. It's an ancient holy spirit, master, that is." Guchanga showed a faint cold smile and sneered, It's your little remedy. You're finished, kid." Looking at Guchanga's expression, they really wanted to slap him. "Changa, I possess so many divine herbs and elixirs in the hands of the immortal, even using the ancient holy spirit as a catalyst, but I still can't help Tian break through." Guchanga thought deeply, as expected, "It's just like that." Tian's eyes were slightly red and swollen. "Every day, master, I am really sorry." Guchanga gently touched her head and said, "Did Tian do something that disappointed me?" She sobbed and cried, Tian is truly useless, wasting so many resources and time, yet still unable to cultivate." She wept bitterly. Guchanga wiped away her tears and said softly, "Does that mean you're not going to be my disciple just because you can't cultivate? Do you remember what I said before? Changa master said you were closer than family." He gently flicked Tian's nose and mischievously said, "As long as you remember, little girl, just don't think too much. Don't worry, master has power and influence. Even if I raise you for a lifetime, so what?" The old lady standing nearby also spoke up. She had originally been worried that the immortal had other schemes, but seeing Tian waste so many rare resources and treasures without getting angry, she said, "Then he really likes Tian. With such a powerful and gentle master, Tian is really lucky." Calculating the time, it seemed that this trip to the mortal realm should be coming to an end. Now, should Tian follow her master back to the upper realm? Changa, "Oh, don't you want to see what happened?" Immortal Fu said, "This girl is probably missing her brother." Master said, Tian wants to go see her brother." She replied, lowering her head. "I see, it was my carelessness, but your brother is really strange. He hasn't come back to see you after 3 years of cultivation." "Really? Alright, if Tian wants to go, I'll take you to the immortal will sacred land or something like that." Tian happily thanked her master. The immortal had previously appeared in the Xian domain, and now was in the Tian domain, taking a little girl around, robbing spiritual pills, wines, and rare resources needed for cultivation. According to rumors, the little girl seemed to have encountered a bandit attack in Beishan village, and thus, this immortal saved her by chance. Yuming didn't ponder for long and immediately said, "Just as expected, this person has no connection with the human race. What kind of force will the people from the upper realm be? Yes, the human race must have already calculated it. The strongest young person will appear in this world. If I can't find the reincarnation identity, then I'll first take away your opportunity. If there are no surprises, Chang'e should be researching the ghost world substitute I provided for him now. The candidates on the list are all very suitable. If he knew everything I've done for him, would he trust me more?" The scene shifted to the Tian domain immortal will sacred land, where the Saint Lord Kai coldly said, "Is every word you said true?" A subordinate reported, replying to the Saint Lord, "It's true." That day, an unknown aura emanated from the mountain path, and then a blood light shot to the sky. It sounded like a dragon's roar in pain from all around. It seems that the dragon vein was indeed cut off, and the punishment to the heavens was already difficult. Could it be that the path to immortality is blocked now? Suddenly remembering something, the Saint Lord asked, "By the way, what's the background of the boy you brought back?" "I've already checked the curse of the wasteland sacred body in his body, and it seems to have been eliminated. 2 years ago, my subordinate brought him to the sacred land and discovered that he had the wasteland sacred body and was not qualified to cultivate. But this time all the achievements in the mind vein were related to the black blood mutation. He survived a near-death experience and came out unharmed. The subordinate concluded that he must have something special. So we brought him back to the sacred land, and unexpectedly, he triggered an immortal light vision that illuminated the heavenly palace, causing the ancestral master's phantom to appear. Could he have gained fortune from misfortune? Impossible. The ancestral master is the supreme being. How could a wasteland sacred body trigger the ancestral master's phantom? This person is definitely not simple. Perhaps he could become the hope for our immortal will sacred land. From a distance, a subordinate rushed in a panic and reported, Saint Lord Kai, it seems that an immortal has come outside the mountain gate. What? An immortal? He was stunned and surprised. The immortal is bringing a little girl, and they're going around the Tian domain, plundering spiritual pills, elixirs, and rare resources. Recently, I heard that he even killed several Saint Lords and some ancient creatures. The subordinate trembled and stammered, it's him. This is the sacred land. We have met with immortals. Please wait a moment, I will send someone to report. I don't know why the immortal has personally come to our immortal will sacred land. Guchanga sensed that the luck here had the aura of a soaring dragon, and even the luck of the angel realm had started to undergo strange changes. Could it be that the reincarnated human is not only the son of luck, but also a man from the angel realm? What's wrong? We're here already, why do you seem a little nervous? Guchanga glanced at Tian and teased. This place is so prosperous, a world apart from the mountain village in Beishan. Master, do you think my brother has really forgotten about Tian and us? It's possible that the memories of the human race have awakened. Otherwise, how could he forget everything? I thought this matter would require my planning, but it turned out to be so simple. Guchanga quickly comforted the little girl, Tian, don't worry. He's probably just busy cultivating and doesn't have time to visit you all. The little girl's face showed some sadness. Master, you don't need to comfort me, Tian. My brother used to be different. He would go far away to earn money. And no matter how hard or tiring it was, he would always come back to see us. He might have changed now. Anyway, it's better here. Guchanga suddenly felt an itch, heaven and earth as witnesses, I haven't even begun to take control yet.